We then went back to Sin. We were like, all right, we're ready to go. And he said, okay, bet. And then we were off, and that's where we ended the session, I believe.
Pretty much. So, where we now find you is a place that is a mix of madness and joy. As you are dropped directly in to the maddening rays of the arena. The arena is a place on the cosmic stack where the light from above, wherever it touches during the day, turns people mad. This is a place of violence and bloodshed during the daylight hours and revelry during the darkness, because when the darkness returns, any surviving individuals regain control of their minds and the dead are resurrected. Well, technically at first light the next day. If you are able to live, you are rewarded. And death makes sure that you are not rewarded, as you are just thrust into perpetual chaos and fighting. This is where all of you are. And immediately it is battle. It is bloodshed. Vicha, you are thrust into that old cycle. That cycle of death and destruction. It is all cut, chop, kill. There is nothing else in the arena in the light. Time becomes but a soup here, as when you die, you just wake up as the morning light rises again and then your mind is not yours. Who knows how long passes, and it is but random chance as all of you struggle to try and stay together. It is happenstance and chance if you can even meet up. Once in who knows how long. Trying to keep records, Boudica, is impossible. Trying to do anything other than fight. Yes, that is truly terrible. But where we pick up, where we find you all, is one of those nights where you were able to get some rest, be together, and Neza, we've come to you as you are being stirred awake by an individual.
Neza, is that you? Please, wake up.
Neza, as you open your eyes, you are face to face with your father, Dusan Kovac. What are you doing?
He is incredibly surprised and sort of probably, like, backs up a bit. Dad, what are you doing here?
I came for you. What are you doing here?
How did you know I was here?
Tracking spell. I've been looking for a long time.
Spell.
I thought you were dead.
Not. We got entered into a place where time is really weird, and then we couldn't send messages out anymore because it sank in the cosmic stack, and then we had to sort of help it, but we got eaten by an aether eater. Don't freak out, please. So we came back here to regain some of our strength.
That's a lot. How did you meet an Aether Eater?
That's a really long story, but I found Benno. Not found
Is
physically, but I know where he is. Or was when we left,
he alive?
as far as we know.
It's alive. Okay. Are you alright?
He's for now. Are you?
I've been looking for my daughter for a long time. I'm better now.
Lisa will offer out a hug.
And he'll return it. Big crushing bear hug.
And Boudica and Vicha, as you two are kind of starting to look around and you see this guy and you see the embrace of Neza and this man, what are you two doing?
Hello.
Oh,
Oh.
so Dad, this is Boudica Byrne and Vicha. I don't think I know your last name, weirdly enough.
Molchalian, I mentioned before.
It's Vicha Medallion. They've been traveling with me a while. We have another friend too, but he's not here right now. He's helping refugees out of the war in Gorvorov.
I'm
See.
also Kayleigh.
Yes, I thought you were still asleep. I'm sorry. This is Kayleigh.
Can see this, what appears to be kind of woodsman type hobgoblin, just give kind of this deep frown as he leans up against the walls of the tavern that you're in.
Yes, it is good to meet you all. I am Dusan Kovac. I am Neza's father.
Oh, pleased to meet you. Wish we could be
And-
meeting under better circumstances.
Yes. I would very much like to know why you all are down here. In the arena of all places.
Well, how much do you know about what's happening on the Primordial Ring right now?
Not a lot. I can make guesses, but
There is a sort of plant zombie apocalypse happening that we're trying to stop. We were doing well at first, but like I mentioned, we sort of got Aether eaten. So now we're here trying to regain our strength so we can go back and keep helping.
yes. That is very not good. How did this zombie apocalypse start? I don't think I've heard anything that could do that.
There was a religious group that said they wanted to fix the ring and make it better. However, unfortunately, their idea of better was plant zombies, and they succeeded in their goal. They wield a very ancient and powerful magic that they call the Ascendant power.
Are you talking about Naomi?
Yeah. Apparently, we were soulbound. For as long as I can remember, at least.
Yes. I can't believe she... Oh, dear. I took us away. Why did you both go back?
I still have it. Neza will pull out the really old, this sort of heavy that looks
A heavy what you cut
just
out?
sorry, this heavy old looking book that looks like it's just falling apart. in places. It's a book on the primordial ring, wicked out of date, but she'll open it up to a particular page and hand it over, as in the sort of bottom corner is a map of the Lord's area inscribed with the message, uh, inscribed with a message encouraging her to go out and find the what's called Ascendant Garden, and it is punctuated with a little drawing that um, looks like something that her brother used to draw all the time. And she'll pass it over and say, "We, most of us at least, got a very similar call of some kind to come to Lord's, find the Ascendant Garden, and save Estelle, the Archfey. That's
This
why
is-
we left."
This is why you left home.
Yeah. I didn't know it would take so long. I'm sorry. Really sorry I missed you.
I missed you too, Neza, but why couldn't you have just talked to me?
I didn't know. I didn't know that you knew about any of this.
I'm still your father. I could help. Didn't speak about this at all. Left.
When I saw the call, I thought it meant that Benno might still be alive, somewhere at least, or it would have something to do with his death, at least, and I didn't want to get anyone's hopes up or anything if it turned out that wasn't true. I thought it would be months at most, maybe a year tops.
Leaving your family for a year. Okay. It doesn't matter now. I've found you. And Benno might be alive. But you are alive. And I will get you home.
We still have work to do, though. We can't go home yet.
What do you mean?
We still have to fix whatever Naomi's done. Or at least try of it.
Might be beyond ragtag group at this point, but I don't know.
It might be, but we still have to try. I mean, it is kind of our fault that it happened.
What?
I didn't know about Naomi, and so when she showed up, I thought it was, I don't know.
You fell for the cult.
Call it genetic?
No, I did not fall for the cult. But how did you fall for the... Okay, never mind. What's done is done. We'll have conversation later. So, you are recovering here?
Yeah. Recovering, sort of training. It's not really training when it's mindless, but
I see. Have you finished your recovery? Can we leave?
we have a way out whenever our training is mostly complete. There's an entity that sent us here with our consent. He didn't just drop us in, but he's gonna pull us back out when our agreed upon time is over.
an entity. What do you mean, an entity?
Well, she's looking back to Vicha and Boudica.
Well, I joined them later, and I wasn't here for this conversation, but they have a friend of theirs who's been helping them out in places. And this was one where he offered
It's
to
not
help.
another cult. Please don't worry.
I'm very worried that you are making deals with unknown entities.
Oh, well, this wasn't really a deal. Well, it kind of was. The deal was we do what we can to help stop the zombie apocalypse, which we were planning on doing anyway. And in exchange, he will help us get our power back. You're aware of the... You're aware of the High God's sin.
What? You're making deals with sin.
It wasn't really a deal. We didn't...
You
Again, we didn't give anything up, other than the promise to do what we were already going to do in the first place.
You are making deals with the High God's sin after accidentally causing the zombie apocalypse on the primordial ring and being eaten by an aether eater.
He wanted to see the plant zombie apocalypse be stopped as much as we do. Jonah, these were the decisions they were asking me to make last week, unmanaged.
Okay, Nessa. This is a lot. Are you sure you were in college? Were you
It's a
studying?
Kovrovian college. It didn't do much. We did go to a college down here. That was incredible. Well, we didn't go to it.
Is this the college that you blew up?
You blew up a college.
Well,
Yeah, you didn't
I
tell me
did
this
some
story.
really great magic. I think you might... Please don't be mad about that, by the way. You said
What?
you were doing a tracking spell. Are you a mage of some kind?
No.
Okay, then no, we just went to the college and happened to blow it up.
That does not make sense.
They had an item that we needed, and it was under lock and key. Very, 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 very powerful magical item. And so we went.
And you stole it.
We snuck in, and we didn't sneak in. We were offered entrance, which we took. They offered us a tour, which we did, and then they let us loose in the museum of extremely powerful magical items. And we needed that particular one to aid in our... What were we even doing? I think we were just hanging out around Lords, and Aoife was like, you know what, I want the other half of this sword, and we were like, alright bitch, we'll get it for you.
There's another item there you wanted.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but
That's
we
out
didn't...
of character, but
That is... Yes, I know that, but we went to the college for the sword. That was our purpose. The
So-
crown was incidental. Anyway. So...
You went to a college, stole a magical artifact of
3.
great power, blew it up,
3
and then
magical
continued on
artifacts.
your 3 magical artifacts.
One of which was the crown of the Meroviglia that we later got confiscated by the cults. So they have that back. The other one was out of character. We don't know what Aoife's sword was called, do we?
It was the Sword of Ishin.
Okay. The other one was the other half of the Sword of Ishin that got also stolen. Boudica, you still have the gloves, right? Oh my god, Grandma's fallen asleep again.
Said yes.
You didn't pick up.
Oh my god.
But at least we still have those gloves. What do the
Yes.
gloves do?
While wearing this item, you gain the Super Strength power, Elethrindil's Strength. You can use your action, background action, and all your movement to channel Elethrindil's Strength. For 1 minute, you gain benefit 1 on all your physical checks, damage rolls, and saves.
Very fun. We still have those gloves. So
So-
we still have 2 of the 3 magic items that we took.
So of 3 magic items, you still have 1. The other 2 were stolen by a cult.
One of them was stolen by a cult. The other one, we don't really know what happened, but it was probably picked up by a different...
That might be worse. Okay. And I'm not sure if I trust you with saving the primordial ring if this is your track record. I would much rather you just come home.
Man, not especially not now that we know what's happening and that we stand a chance of at least helping a bit. I mean, yeah, that's a poor track record, but we've also helped a lot of people in our time.
Right. Okay. How much longer did you need to be here?
It's really hard to keep track. I'm not entirely certain at this point. I don't even know how long we've already been here.
He'll turn to the others. Do you have any idea?
No, sir.
This is not good, Nissa.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean for you to get dragged up in all of this.
I did not get dragged. I came here of my own volition to save my child.
How did you even get here?
I have my ways. Regardless, I am here to take you home and get you there safely. If that means you need to stay here for a bit longer so that you might survive the journey back, so be it.
Does that mean you'd come with us to help the primordial ring too?
My priority is you.
Priority is the ring.
You've changed since we last spoke.
How old is Nabi at this point? When you left?
At this point, Doosan... Let me see, let me look up for the accurate count here. So, she now is about 24 years old.
No fucking way.
She is 24.
He's 24?
Yes. You have been gone for a long time. Hence why I thought you were dead.
I think she's older than I am now. Technically speaking. Time dilation and all that. Sorry.
This is also part of why I must bring you back. I do not want you or me to miss any more of my daughter's life.
So much left to do. But I'm sorry again. She'll attempt to go in for one more hug.
And he'll give it, but he's tense. Yeah, he'll return the hug. Okay. Regardless, what is it you need to do here? And how can I help?
Well, right now, like I said, we're just staying until we get pulled out. When we do get pulled out, we have a very quick errand to run of breaking one of our friends out of an... I don't know how to explain this in the limited time we have, she says, casting a worried look at the somewhat soon rising sun, I assume.
Yeah, you would guess you probably have maybe an hour left before it rises.
But when we get back, we're gonna have to rescue one of our friends from an evil lair. We'll leave it at that. And then we're gonna go grab something that we need from a dangerous magical forest in order to unlock a gated city to get Benno back. Then we'll have 2 powerful artificers on our side for helping us stop this apocalypse. We can talk a little bit more once about the next step. But those are our immediate steps.
Doosan, make a mental or a spirit check. Up to you.
Okie dokie. I will be doing spirit.
You know what? That's fair.
3 successes.
Okay. As you're listening to it, based on how your daughter is standing in the flicker of her eyes, you get the feeling that she may or may not be talking about heading back to the area around Lords.
Oh, I thought that was very clear. I apologize.
Well, again, Jonah is...
Yeah.
You want to go back?
Yeah, that's where everything's happening. That's where we need to go, and that's where Benno is.
And you said this outbreak started there.
Yes. It's the home of the cult.
I know it's the home of the cult.
And so...
By the way, how do you know so much about the cult? You said you were there before? Look, I hate to spoil a nice reunion, but how do we know this isn't a trick? I think Kayla is
Does-
going to partially draw his mithril longsword.
This is not a trick. I was approached by them long ago. Naomi invited us to Lords. She told us of a great work that she was doing, and she wanted her family, or wanted us to stay. She showed us powers and awoke powers within us. But I did not like it. So I took Benno and we left. And I went as far away as I could, off to where it is cold, where the power could not grow. You have been away from home for a long time, Nessa. Has it grown? Have you felt it?
I have. I don't have access to it anymore. They took it back when the apocalypse started. But I had experience with it.
I see. You used it?
Some.
I am glad it does not afflict you as much anymore. It is probably not good that they took it, but it is not on you. Okay. Then want to go to a lair to find a key.
Well, the key is a person. We want to go to a lair, rescue the person, then leave the lair with the person, go get a key from somewhere else in the Enchanted Forest, and then go back and free Benno.
I see. How are you certain that it is Benno?
I'm not. But from what we learned, I first learned he was there through the Ascendant power, which I know can't be trusted, but when we found the friend that we're freeing from this evil lair, he knew Benno. Said they worked together and confirmed pretty much that he had gone down to that city. The city's on lockdown, no one enters, no one leaves. So at least it was when we left. So chances are he's still there.
And this city is Lord's?
It's in the Lord's area, but it's not Lord's.
This.
It's guarded by a sphinx.
You want to.
The sphinx. We met the sphinx, who was very kind. They gave us a bunch of flour because they were a little bit confused on what people eat, but that's okay. And essentially they said the city is on lockdown because this item was missing. So if we were to return it, we'd be allowed in and out of the city.
Let's see. I'm starting to believe you people have a death wish. Okay. I will help you save your friend. Then we will decide what to do next. I want to take you home, still. I will take you home. This is beyond us now.
I do want to go home. So much. I just can't now. Not with everything.
Okay. Again, we'll discuss later. When are you being pulled out to save your friend?
It could be tomorrow, it could be another 100 nights. I don't know. We said 5 years, right?
Thereabouts, yeah.
We said about 5 years in here, as it equates to out in the world. But I have no idea how long it's already been.
You came here with a time limit and did not keep track of the time.
I tried, and she'll show her notebook proving she did try.
It's very
Oh.
strange as you look at the notebook, Dusan. There are a whole bunch of intricate arcane symbols that you don't recognize within.
Why?
That fucking Mousketool.
Why is there magic in your book, Nissa?
Oh, that was on the Tower of the Aether Eaters. Well, the
Is
Aether
it-
Eater, singular, that we meant. I was going to show this to our friend to see if he knew what any of it meant.
Okay. I see. Let's put that away. That is bad. Don't know why you wrote down Aether Eater. Mumbo magic.
We'll put it away. No argument.
That is good. Okay. Then. And I'm assuming none of you tried to keep track of the time, other than Nissa.
I did not.
I've been in the arena before. Keeping track didn't work then either. I didn't really give it a shot this time.
Fair enough. What have you been doing in here?
The only thing you can do in the arena.
Yes, that would make sense. And it would help with the recovery. Congratulations, Nissa, on being an Aether Soul.
Thank you. Is Dusan an Aether Soul?
Yep. He is. And fairly powerful one at that.
Very fun. Thank you. It happened after she'll sort of glance at Kayleigh. A fight when we first came to Lords.
I see. Well, that's usually how it happens. So, this lair where your friend is, do you know anything about it?
Yes, we know it very, very well. It's Boudica's dad's town, run by soul-captured automaton.
Run
My
by what?
father's evil. Just so we're clear.
He tricks people or coerces people in his town to sign into devilish contracts with him, and then that binds them to work under him even after death. Our friend is not engaged in one of those contracts, but he is bound to. His name's Fione, Boudica's dad. He is bound to Fione out of necessity. He's been modified somehow. Fione took his heart out and replaced it with some sort of, I don't think he said engine, but some sort of mechanism that runs off of blue jade. He's gonna die without it. Fione is a steady supplier of blue jade, so as long as our friend stays in his employ, he's allowed to stay living.
You have very strange friends, Nissa.
Been a really strange few years.
Yes, I suppose it would have been. Okay. So, we will be up against a town full of enslaved souls and a madman who enslaves them.
And his freaky wife, who is something called a living portal. You do not want to mess with her. And also we might be on the run from some devils.
Why are you on the run from devils?
We have about 30 minutes to go before sunrise, and we don't have enough time.
Fine. This will be questions for later. You've gotten yourself into a mess. Okay.
How are we gonna How are we gonna meet each other again?
What do you mean?
I mean, we all barely are able to meet up every now and then because of how it is here. How are we gonna meet again after the day passes?
I do not know. We will find each other. I found you once, I will find you again. The rest of you, what do you do? Combat-wise. Quickly.
I hit things real hard, and I'm real good at it.
I have a
vouch that I'm real good at it.
yes.
What
I
do you
have
do in a fight? I fight.
I have a flaming sword. Attempt to get in and burn the enemy, sir.
Good. You?
Good at getting in close with my rapier. Good at taking a lot of hits, too.
Pretty much all melee fighters, sir.
Good. This is how it should be. Nisa, what have you learned?
This, and she will demonstrate Arcane Strike. So what it looks like is she will pull out her notebook, the same one she's been doing, and pick, is there like a tree nearby? I have 55 seconds, so I'm just saying there's a tree nearby. She'll like sketch a very rudimentary image of the tree and then sort of tap her quill onto the page in the center, and you can see part of the bark splinters off some like 50 odd feet away.
There's not a tree because you're underground in the arena.
Oh, we're underground.
So you could do
A
like
bug.
a table or something, or a chair. Yeah, sure, a bug. There's not really any bugs, but
Okay, a table.
mm-hmm.
As she stabs into it, the table will sort of get a dent around the same area that she had stabbed into it.
Why are you doing magic? What kind of magic is that?
It's sort of an inversion on what the cult tried to do to me. They tried to, you know how I said Naomi had soul linked us together. This is sort of a reverse of that, where instead of being soul bound to someone, I am forcing things or creatures to be temporarily soul bound to the page, and then using myself as a conduit so that when I touch things on the page, it hits them out in the real world.
Okay, that is very complicated. I do not have time to unpack this. This is strange
I
magic.
stand far back and I hit things from far back.
Yes, I understand that. I'll get into why you are doing magic in the first place later.
Holy shit! It's broken! And you begin to hear at this point a commotion beginning, and Vicha, you start to look around. Sun should have risen by now. But there seems to be like a growing commotion around this one interior space. What are you guys doing?
I'm gonna go
Good.
check it out, see what's going on.
Yeah, let's see what's up.
Pretty much. As we go, can I offer up a very quick, very quiet prayer
To what?
to Sin, alerting him that my dad is here and this out. Please take my dad too.
Make a spirit check.
I'm not good at spirit. I'm really not good at spirit.
Well, rip.
I'm really not good at spirit. That's fine.
Okay.
I have a hero point.
You want to spend that?
Just one. One success.
Okay. You hope your prayer is important enough and comes across the right way. But Vicha and Boudica and Kale, you all make your way up above ground. And you think the sun might be rising, but it's not dark. In fact, it's this weird inverse where it seems like the world is now suddenly darker around the sun than anywhere else, and there's kind of this shadowy penumbra that has begun to kind of seep out and around the arena.
Ever happened before?
You can see like all these ancient warriors just looking up and around, and you know, everyone's just kind of in this sense of shock for right now.
No, that really shouldn't be happening.
What is going on?
In my
I
professional old woman opinion, some fuck shit.
I like this one. An apt description.
Do you think we should go back underground? I don't know what that could do.
I do not know either. I suggest cover, yes, at the very least.
I mean, the normal sun's bad enough.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, I agree we shouldn't go outside yet. I don't know what that is. The arena doesn't change like that. It's always the same. Each morning.
Hmm. Keep your eyes open. There is something wrong. And I do not like it. And Dusan will pull out a battle axe.
Cool. Then as you slide out your axe, Neza, this is an axe that you've only seen once or twice. It was your father's old adventuring axe, and as he pulls it out, it seems like he's tuned it up and gotten it back in fighting condition, but also seems to have a few new runes scrawled along the side, as it seems to just kind of give this slow pulse of kind of golden energy from the metal.
Oh, what kind of enchantments are on that? What do those runes do?
They help me kill things.
Nays will nod and jot that down.
And as the rest of you are beginning to understand, Neza is a Kovarovian black sheep.
It really does not fit in. How do you think she got inducted by the cult so quickly?
Mhm.
They were like, hey, did you know that sometimes I care about what you say? And she was like, holy shit, this is groundbreaking.
It's like, whoa.
I don't suppose, looking around the space we're in, I don't see any of my old friends from the last time I was in the arena, do I? Celeste or anyone?
Looking around right now, you do not know.
Okay.
But I think what you would see is your shadow is missing.
Looking at my friends, are their shadows missing?
No.
Any of us see this?
I think at this point, if Vicha is beginning to kind of look around Boudica, you would begin to notice this.
Vicha, your shadow.
I know. I don't know why, but I see it.
Oh, is it not the... Oh, God,
you-
please don't be the Warrens again.
Well, I don't see it.
I was about to suggest if this had something to do with the Warrens.
Does
Oh,
this
yeah,
feel like the
Dad.
Warrens to me?
Huh. What an interesting question.
I hate it here.
In addition to being... Hey, Dad, in addition to being chased by devils, we're also being hunted by the malefic Warrens.
What is damn it, child?
That one actually isn't Nace's fault. That's solely on me.
I didn't do that. I didn't do that one.
I wasn't involved with the whole plant zombie thing, but the Warrens are my fault.
Someone else spoke, right, Colin?
Hmm?
Did someone else speak? Or was that you speaking?
Who's to say, buddy?
You see, we all bring our own little spice.
Do I see anything that would constitute a threat?
Make a physical check.
Cool. I can gladly do that. 5 successes.
5 successes. Okay. Then, as you begin looking around, you see one seemingly like dwarvish individual. He's wearing like full plate armor, set with like 2 battle spears as he's walking around a little confused, walks behind a wall, and then his skeleton walks out from behind kind of this walled area as it just kind of all tumbles to the ground all at once. Like everything was instantly sheared away. Everything but the bones.
Was it shadowed?
On that side of the wall, you'd have to go over there and check to see if it was shadowed.
No.
Are we currently shadowed?
Well, you're out in kind of the shadow of the world, yeah. The sun is not really there anymore.
There's something around here. It just ate the dwarf.
Oh, that's happened 7 times. Oh, what do you mean, like?
Is that a Snow White reference? 7 dwarfs?
No, I was literally just came right out. I didn't even realize. Oops, accidental reference.
Damn
I
it! They took
was-
Dopey!
I was more making a silly funny like, oh yeah, this is the arena. That guy's got eaten like 7 times already. It's rough.
He gets less and less happy until he turns just grumpy.
Yeah. So that is what we refer to him as.
Do we all still have one shadow?
Looking around, yeah, you all still have one shadow, except Vicha.
Do the other people have one shadow?
Um, everyone in your group, yes.
No, I mean everyone like around, because there's other people, right?
Ah, yes. Well, as you were slowly looking around, you do see maybe 50 feet away this elvish individual who seems to be in like a sailor's attire, who is just standing kind of rigid stiff, looking directly at Vicha, and they don't have a shadow.
Yeah. Do you recognize that one?
I'll look over at them.
No, don't really recognize them.
They do not have a shadow.
Huh. Uh, no, I don't recognize them. Are they coming towards us, or are they just standing there staring me down?
They're just staring you down.
What's their expression like?
Expressionless, just blank faced.
Hmm.
No, I've never seen them.
Okay.
Did they seem... Trying to think of how to phrase this. I'll DM it to you.
Okay.
In the meantime, that exit you were all talking about, could you activate it prematurely?
We can try. Maybe we should all pray, I guess.
I will not pray to sin.
There's no other way to reach him. Not like he's standing right here. I'm making direct eye contact with you, Colin. Please, 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 please have us turn around. He's just standing right there.
You can take 2 hero points, Vicha.
Yes, thank God. Oh no, that's for
No.
Vicha. Fuck.
Yeah,
I'm very
That's,
glad for you, Caleb. Take the 0 points. I love you.
I wish I hadn't gotten them. That's... I don't know them, but I think I know what they are. This isn't the warrant. You remember how I mentioned I had the brush with the grimoire, but that it probably wouldn't affect you?
It's affecting us right now, isn't it?
I think so. I think that
Grimoire.
person's... House King. I believe that person is one of its hosts, maybe.
God, you were just a shipwreck full of problems.
Like we aren't also...
You started an apocalypse.
Alright, enough. What does this grimoire do? What do the hosts do?
The grimoire traps people and feeds on them. The hosts, they're basically shells, no longer people. They're the ones who survive being inside the book, and they carry the book to its next destination.
Do I see a book on him?
Actually, you don't see him anymore.
Okay.
Oh.
Wait. Oh no.
I'm now on a swivel. Where is the elf?
Head is on a swivel. Make a physical check.
Where is the elf? Where is the elf? Where is the elf?
Envoy, that's the word.
4 successes.
As you look around, no elf in sight, although You are beginning to see a lot of the warriors and soldiers dispersing, and your party's becoming fewer and fewer as it seems like people are just heading off in all sorts of directions.
Any of them being eaten?
None that you can see, but they are
Okay.
going out of sight.
Okay. Vitya, how do you get rid of it? Or get away from it?
My memory from that experience is kind of a haze, right? As far as I know, it just kind of slipped out because it wasn't really paying attention to me.
Yeah.
My memory of it is fuzzy, but I just slipped out while it wasn't paying attention. I think its attention is probably very much on us right now, though.
Not good. Okay. Try and activate the escape plan if you can. I do not know what this is. And I don't really want to find out.
Yeah, let's try it then. And maybe we should all try praying together so our forces are combined. A little bit stronger. And should we reach out a hand to Boudica? And then also to Kayle? Because Vitra, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Wow. I mean, fair, but wow.
Yeah, I'll grab the hand.
Kayle will slowly grab the hand.
Okay. And then you guys join up with Vitra, and then we can figure it out from there.
Are we sure we need prayer for this?
If you know any other way to reach Sin.
I don't, but didn't he give us... Well, didn't... I thought you guys said he had given you a way to get out early if you chose to?
It's still on a swivel. Anything new happening?
No, actually, really nothing's happening at all. You guys are alone here underneath the shadowy sky.
Oh shit! Wait, do we still have the beacon? I almost forgot about that.
You do.
Okay, we're gonna activate the beacon.
Crazy!
Okay,
Yeah,
and
that's
then
what I was
we're
trying to
gonna
tell
grab
you.
Kidding
my
me.
dad. We're gonna grab my dad.
Listen.
I was trying to play it because, like, Vitra was high off his ass for all that, but, like, I assume you guys relayed something of it to
you're
him.
right. I just forgot that the beacon would get us out of there without something pulling us too. I forgot it was not just the hook, but also the entire fishing pole. So I'll reach out, I'll drop somebody's hand, I don't care, and reach out for my dad, so we're all in one long chain. And then activate the beacon.
Okay, make a mental check to activate the beacon.
Sorry, you said mental?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's good, I can do that.
You're actually supposed to be really good at mental.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to, we'll see how it works out.
Oh,
That is gonna be 8 successes.
Yeah, easy enough. You know exactly which layer you're on, so it just takes you a few moments of tapping, and then, boom, beacon activated.
How long is it gonna take to fully activate?
The signal
Or
is
is it just done?
transmissing, and you know that it's anywhere between 8 hours to 120 some hours usually.
Fair enough. I was just curious if it gave us a specific estimate right there or not.
Here, no.
okay.
In fact, what you see is, despite you hitting this one certain location, it's flickering back in between about 3 or 4 different dimensions, and it's having trouble finding an exact lock, but you're able to get it close enough, you think.
can we move with the beacon?
Believe so. With
I'm
8
not
successes, do I remember we can move with the beacon, right?
Usually the beacon is supposed to be used at a place of magical
Yeah,
nexus.
like it's stabbed into the ground and stays there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So no, we cannot.
Well,
Then
the beacon itself can be moved a certain distance away. It doesn't need to be necessarily locked in the entire time. The farther you go, though, the less likely it will be to actually maintain its signal, bring you back.
I will relay all of this.
Now, at this point, Vicha, you come stumbling out behind a rock, having just escaped, as you're panting, breathing heavily, the biting of the Warren's teeth having just kind of left and escaped you. You look towards the entrance to this cave system that you and the rest of your party have routinely come back to time and time again, and you see yourself with the party. What do you do, Vicha?
Have they spotted me yet?
You don't think so?
I guess. I don't know about getting into a direct confrontation. I guess I'll try to find some place to observe them without being seen for a moment if I can, just to get a better eye on the situation, but I'll have my rapier drawn.
Gotcha. Then make a physical check for me.
That sucks.
Man, you're terrible.
but
I am terrible. I did just earn 2 hero points, but I don't know if I want to. I'll burn them.
Okay.
2 successes.
From what you can tell, they seem to be activating the beacon, but you can't get a lot other than that, as they seem to just be talking back and forth. And there's this weird old guy that keeps on standing next to and talking to Neza.
Whose head is also on a swivel, as we've been told, like 3 times.
Uh-huh.
I guess I'll try to creep closer, see if I can hear what they're talking about.
Gotcha. At this point then, as you're creeping closer within hearing distance, Dusan, you would catch this figure stalking closer amongst kind of the rock and the debris, the corpses and the leftover weapons on this battlefield. And you would be able to catch sight of Vicha sneaking up towards you.
Nice. Nissa, move over here for me. And he'll gesture sort of behind him. Putting himself between her and the Vicha with us.
Mm-hmm.
You will, without hesitation, move.
The rest of
Hi,
you,
what's going
please take up defensive positions. Vitya, you will be in the middle. Is the Vitya with us listening?
Yeah. Vicha, are you listening?
I. Is he directing it towards me or to the other one?
Towards the
To the
Vicha.
one that is
Yeah.
with the group.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, the one with the group would listen.
Yeah, okay, so you're heading to the middle?
Yes?
Cool.
From what I could see of the other one, did it have a shadow?
Um, it was too quick to
Okay.
see. If you wanted to try and spot it and get a closer look, maybe you could do that.
We will be holding our ground here until the beacon activates. Please keep a lookout. And he will actually go and look for the other Vitya.
Gotcha. And the Vicha who is hiding, you would hear him say that, and would just barely get a glimpse of the older man walking towards you.
Who is that with you? And
Are
all.
you,
Or, who are you?
are you waiting until I'm like right up on you, or are you
Probably
just
calling out once I've seen that you have seen and are approaching me. So I imagine still maintaining some distance.
okay? And he'll stop. Can he see you from where he is, or are you still hiding?
Yeah, I think he heard that he was spotted, so he'd have stood.
Do I see a shadow?
Looking, you do see a shadow.
And he'll just sort of put a finger up to his mouth very slowly. And he'll gesture vaguely towards the other Vitya. And then he'll turn around and head back to the group. If this Vitya wants to follow, that's up to you.
Yeah, he'll follow, and if this old guy he doesn't know doesn't seem hostile, he'll kind of. So I think he'll keep the rapier half drawn, but he'll kind of relax his grip on it a little bit.
Cool. Vicha back the group. What are you doing as you see Dusan leading this copy of you out from behind a rocky outcropping?
I honestly, I think this feature would probably also kind of draw his sword, kind of looking it up and down. Does it? Can he tell what the fuck is going on with it?
Make a mental check.
Two successes.
2 successes. Can you come with me to side 1?
Uh-huh.
So, you look at this thing as it's moving. It is moving a little bit wrong. Like, all the movements are just the slightest bit staccato. But you look down, you can see it seems to have a shadow. Or rather, maybe the shadow that it stole from you to hide. And as you kind of look at the shadow, there's a little bit of kind of a delay to the movements. You're not sure why that is, but you don't like it. Is this a shell? Is this an envoy? And if so, what is it doing? But that's what you get on 2 successes. Back to main.
Hello.
Hey,
Doing a little gossiping?
Dusan, get away from that thing.
Which one is this? The one in the group?
The one in the group is the one speaking, yes.
Yes. Well, there are two of you. I need to know which one is real.
That one is clearly wrong. Look at the way it's moving.
And Dusan will turn and look at the one behind him. Is it moving weird?
Not that you can really tell.
What do you mean?
To me, I'm still picking up what I noticed before. It's still doing that, right?
Yeah.
Look, it's moving all staccato and delayed. Even the shadow is wrong.
Your shadow is wrong too.
I think it took mine.
Vicha next to Dusan, are you gonna stand for that? This is slander.
No, look. I don't know who you are, and he'll point to Dusan, but look. I know the rest of you. Clearly that's not me, and he'll point to the one in the middle.
I think Dusan will put a little bit of distance between himself and both Vichas. Just a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, Nazel will take a step back too.
well, I don't know what's going on, but I'm just also backing it up.
Kayleigh's gonna draw his sword and back up as well.
And we know he's happy to kill either of them.
Bro is begging to say. He yearns to say I told you so right now.
I do not know Vicha well enough to tell the difference. I see one with a shadow and one without.
What if we stab them both?
That is a reasonable conclusion.
I think
Can
both of
I-
them will look at him and go, "Hey."
If
Colin, I have a question. How
Yeah.
far away is the Vicha formerly next to Dusan?
That depends on how much you backed up.
Oh, only a step.
Like 5 feet then.
Oh shit, he's right there?
Yeah, you were made a defensive formation around
No,
it.
the other Vicha.
But
Yeah, the Vicha I was right next to is right next to me still, but the other one that was approaching with Dusan.
probably 15, 20 feet.
Can I attack its shadow with Arcane Strike?
Sure. The ground next to the shadow will kind of burst open as it's like the ground is exploding in that area. Vicha with the shadow, what's your reaction as like the ground kind of explodes next to you?
I mean, I think he's immediately moving away from it, and I think would he look and see Neza with her notebook open?
Yeah.
Oh, Naza's had her notebook open, yeah. Sorry, just
I'm-
checking.
Checking what?
If your shadow was alive.
Why would it's just my shadow. Look, I don't know if this is some trick of the Warrens, if it's not quite letting me go yet, but
Fuck, I really should've
why
taken
would you
this.
trust the one without a shadow? I mean, that's weird, right?
Vicha, a response?
Your rebuttal?
Like I said, I don't have a shadow because you stole it.
I have a question for both of you. You said that that creature we saw earlier was a vessel, right, of the book? it had no shadow. And you said the vessels are created from people who survived the book. You survived the book, right?
The one in the middle would say, I survived the book, but I'm not an envoy. The envoys are hollowed out completely. I just was grazed a little before I left. Before I escaped. Does the other one remember that encounter?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
I believe this is giving more credence to the stabbing.
Yeah. How do we know that they escaped at all?
If one is hollow, it is an envoy.
Kayleigh's gonna strike up his mithril sword and it becomes a lit in magical flames to San.
Wait just a moment. I want to give them a chance to figure it out themselves.
And you can see Kayleigh just kicks rocks.
I understand, friend.
There is nothing but trouble that comes from this one.
I'm starting to agree.
They were touched by the Warrens, a grimoire, a devil.
The devil was your fault.
You came along. Last I checked, we saved you from Ostreon.
The devil was
didn't
kind of
tell
awful.
me about the devil.
Well, we saved you from the Groot slang.
You didn't do much saving. You got thrown into a bush.
Okay. Not my best day. But to be fair, this isn't yours either. I got thrown into a bush. You got thrown into a fucking dimension.
Several,
Yeah.
if your stories are to be believed.
I have been thrown into several dimensions.
See?
And which one is speaking right now?
I like to think it's alternating between both of them at this point.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I think so.
This is getting confusing.
Colin, would I know, so the envoys are hollowed out mentally? Do they still, like, bleed?
Who knows?
Is it possible, too, that this isn't a trick necessarily, but instead a result of parts of you said being hollowed out and taken? There are some animals that will regenerate from just a lost limb, like when you split a worm in half, it's now 2 worms. Is it possible that this is just from your fractured body and soul? You've grown 2 of you?
I'm a person, not a worm.
I'm sorry to tell you, Vicha, that the malefic warrens sounds like the malefic worms, so anything could happen.
So you guys wouldn't still love me if I was a worm.
I would love you if you were a worm.
I'm
don't feel very
offering a
loved
way
right
for
now.
us to still love you. If you were a worm, that would make everything better.
I would love
We
you
wouldn't
more
have
if
to
you were a
stab one of
worm.
you. See? Kayleigh gets it.
Okay, well, I want Kayleigh's fire sword away from me, but I don't know if envoys bleed, but we can both try to cut ourselves and see if one of us doesn't bleed. That could prove that he's the fake.
You literally have a hole in you. Is blood really the deciding factor here? Do you even bleed now?
We've seen Vicha bleed,
Do I?
right?
Did I bleed before?
I mean, not a lot.
I bleed a little. I don't know. Do you guys have any better ideas that don't involve running me through?
Hmm.
We could try lightly stabbing you.
No, I can do it myself. And I think Vichu will draw his dagger, just his regular one, and draw it across his palm.
Okay. Which one is doing this?
I think both would.
Okay. Then in sync, both take out the dagger, same hand, cut across the same palm, and draw the same blood.
Lord have mercy.
God, I really wish we had a long, stupid medical device here. This would make everything so easy.
Alright, I guess that didn't prove anything. How much are we? Is there like a little countdown clock on the beacon, or does it just activate whenever,
Usually it has
without really warning?
usually it has a countdown clock. Right now it doesn't though.
Right now it doesn't. That's fantastic.
What happens if the two Vichas touch?
Let's find
Yeah.
out.
I don't know if I really want to touch an envoy.
If you do, we'll kill you. Not a problem.
This is getting frustrating.
How do you think I feel?
Can
And that one is definitely in unison.
Yeah. Can I stab them both now?
Let's see. Let's have them touch first. If it is some sort of regrowth from a soul fracture, if that thing, then maybe they'll bind together again when they touch. Sort of like, Boudica, you remember Aoife's sword?
Yeah, I remember Aoife too.
Yeah. We should have them try it at least.
I'm not sure. It was just curiosity.
We don't have a lot else to go on. It's either that or stab them both. And we've seen they can bleed.
Do I know what direct physical contact with an envoy would do? I know they're like they carry around the grimoire, but are they fucked up on their well? Are they themselves innately dangerous, or is it the fact just that them carrying the book that makes them dangerous?
Make a mental check at benefit 1.
Okay.
Good lord. This is great.
Dang, you suck.
Aw.
It lagged. I heard you telling me I sucked before I even saw the result.
Do you want, let's see. Do you want 4 hero points for 2 rerolls?
Hold on, let me do something real quick.
What are you doing? That's scary.
Don't worry about it. 1 and 2.
Oh, we both get to make checks. I see. That. I mean, you can lend hero points if you want. I don't know if it'll
Please.
matter or if it's okay.
Take your 2 rerolls.
Which one wants to re-roll, Caleb?
Oh, you're doing that to me.
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
I am. Aren't I a lovable scamp?
Certainly a scam.
I was about to say certainly a scamp.
Something like that. I suppose.
Oh god. Do I know which check is tied to which Vicha?
Right now, no. It's okay, I have it written down right here.
Great, that helps me so much. I guess I'll re-roll the first one.
Okay.
What if everything didn't suck?
Oh,
Now it's 2.
cool.
Why would you do that?
Well, I didn't want the other one. I was afraid of one of them passing.
Now we just have 2 fucking failures.
Those 2 failures being Vicha and
This
Vicha.
Vicha gets more information and this Vicha doesn't. We just have to get the same fucking information.
Oh, goodness. Now, Kayla knew right from the start that they were both fucking problems, so... So with your 2 successes, both both Vichas would know envoys, they are strange. They're not really documented. And each envoy is different for each book. The Kain Osgang envoy, based on your experiences, likely has enough to defend itself. So it's not completely helpless, you would think, but whether it is considered dangerous, unknown. Especially without the book.
This is wholly unhelpful.
Well, that's what you get with
What?
2 successes each.
Some of that is very interesting. Fine.
Hmm.
We'll try your method. I don't think it'll... I don't know how I feel. Well, I better not fuse with this thing, but we'll see what happens.
You do not have to do it if you do not want to.
You aren't gonna stab me if I don't?
That is up for debate. I might stab you if you do it. I might not.
Great.
Depends on the outcome.
In either case, stabbing is on the table.
I'll try it. Guess I haven't really been up close to an envoy before anyway. And I think they'll try it.
Alright, each Vicha is walking towards the other.
Yeah, probably clearly, apprehensively, and ready for any sudden moves, but
Okay. Then, as each slowly inches forward, you both reach out a hand. You trying to make contact.
yeah.
Alright. You both press your palms against each other, and it is solid, stable, as there is kind of that equal pressure there. And then the fingertips of both Vichas begin to explode out like these long noodle-like appendages as all of you watch as the flesh begins to wrap around each other, as like both Vichas begin to become completely entwined. And then within a matter of moments and a few terrible screams, one Vicha remains, seemingly formed out of the 2, as you stand there, Vicha, just kind of shaking. And that's also in Doosan you watch the shadows begin to grow teeth, as creatures begin to rise out of the darkness, pulling their long, shadowy appendages. You can see that amongst them, there are those that are thin and wiry and fast, as they begin to make their way forward. And then, Boudica, you can see that others begin to grow far larger, made out of many blade-like appendages as they rise. And as all begin to make their way forward, quick head count, Neza. 10 there, 20 there. Oh, shit. You are getting outnumbered quickly. What are you guys doing?
Run.
Is
Run.
Run.
Where are
Yes.
you
Run.
trying to run?
there a door anywhere?
There is the cave system you just came out of, and then kind of the open battlefield landscape.
Open battlefield's probably better, so we're not cornered.
It would also be an upgrade. Okay. You said there were some faster ones.
Yep,
Looked like.
some faster ones, correct.
Okay.
So you
What do you-
dashing out across the open battlefield?
Does that seem like it would be safer, probably, since the cave system, I imagine all those shadows in there would probably be very helpful to the Warrens?
There's the shadows in the caves or the massive kind of growing force of creatures outside. Nothing is good.
Nothing is good, right?
I vote battlefield. What do you guys?
Probably battlefield.
Caleb.
I think Vicha would go battlefield with the others. I think he's having a moment, probably really not fully there in his head.
Fine.
All right.
Run.
Then, as you begin to run across the open battlefield, we will begin a skill challenge. As you are attempting to go across this open battlefield and somehow shake these creatures. What are you guys trying to do?
May I do mental to, sort of in conjunction with the arcane strike, clear a path for us using that, like, notebook as we're running to force almost like tidal waves of creatures aside so we have a clear path forward?
There are not tidal waves of creatures. You already have a clear path, as it's basically a pretty flat open battlefield.
Fair enough.
Followed.
So you could
That's
do
fair.
it. You would only be able to roll dice up to your power score, though.
I'll take it back and do something again later
Okay?
when the situation calls for it.
I suppose having been in the arena many, many times, is the landscape recognizable enough? I could use that to help us navigate across the battlefield to maybe someplace relatively safe, if I can think of one.
I mean, what are you trying to navigate towards? Like, what do you consider relatively safe?
That's a good point, actually. I guess maybe somewhere, I guess trying to navigate us, if it's okay, just across the clearest path we can get, path of least obstruction, since it's a battlefield and there's, I imagine, debris and shit all over that we could trip on.
I mean, yeah, there are places around, but it's a battlefield covered in, bodies and swords and things, but otherwise not much. You could make a physical check, but it'd be at detriment 3.
I have an idea if you don't want to do that.
Yeah, sorry, if you want to go ahead, if that's okay.
Cool. So I'm assuming that everyone but Neza is physically inclined.
Generally, yes.
That would be a fair assumption.
Can Dusan pick up his daughter and run?
Sure, make a physical check.
Would I get my super strength benefit too, or no?
I would say this, no, because you're only affecting one person in the party.
Understood.
Mhm.
Get an extra from wild nature. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 successes.
Very nice. Then with that, as you pick up Neza, you're able to make sure she is keeping up with everyone else as you're bolting across the landscape. But now you are, in the open ground as more and more of these monsters from the Malefic Warrens begin to give chase after you. And you also begin to notice that all around, the shadows continue to grow across this landscape.
Boudica is gonna try and get herself up front so that if things sort of block the path, she's just kind of quickly shoving them out of the way.
Okay, there's not a lot that will be blocking the path. Are you just trying to kick aside debris?
Debris, no creatures in front of us?
I mean, not really like the occasional creature, but ideally you're just trying to keep in front of them.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to kick away debris and such.
Alright, same deal then. You can make a physical check, rolling dice up to your power score.
Up to my power score.
You're at
15,
15,
that
so it'd be 3.
You could also, I wonder if you could fly either Vicha or Kaylee out of here, or not out of here, but along, because if they're chasing Vicha, then flying Vicha somewhere might help. If you
Shouldn't you roll one more d6?
Well, I have two physical right now.
Oh, okay.
Oh!
What?
How
Yeah,
did that happen?
1 prestige with 2 physical.
Oh, when you
What?
prestige, it goes back to 5.
Goes back
So
to
if you-
5.
If you should be at 6.
Gotcha.
Which means you can roll one more because you roll up to your power score.
Roll another dice.
Please?
My brain's fried.
No!
It doesn't matter. It's only been a
I
year.
have a hero point. Can I re-roll that?
Sure.
Let's go!
Very nice. Then you are able to completely clear the debris out in front of you as all of you are making your way across this battlefield as more and more of these creatures are beginning to surround you. In the distance, you guys can see that there is kind of a mountainous area where it kind of goes into more highlands, or you could kind of duck through kind of this narrow valley, or just kind of loop around and try and head out towards more open grassland and battlefield. It's your choice.
What are we thinking of a narrow valley?
I like our chances. Like a narrow valley, and, it'll bottleneck the guys behind us.
Yeah.
I'm thinking we're gonna get cornered in a place with lots of shadows.
Yeah.
That is also very true, and it's so good that you brought that up.
None of these options are all that great, but so it's mountain, valley, or open plain,
Mm-hmm.
correct?
Yep.
We could go mountains, that way we're a little bit, I don't know, like, did we end up taking the beacon with us, or are we still in its safe range?
I'm assuming you took it with you.
Yes,
Okay.
we would have taken it with us.
Thank God.
If no one else would have, it would have been Dusan.
Yeah, no, Neza would have grabbed it.
Okay. Um. You've already gone, right, Neza?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. Am I allowed to give ideas?
I'd say I get for the first go around, it's usually just the players doing it on their own.
I would say we go mountain specifically just so that it can help us get more mental successes by leading us up the mountain with the best path.
Okay.
Vibe with that?
Fine. Go.
Alright, up the mountain we go. May I make a mental check to figure out the best route up the mountain from where I can see, and in a little bit of an elevated position because Dusan is carrying.
Sure, go ahead and make the mental check at detriment 1.
Okay, I can do that. That is 6 successes.
Okay. With that, as you are able to fully make your way up the mountain, you are able to reach the top, and as you are kind of spiraling upward up the kind of sheer cliffs, you go along these difficult passageways and are able to, at this moment, break line of sight with the creatures. Maybe only temporarily, but they are no longer following behind all of you. But you and your group some time, as you are now hiding atop these mountain paths, taking in some much-needed deep breaths.
Now what in the fuck was that about?
I don't know.
Beach, are you okay?
Real quick, looking down at myself, how many shadows do I have? I assume somewhere between 0 and 2?
You have 1.
1? Okay. How do I feel physically after fusing with whatever that was?
Good. You feel good.
Do you feel whole again?
I feel surprisingly fine, actually. I'm winded after all that, but... Yeah, What about the rest of you? Are you all okay?
Doing fine.
Nothing considered.
At least I didn't have to run this time like we did with Helmuth. Thank you. Again.
Use nothing. How is the beacon? Has it
How
gotten
is
any
the
better
beacon?
signal?
Sorry.
Sorry, what were you saying, Dusan?
Has it gotten any better signal?
Actually, up on top of this mountain, it's gotten much better signal.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna have you do the mental check for. Whether or not it
Thank
would have
God.
better signal on the mountain.
It was a toss-up in my mind, at least, because sometimes it also pulls from the actual energy in the plane itself, so I wasn't sure if closer to the core or closer to wherever we'd be going would
It's like
work
a
better.
radio beacon. Higher up is better.
And go ahead.
You said before it was having trouble pinging what dimension we were in, right?
Yeah.
Does it seem to have stabilized in that regard?
Not exactly. No.
Great.
But as you're up here and the signal seems to be improving ever so slightly, you begin to notice, Neza, the readings begin to change as an influx of magic begins in this position. And Boudica, you look up and you can see a stream of light beginning to make its way down from the sky. The beacon is activating, as I did roll a 6 on its connection check. With this, as the connection begins to take place, Dusan, you feel your body begin to turn into but light, as you feel yourself and all your companions be strung up and through the cosmic stack itself. As you look down and you can see the darkness below and all the creatures looking up and howling, this strange silence that's fallen across the arena, broken by their cries. And as you are pulled up and up and up, Vicha, you feel yourself almost grow lighter and more easy. As in this moment, Caleb, can I please have you join me inside one?
2 in one day. Okay.
At this moment, Vicha, you look up from the ground a few miles away as you see the light of the beacon going off. And you have the most sickening feeling that your friends just left you behind. Surprise!
Oh boy. That ain't good.
They were both fake.
Motherfucker.
Alright, back to me.
From the Warrens.
That is every session, by the way.
It is every session.
That is-
Now you know why Colin says we take so long to decide what to do, because we do.
And it's here where we will end the session for today, as all of you can take a level up.
Level up.
Yay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I really should take that Inquisitor power.
Just gotta be
And thank you.
inquisitive.
Thank you for the session, Colin.
You're welcome, Caleb.
Thank you so much.
I hope you had fun.
Nothing stressful happened.
Oh,
Nothing
you,
at all.
Oh, you
Nothing
little
bad
worm,
ever
you.
happens to the Kennedys.
Oh, I had a malefic.
Nothing bad
warrant
ever
full
happens
of
to the
fun,
Kennedys.
Colin.
Da
I
da da
also-
da da.
I also finished my silly little.
Back to you.
Yeah, and then we were fucking bolting and we were running for a while and we had to use our epic skills to evade the shadows, and we managed to lose them when we got into some mountains. And so that's when we decided to finally activate our let's get out of here. And I believe we ended on a string of light coming down from the sky to the beacon. It's something. Yes. We're back in the fucking building again!
I think as soon as he is able to, he'll take quick stock of the room, trying to see if there's any threats around. And then he'll sort of turn to Neza. Where are we?
This is usually the place where Boudica's dad, Fionburn, is. Not sure where he is now, though.
We see.
Caleb, is that how you feel internally right now?
Yeah.
I'm not fucking answering. I'm not saying anything. Is there any consequence if we just start walking away? He still has his whack-ass wife somewhere, I know that.
That'd make a great band name.
I think Vicha will just kind of say, we ran into a few complications out there.
Maybe. Yeah, true. But stuff happens.
Boudica, I know this is a really emotional moment and everything, but do you think he's just drawn it out till his devil friends get here?
Absolutely. Let's leave.
Yes.
I will not speak to cowards who will not show himself. Well, I've heard many things. I don't quite know what the consequences would be for you, but I want to leave with my daughter.
Anytime now, Boudica would be great.
Does this look like a door? The thing on the left? And I'm assuming it's closed and or locked. Okay.
Hey, Boudica, do you remember what Calypso said? Poke, poke.
I know it's been.
Prod, prod. Poke, poke, prod, prod.
I am going back into my notes. Hold on. I'm.
I'm fighting back.
Yeah, I'm fighting.
I am also fighting back. I'm also trying to find what you're
Window.
mentioning. 'Cause I don't know.
Oh, that sucks.
7.
Can I give up?
Vicha also got a 7.
Oh, Jesus, that sucks. Naza got a 5, even giving up movement.
Got an 11.
Seven.
Vicha's is an 8.
How far I can. No, that's not correct. I always forget how to do this correctly. I'm gonna. Out in front here. And I'll stay there for if anyone comes up close.
A hold an action or
Yeah, hold an action. I wanna hold an action. An attack. That's possible. Yeah.
Gotcha. Let's see, Vicha. Let's see. Oh, these hunts are just out of reach. That's annoying. Vicha will slither up to there. I'll go ahead and toss my background action to... I don't know if he'll be able to get up there either, but I'll toss my background action to Kayleigh. So he gets to reroll 2 dice during his next damage roll. And I'll delay my action for if any of the guards. I'll take a swing at them with Asystole if either of them move within range of me. That'll be my turn.
Cool. I think we're going to. Why are we? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think we're gonna run up, probably near Boudica. Yeah, and then hold an action to attack whatever approaches. And that's all I can do. Oh, cool.
Take that on stamina points.
Stamina.
Okay, those will go on stamina.
Alright. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn to, I guess that would be my right, and just double checking to make sure it's in range, which it is. I will use my arcane strike. I know that the window is not a creature, but I don't suppose I could still target it. Thank you. Just to double check before I make a fool of us, it is the third window that Calypso said, right? I get the sense that that is this window that I'm pinging. Okay. I will attack that window. That would be 6 at 10. That would be 24 damage. I will use 2 hero points to re-roll 2 of those actually though, just to be super safe. Well, nope, get fucked. 24 damage. That sucks. That'll I'll use my background action on my dad, so you can reroll 2 dice on your next attack roll. As I think she'll probably shout out something like, "They're automatons! Do with that what you will." And that's her turn.
Then I imagine I can't run through this big thing in the middle. Oh, I can just duck under it. That's crazy. Then, okay. I will be rushing towards this third window.
We're going to announce.
Am I announcing it?
I don't know. Dusan doesn't know the plan.
I
He'll
guess,
figure it out in a second. It's fine.
yeah, I guess before she skedaddles, she's like, okay, someone who's helping us said break third window, and then and that's about as far. I can't move any more than that. I can. Wait. 40 feet away. Can I throw my hatchet at that window? Asking, can I go ahead and do that? Yeah. Yay. That is wrong.
7D.
I'm sorry, my brain's sludge today. Okay. 2. That's gonna be 4 points of damage.
But you know who still is strong? My dad!
You're my dad. Woogie, woogie, woogie.
Hey, Dad! Can you help me with that?
Oh, great. This is
He does have
Great.
super strength.
Then what kind of fucking Kovarovian are you? Come on, man.
that's gonna be my turn.
I don't wonder.
Great. Beach is gonna move up to this one. Gonna take a swing. Okay. Because it's a 2-to-1, that is 2 successes. Damage rating of 10 for 20 damage. Great. Okay. That is. Let's see. It'll lose an additional 2 health blocks. And it has to lose either 10 stamina points or gain the dire condition. Gotcha. Okay. Great. Okay. Gotcha. And then background action, I'll give my ability to I'll give it to Dasan this time. Alright, and that'll be my turn.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna go help the friends. Yeah, we'll go over here first. And I'm gonna swing on it. And that means I get Wolf Pack 2, which is great, plus 2 friends.
So that's 7, 8, 9 dice. Greater than 3, so 1, 2, 3, 4 successes at 14 each, so 40, 50, 6. Dusan sort of runs up as he's passing by you, Vicha. He'll swing his axe in one single motion and lop off its head. That went 35 feet, I believe. So I'm going to use my I'm going to use my background action to move 10 feet this way, and that will be my turn. Hmm. Ooh. Understood. Stamina. I don't like that. But it's not a big attack, so minus, that's 40 total for that. Yeah. Okay. Stamina. That will go on stamina as well.
I would want. Oh, immediately. That's crazy. Well, because the whole door thing ain't gonna work, I'm gonna.
This is a stupid question, but can we aim the Dimensional Lance? I don't suppose I could send one of these two guards to fucking Ether, can I? Right, okay. I will wait until Boudica is out of there. And I know, I've seen Polydectes do this. I know all the useless bells and whistles he put on, and I saw him actually do the activating. Would I generally be able to activate it if I wanted to? Okay. Roughly where in the room would I have to be to begin to do it? Interesting. I'll take my chances with hitting the guard instead. The one over here. I do love risking it. We'll keep it as a backup plan for now. I'll still Arcane Strike that one guard. That is gonna be, let's see, this one. Don't want him stabbing my friend in the back. That is gonna be 66 damage. Nice. I really need to take the sheer power. Oh, that's so sad.
It's melee weapons.
That's so sad. But also, that's okay. I suppose I can then move. I'll move right up here. And I'll use my background action on Vicha.
Alrighty. I am moving 50 feet and stabbing that guy with my sword. Trying to cut him up, trying to disable that man. I do. Yes. I got 4. 4, so that's gonna be 4 times 6. I'm doing mental math. 24, thank you. Heck. Let's go. Yeah.
Fantastic. We'll slide down this way and attack into this one. Let's see, I got 2 buddies here. Neza, you have no at all, correct?
Correct.
That's the
That's
one you
2
put on me?
rerolls.
Okay. Okay, just 2 successes for me. So another 20 damage at sheer 2. Great. I think just piercing straight through the chest. Where the heart would be. I regained those? That's unnerving, but I'll take it. I'll go ahead and... Uh, Nasa's Arcane Strike, that counts as a damage roll, correct? Then I'll go ahead and give my know-it-all to her. And then, oh, I'll also move up to here so that Boudica on her turn can have that bonus. Alright, and that'll be my turn.
Yes. Following example, we're gonna shift up here, and we're gonna take a swing. See, that's 2 friends. So 9 dice again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 successes. 8 plus 6 is 14 plus 2 from Wolfpack. So 16 each. A lot of damage. 3. So, or sheer 2, so 3 health blocks. And he'll just sort of turn to the other one, readying for the next attack. And he'll use his background action to regain some stamina points. And that's my turn. Cool. I think I'm gonna take that on an armor block. And heal 20.
I'm gonna get his ass! Gonna look so cool in front of my dad. That's 36 damage. Oh, that's okay. You know what else I can do, if you're kind, is take a whole another turn as I run up this way.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Exactly. So that's enough. I will use. I'll use my background action on Boudica. You can re-roll 2 dice on your next turn. Next attack roll, sorry.
Okay.
And that's my turn. Yeah.
Elon loads his crossbow with murderous intent.
Why couldn't...
6.
Why couldn't I have been born to different people?
My brother in Christ, you wrote the backstory.
I know. You know what? Boudica is rushing right until the edge of this here, like the weirdness that comes out of my mom now. And she's gonna hatchet throw. And I can re-roll 2 of those. Disrespectful! Anyways, that's 2 times 4. That is 8 points of damage. That's... I miss being prestige 3. Oh, no, that's my turn. To get in her grill to do anything. Can't do this to Caleb again.
Oh my
man.
lord.
No!
I'll go ahead and burn 3 hero points. Motherfucker.
Bruh.
Should I take a screenshot of that? I feel like
Yeah.
we should.
Is disrespectful.
Just about every roll Caleb makes, you should take a screenshot of.
Yeah.
I will take that on stamina.
Can you remind me what the doomed condition does? Even for weapons with Wolfpack? Like, does it... Ooh, so it cancels out my Wolfpack entirely. That sucks.
Oh.
Great. Okay, the aura we see on the screen, is there any way for Vicha to determine what that's all about? Can put some assumptions together. Okay. I think I'll just have to. Let's see. Might just have to risk it for a biscuit. Let's see. I can move 40 feet with my current amount of movement. Am I able to sacrifice a background action to move further, or is that only I can only sacrifice an action? Uh, um, I Ooh, I don't really have anything I can. Hmm. I don't have anything I can do offhanded, so I think I'm just kind of stuck where I am. But I'll go ahead and give my know-it-all to Alon, I guess. Delay in action for uh, if uh, if Roshan gets within smacking range of me. I think it'll have to be.
Cool. Let's see. Okay. How's this guard looking? Yeah, he's got 1 health block, right? Okay. Then he'll turn to Kayla and he'll go, kill the tin bucket. And then he'll run. And then he'll do a running leap at the, Roshan. And take a swing. See what that does. Okay. So I have 1 friend there, but does that affect me that Neza can't? Or is it? Okay. Okay. That's good. That's very good. Yes, that is probably great. Then some dice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes, and I need to do a calculator for this one. Let's see. Times 6. No, yes, 6. 126 damage. Cool. That's 3 health blocks. Yeah. See, I did 30 feet. Do I want to back away? No, I'll use my background action to regain some stamina points, and that'll be my turn.
I'm actually gonna take aim at this guy and shout, actually, Kayla, would you mind? Okay, I shoot the guy. Okay, here we go. 42.
Ooh.
Good to be back. As for background actions, I will go ahead and give Kayla my fighting spirit. And that'll be me.
I would love to, please. I will move as directly far away as I can. So, would it be an action or a background action to toss some basilisk oil to somebody? Because I still have a vial that I've not used. And can you remind? I know it lights weapons on fire, but is it just an extra damage rating? Just one? 2. And magical. Okay. And from when I struck out, did I notice if Roshin had resistance to magical damage, or was it just... Hey Dad, catch! And I'll throw you some basilisk oil that you can use on your weapon if you so choose.
Okay.
To increase your damage rating by 2. And also
Cool.
light your weapon on fire. And also make it magical, which it, I assume, already is, but... Then I will use my background action on Boudica. And I will move away. And that will be my turn.
Flashy with my sword. That's disrespectful, but thankfully I can reroll 2 of that. Does not help. Anyways, 18 points of damage. Boudica's just gonna roll her eyes. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, that'll be my turn.
Stamina. Okay.
I'm gonna take that on an armor block.
Okay, physical save. Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
Hi.
Hello, young man. Who are you?
Name's Alon. Who are you?
Ah, I am the son. This is father.
Ah, welcome.
Okay, that's extremely unfortunate for me. I guess Vicha will head up that way.
That was only 35.
That is only 35, but I only have 40,
Okay.
so I can't get
Yeah.
up at her. My sword cannot be used as an offhand, correct? That is unfortunate. That's what I thought. Shit. Okay. I'll know it all on Dusan because he's been doing pretty good. Uh. Shit. I mean. I might just have to delay my action again. There's not a lot I can do without being within 5 feet of her. Because Blink just takes the place of my movement speed, right? Right, so that wouldn't help here.
Or if you could hold an action maybe, and then if Kayle allows you to move another 20 feet on his turn, that could work.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just have to delay my action, I suppose. Delay until I'm within striking range of the living portal, or until she's within 5 feet of me.
Okay. And the doomed condition goes away after a minute, or you lose a health block, right? Okay. Then, yeah. Okay. We're gonna try, and I'm gonna run up, and I'm gonna take another swing. additional stuff. Wow, that's miserable. So that's 2 successes for 20 each, so 40 damage. I will not fall to a mage. And then I'm going to retreat 10 feet backwards. You can't? Ah. Hmm. Okay. Then I will use my background action to heal. And that is my turn.
Okay, I'm gonna start with using Surgeon's Precision. Because I killed that guy a second ago. 3, okay. Second, okay. And then I'm gonna shoot at her. Oh, and I'm gonna activate Fighting Spirit as well on myself. And let's call it Kaylee again. So let's see here. Where this one's gonna be. Shoot. Okay. 2. I'm gonna use 3 hero points. All I want to kill this one. Okay, that's another one. So that's 48 points total. I'm gonna look back at the window. Can I, just to clarify a point, can I see through it? Can I see him? Frosted glass, okay. But that doesn't equate to line of sight. Okay, gotcha. Alright, that'll be my turn.
Thank God. Alright. Moving up, and then, because my action was delayed, I can strike now. Cool. There's no reduction for, using it, like, outside of my turn, right? It's still... The dice aren't capped or anything? Okay. I'm gonna throw 3 hero points at that. Or would I have gotten a hero point from my failed attack way before? Okay, in that case I'm throwing 4 hero points at it.
Oh, that's much better.
That's much better. Okay, so that's 2 successes for Vicia.
Do you want another 2 hero points for 1 reroll to really push it?
If you want to try it.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Ah,
No such luck. Okay, 2 successes, so before her... Before the reduction, that is 20 points of damage. Gotcha. That is fair. I think... Ooh, I think everything else triggers only with a health block, so I believe that's it for that attack.
Strike, 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 strike. Alright. Strike. Strike. Strike, strike, strike. That is 36 damage again. Okay, that I can do. It would be accurate. Does the shield rating apply? 54 damage. Thank you. I would like to also use 4 hero points just to push my luck. That's another 18 damage on top of that. Maybe? Oh, I didn't realize that. I'm sorry. I was not listening. Or I was listening, but I wasn't thinking. Understood. And then I'll use my background action on... I'll use it on Boudica again, and that'll be my turn.
Wait, sorry. Sorry. I just realized I was muted. I'm gonna do something never before seen. I'm gonna slash her with my sword. Not
That's
good
abysmal.
enough to actually hit her, though. Never mind.
You have 2 rerolls!
I do!
I gave you...
2 rerolls. Well, maybe if
Nope.
I think Naze's know-it-all advice was not helpful. It was, hey, magic works, try that! You mean? I can't.
And then just like an office style pan in as like Boudica looks at the camera like, what do you mean? What magic? Yeah.
Okay. That's rough, but that'll be stamina.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take that on a health block. Oh. I guess we'll both have to find out.
So that's 4 health blocks. Then that's it.
There isn't any way that I can convince it to hit Neza instead. And with her weird teleport ability.
I think he'll turn his head to Neza and give a weary smile. Neza, find your brother. Return home. And can I turn to Elan as well? I don't know you well, Elan. But protect my daughter. Keep her alive. And can I give him my hero points? 15.
Juan gives a solemn nod.
You're just not a quitter. Quick question. When she moved away, that wouldn't have triggered Warden, would it have? That was a teleport. Okay. No, I think he'll just kind of take a deep breath, steal himself, and then he's throwing himself at the living portal again. Okay, before reduction, that's another 20 points of damage. Oh, shit, I'm sorry. I think that might have... Sorry, that's only one success, isn't it? Sorry, then that's 10 damage before the reduction. Gotcha. Okay. I'll go ahead and use my background action on Alon so he gets those rerolls. And to leave her, or that would be an action, correct? I did get hit with the dimensional mangling, so that is not an option for me. I will just stay here then.
So magic works better than weapons. And she has tentacles? Okay. Is there a part of her that I can tell seems like living? Okay. In that case, right at the center, I will focus the power of my Torvian. Now, let's see here. That's gonna be... Oh, that's wrong. It's entirely wrong. Here we go. There we go. Okay, that's 2. I'm gonna re-roll 2 of them. And I'm going to use this new abundance of hero points to re-roll 6 of them. Okay, so that's 4 successes equaling 28 points of magical fire damage. Oh. Okay. Fire. I didn't use my weapon this turn, but I will still give Fighting Spirit to Boudica so she can have it. And then that'll be my turn.
Well, we gotta avenge the dad. Or try to. That sucks. Yeah. Throw in 2 hero points. But I gotta start conserving them. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. For 18 damage, including the weakness. And then I will use my background action on Elan again, and that will be my turn.
Boudica is gonna rush forward. She's gonna say, I never asked to be a part of a dynasty created by blood and suffering. And she's going to raise up her sword. And she's gonna slash this beast while it's cooking. That's... Okay. well, 6 damage. And she's gonna yell out, "We have to destroy this beast before it finishes and it's at full power. This is our only chance." And that'll be my turn.
He's just moving forward. He wants to take this thing out. I'll expend 1 hero point to see if I can at least get 1 success. Hey, 1 success for 10 damage. Unless...
Two.
Then 2? Thank you. So that's... Oh, no. Vitra has the rapier, so it's 2 to 1.
Oh.
So yeah, that'll just be the 1 success for 10 damage. Is there... It's still kind of cooking and coming together. Is there any point that looks like it's taking a bit longer to form? Or like it might be a bit weaker and easier to pierce through? Okay, I'll see if I can disable the wings. I'll take a swing at those. Makes sense. Alright, background action to... We'll give it to Elon again. And let's see.
Does know-it-all stack?
Oh shit, didn't Elon already have know-it-all on him?
I put it on him.
Okay, in that case I'll throw it on Kaylee then, if it's not too late for me to rescind that. Thank you. Okay, then I'll probably... No, it sucks, but I'll stay there on my turn there.
I really wish I had some indication on whether or not the magic weakness is still applicable. You know what? I've been here for 3 rounds. Let's go for a miracle shot. Just can't roll one. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. That's second. 72 points of damage. Okay. Okay. Fighting spirit to Kaylee. Let's just build them up as much as I can, I guess. And I'll stop there.
gonna strike again. I hope it works still. So, not accounting for any weakness or anything, that would be 24 damage. Wonderful. And they seem normal about magical damage. Gotcha. Very fun. I think it's very I actually don't think Naze is turning back to her sketchbook after, the horrors. I think she's, at this point, probably just reaching out with raw energy and emotion to try to strike the creature. I would like this creature to be destroyed. That's her intent. Obliterated as finely as possible. The why is because it's sort of, this creature has taken two people that Neza cares about extremely deeply. And she's feeling a lot of wanting revenge, honestly, at this point. He'll give a background action to Boudica, and that'll be return.
Oh no! I'm not very good at that. I'm gonna use it 1 hero point. Alright. Can I take that damage on stamina? Yay, okay, I'm doing that.
Stamina. Stamina. Stamina.
Stamina. Stamina. Stamina! I know how much longer. It's not any. Oh, ow. Oh no. Oh no. I will take that on an armor block, please. I'll take it on 2 armor blocks, because I got 2 armor.
I will spare a hero point to Kaylee, my man.
Wait, hang on. I'll give 3.
Love it here. I love it here.
Yeah.
I gotta be in it to win it. I'm slashing again. Like, this is so disrespectful. Yeah, so, this is more, right now, well, I don't want to, I guess this is the point where I should use them. This is an emotional moment for me. Okay. I'm gonna, fuck it, full send, use them both. It is Jover for me, dude. This is more about the emotional battle that Boudica is doing and not the physical battle, and that's gonna be my turn.
Great. I'm gonna
Now you
try
wait
to...
a damn second. Boudica had know-it-all. PJ hasn't done anything yet, maybe? Question mark.
Alright. Veach is gonna attack into it. Can I try and aim at the eyes that are swirling around? See if disrupting those does anything? Awesome. I get an extra die from Boudica. God, does anyone have hero points they would be willing to lend me?
Yeah, take 4.
Ah,
I ain't got nothing left, brother. I'm sorry.
I'll give you another 2.
Okay, so that's 3 rerolls. Alright. Thank you both. I love you. Okay, that gives me 1 success for another 10 damage. Oh shit. That yes, yeah. Uh, yes, that will be sheer 3. And because of which fucking one is it? Because of malicious, it has to either lose 10 stamina points or gain the dire condition. Dope. Okay. Let's see. Background action. Elon does not have know-it-all this time, correct? Alright, then I'll pass that on to him. And I would like to yell, aim for the eyes. And that'll be... Sorry, I just saw what Jonah said. That'll be my turn.
Elon takes the advice and aims for the eyes. Let's also just give myself and Boudica some fighting spirit. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so 4 successes. That's 28 damage by itself without weakness and whatever. That's sheer 1. All right. Also, I meant sheer 2 because of the extra sheer remaining at the eye. But I think I'm gonna leave it there.
It will be obliterated. I think Neza, hearing Vicha say go for the eyes, will begin to, from her distance, attempt to essentially pop them like grapes, one by one.
I'm here. I'm just I think I need to say something first, so you know what? Fuck it. Contract this fucking heel! Boudica shouts as she stomps on it.
Yeah, Vicha will help. He'll let her get her kicks in, but then he will help finish it off. Could Vicha move over and help Kaylee up? Somehow we did. Boudica stomped that thing into paste.
Neza is just kneeling there. She's sobbing. But after a few minutes, she will, knowing the urgency of the situation they're in, it'll be hard to tear her away, but she'll eventually be able to go. She's not moving.
Partially so that things can be given the time chains. Elon ventures away and attempts to see if he can find hide or hair of Polydectes. Signs of him or him. Yeah. Huh. Mhm. Yeah, Lon sort of kneels next to his cot and gently shakes him. No, friend, it is. A little bit, but we bring gifts in the form of the Onenroycian's guts on our boots. He merged his body with his wife. It was weird. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see if we can find some supply before we head out, though. Good, good. Can I also find any goddamn void cloaks? Uh, okay. All right. Damn it. Okay. Well, uh, in that case, just Polydectes and I guess, start going around collecting what supplies we can before going back to collect the others.
No, still probably not.
Looking at the lance, I look to Polydectes and say, how do you feel about this mantle and that? Sounds like a plan.
Okay, so we'll take the amulet and say, we'll just offer a simple thanks. And I suppose at this point, having broken the movement barrier, I guess we could say, now that she's doing something and moving rather than just sitting there, she'll cut off a little bit of Dasan's hair to put in the necklace, as well as heft his. It was a battle axe, right? she will. Don't worry, Jonah. I already got there. I just saw your message. She'll take his axe as well, and she'll then do what she can to help the explosion escape efforts.
Let's do it.
Yes.
Unfortunately.
A lot. The whole landscape got rearranged. Forcibly.
Yeah.
Messes we made. And speaking of messes we made, my parents have given us so much trouble, and it's not even that half of it. I'm sorry.
Alan walks up to Boudica and sort of puts a hand on her shoulder and says, "It is the hope, as I'm sure you can agree, of any parent that they raise a good person. Unfortunately for your parents, they did."
They wanted me to be like a little vulture person like them.
And they failed miserably.
And you know what? They were mad about it. They were mad about it until they died.
Yeah, well, now they're gone, so doesn't matter, does it?
No.
Unless, of course, you want to just sort of use that as a fuel of spite in the future.
Well, in all honesty, I haven't seen them in a long time before, lords. So I was actually kind of hoping they were, just a little bit. If I'm honest, I didn't want to deal with them again. They're a lot, as you know, as you would come
Boudica,
to find out. What?
Boudica, I think in this situation, we can waive the traditional rule of not speaking ill of the dead. Speak ill as much as you want.
So true. That they were the worst beings on this in the entire cosmos, dude. I can't believe this. I cannot believe this, and they never stopped.
As Boudica vents, Ilan just sort of nods. Like, yeah,
You know,
just get it out.
I could never understand them. They were just people who wanted to take, and for what? And they didn't care who they hurt in the process. They just wanted to keep taking, and it didn't mean anything. We didn't need more. It wouldn't have hurt to be, you know, better people to other people. But instead of seeing people, they saw numbers, they saw opportunities, and I don't understand. I don't know how anyone thinks like that.
I don't either. That's the truth.
I think
But
it's a very good thing that you can't wrap your head around feeling like that, Boudica.
Yeah.
agreed. Fewer people like that in this world, the better. Yeah. All right. Naza, you ready?
Yes, so. During this, she probably would have been writing something in her notebook that she'll tear out and fold up and place sort of in the hand of her father before leaving.
And I mean, I can also carry him if you need.
Send her back to Kovarov.
Okay. Probably a little more than a little upsetting for my mom, but I mean, as long as he's not dropped in the middle of our living room, I guess it's okay. Suppose that would work. We can, if you can hit the backyard, that might be better. Thank you.
I'm getting in that machine.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm getting in
Yeah.
that machine.
Hey. I still have a shit ass son.
Ugh.
Is
Yay.
your whole family just awful?
I'm
Uh,
kinda.
How did
Oh,
you
look.
manage that?
I don't.
Wrote the backstory.
I wrote. Yeah, I wrote the backstory, but the thing is, I'm hoping we can salvage the son. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Listen, I was a great parent.
Clearly, that's why he's
Uh-huh.
like that.
He just didn't get it. Hmm.
I noticed nobody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I noticed nobody laughed at my joke, so I'll repeat it louder. Instead of brains.
They're saying great.
So stupid. Oh my god, speaking of, this is not related to the session at all. First of all, thank you for the session. This was the best part of my entire day, and I love you. So. Aw, that's really sweet. So.
And eventually, after we're sort of wailing on her for a while, Fiona walks in and is like, okay, no, can't let this happen. So he sort of unleashes his angelic form and then merges bodies with his wife. And then we start wailing on that instead, managing to take it down. After that, Elan went to find Polydectes. We searched the facility. Neza mourned her father. Eventually, sort of, one, retrieving his axe, and two, sort of writing a note and placing it on his body. No idea what was in that note, but she did that. And then Polydectes offered to teleport her father's corpse home so that he could be cared for properly, and that happened. We don't know exactly where he landed, but it was somewhere nearby. Aiming for the backyard. Yeah. And then after that, after looting the facility, we sort of used Kayleigh's oil to set up a explosion for when we left. And then we left and destroyed the facility and the lance so that it could not be used again. And then we teleported out. Right.
Fine, I only had 10 left anyway.
I had like 3.
Elan checked.
Do I seem to be missing any more? I think I have what's left of me.
Check your hands and feet. About 50% of your bones are there.
Nice little check, too.
It would. It would. You know, I was about to offer healing, and I almost said, who's the worst off? But we're all in the same boat of 0. So Fair enough. True. She is. Actually, you were meant to pass a test to gain entrance here, right? Will they be upset that we just sort of poured it in? All right. That is a very fair point.
Would not object to a nice camp right now.
Yeah, actually. For example, I understand if this is a sore subject at the moment, Neza, but how did y'all were in the arena, right? How'd your father find you?
I don't even know. We were in the arena, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, Alon, but
Not particularly.
when the sun rises, it's like madness settles over the entire plane. There is nothing you can do but fight because you don't even really have control over yourself anymore. It's not a choice, it's just an action, as natural as breathing. So meeting up, even amongst the party, was really difficult to arrange. We had to get pretty much lucky to be able to meet up after the sun set. If we were close enough, could even find each other again. But one night, I woke up to him shaking me awake. And I didn't know how he got there. He just said that he was there to bring me home. When
Yeah.
I kept... No, you go for it.
Oh, no, I think he said something about a tracking spell, which was,
Did.
well, it takes quite a lot of effort to track someone across dimensions.
And when I asked if he was doing magic now, because it was a spell, he said no. And didn't offer any more explanation. We were in a little bit of a tight spot anyway, so I didn't press it then. I wish I had. But talked for a while, kind of recounting our own adventures that you were here for. But and when the sun was supposed to rise, it didn't, for some reason. We had a little bit of trouble. Vicha had a weird Warren's moment that I'm sure we can talk about later. But essentially, he split into two, and we couldn't tell which one was the right Vicha or not. One of them had a shadow, one didn't. But that didn't really prove anything. And eventually, when they touched, they merged back together. And then we had to run from a lot of, what did you call them? Not envoys, that was something else, but just Warren's creatures. Oh my god, Picha died.
No, I'm here. I don't know that I called them anything specific. They were just creatures of the Warrens, but you're right, the envoy was, I think, the person we saw earlier. Before the, um, before the other version of myself, however that happened, appeared.
Yeah. And then we ran from them. Still not sure what happened to make the sun not quite rise, but we ran. And we eventually lost them as we ascended a mountain. We activated not the hook, the other part of it.
Dimensional Lance.
The beacon, yeah, that gets us hooked back through. And we then were pulled back and entered into Fion's laboratory again.
I do think it's not quite that the sun didn't rise, but if I'm correct, it rose, but it was wrong.
Like locked, yeah, something was weird.
So, when you say Veachus, there was a second Veachus. Did you split apart?
Just sort of showed up.
So you didn't see it like come out of you or emanate from you? It just showed up?
Yep.
Huh.
Yeah, it was weird.
That is weird.
What about you, Lon? How were your adventures?
Well, let's save that for tomorrow night.
That eventful, huh?
Yeah. A lot happened. Well, so, not sure if I said this in character, but, Naza, you remember the guy, the messenger guy?
Remember?
The big man with the fajitas?
Yes, I remember.
So after I showed up and Govorov was Sin, he showed up too.
Huh.
Sort of appeared in front of Sin. When we talked to him, he seemed very, jovial, sort of maybe a bit intense, but, not exactly a jerk or mean or intense in a threatening way, But when he showed up in Kovarov, he was livid, I would say is the word. This man informed the High God Sin that the two of them would talk later, but to not come that close to him again, or he would level Sin's city of Nerdica. Sin agreed and understood, and then the guy left. So I don't know who that was that we had to deliver our mail, but apparently he's quite powerful.
Speaking of, I don't think we ever filled in Polydectes on what happened after we left.
All right,
so let's back up a little bit.
I think Veacher
you
was
know
also
how...
not.
So you know how we left
yeah.
for
yeah,
the rift?
He was on drugs.
So we went to the rift and we found this weird sort of fort of some kind that we decided mostly to mind our own business about. Because we didn't want to, die. It was sort of funneling in this miracle snow that the people live off of. Right. And, well, it was a 6-day wait to be able to get back. And we got a little bit more curious as time went on and decided to investigate the fort.
Unluckiest coin flip of my entire goddamn life.
I was against it. I didn't want to investigate. I didn't want to investigate, but some people really wanted to. Others were on the fence, and so they flipped the coin, and they decided to go. We all didn't decide to go on a coin flip. I don't think we settled it by a coin flip. I think Elon settled his vote by a coin flip. And then, yeah, I didn't want to go, but I wasn't going to let them go alone. And so we ended up just going, poking around a little bit. That wasn't the issue. We got out of there fine. It was empty, mostly. There were a few weird things, but nothing dangerous. Not that we saw. We saw a room full of terrariums. We saw... Mostly, though, the rooms, like I said, were just completely empty. Like, no food in the kitchens, rooms without any, like, even without dirt or dust or anything. Not abandoned, just pristinely empty. There was this set of ornate doors, too, though, that we glanced into. Found a massive throne room with a mural of the rings, with a fourth one there, behind the throne. It's around that time we decided to mind our own business and leave. I had been wanting to mind... Yeah, that's the point where it started to get a little bit real. And so we left. No problem there. When we left, though, we didn't...
It
When we
was in that
left...
moment, yes.
Yeah. And when we got back to the place that we'd set up camp, there we noticed someone there. Not at our camp, a little bit away. We talked to him a bit. He said his name was Stargazer. We had a very long conversation where we talked about a lot of things. It was a lot.
And
But
then we
yeah,
went back to camp, and
we were gonna leave it there.
yeah, and then it was still fine.
I know
at
this is you
point.
mocking us out of character, Colin. I know it is. Oh, I know. You are using a character in character to mock us with your own thoughts on the situation.
So
Yes, it
yes,
was still fine.
anyways, everything was fine at this point. Went
And then
back
I had
to
a
camp,
follow-up question.
and then Neza and Vicha wanted to keep talking to the guy. So I stayed at camp, and those two went off to talk to him some more. Neza, proceed.
I just had one follow-up question, and then Vicha had a few more questions too. I wasn't gonna ask my follow-up question. Well, Vichas weren't really follow-up questions by the definition, they were just original questions. A lot. We probably talked for close to an hour. Is that accurate out of character? About an hour? We probably talked for about an hour. And
Well, only that was most of that time was the conversation before we left. I think I only asked one or two things when we went back to him.
they were about the fort and who owned it and what its purpose was. But when they asked, who owned it, and he was... Yeah. That wasn't my question. I just wanted to clarify on some things he said about the high gods. And some very disturbing things. And, well, when we asked about who owned it, the fort, he gave
Neza,
us.
don't
Mhm.
say the names.
I feel like
Just
the more people that know about this, the better. That way we can at least, get word out that they are here,
I feel like
alive and
I-
well.
I feel like getting them the name in the first place is what caused the problem. So maybe not do it again.
yeah.
Well, we asked about who owned it, and he was very cagey with names. When we pressed a little bit more,
You pressed?
the thing that owned it, appeared behind us and ate our aether. I think I did tell you that in the message. Then, when the
Don't
when the
know.
anchor finally activated, okay, that's
Fair.
fair.
Completely fair. Oh, God.
He didn't even get to hear the best part.
Elon knocks unconscious.
That was not in character. That was out of character. About the best part.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. Naze is too depressed right now to make a joke like that.
Mm. Yeah, I suppose Vicha will settle in for bed if that seems like the end of things.
Got things I would like to do while we rest, if that's okay. I would like to investigate two things. My dad's axe and this new weird thing on my hand. I don't think so. I was looking in our Discord messages and I didn't see it. And I checked the magic items a few days ago and I didn't see it, but I'll check again. Thank you. That's really cool. Thank you. Think. Oh, there it is. Thank you. When it says 30, is it 30 days, weeks, years, seconds? Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure. I just changed it. Thank you. That is all I was looking at, other than I don't think she's sleeping very well tonight. Mostly staying up, probably by the fire, keeping watch.
Could I actually, we all saw Naza's hand glow, right? Cool. Then I think Vicha will kind of approach Naza by the fireside at some point.
Hi.
Hey. Uh, you don't have to talk about this if you don't want to, but I saw your hand start glowing during the fight.
Yeah. I was thinking about it a little bit more, I think I know what it does now.
And what's that?
May I attempt to test it on you?
Uh,
I don't think it'll hurt.
as long as it doesn't kill me, I guess that's fine.
Alright, so I will attempt. So I have a question about relive memory, just mechanically speaking. It says that I can relive a memory of my choice that that creature has access to. Is it one of those creatures' memories or one of my memories that we shared? Okay. Okay. And if they don't have it, is that um does that count as one of my charges for using it, or would I get to try again? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, gotcha. I have to know that they have it. I can't be like, I want to see that memory of you murdering that poor woman, and they're like, I didn't murder her, and they actually didn't. Mhm. Yeah. Or memory sealing magic. Big brain time. Anyway, um, so I think I'll use relive memory on feature. And lastly, do I also get to see the memory, or do they? It's just in their head. Excellent. I relive it. Do they also like it's in their? So here's how I assume it's going to work. You can just say yes or no because I know I'm asking a lot of questions. I say I want the memory of your 6th birthday party. They remember it. I live it at the same time. Okay. It's like present in their mind. It's present in their mind as though they are remembering it, and I'm seeing it as though I'm living it. Okay. It's not like that's not what I was like. They also remember it at the same time that I do. Like I say, give me the memory of your 6th birthday. They remember cutting the cake, and I experience cutting the cake too at the same time. Or is it more like, okay, gotcha. I was just curious. Thank you. So if I could say, like, give me the memory of your birth, and they're like, I don't have that, but it exists somewhere in their brain, I could pull it out, but they don't experience it? Okay, wouldn't work. Okay, we're hammering it down. I'm very excited as to how the specifics work before I make a stupid mistake with it. I know it's how it's written. Okay, I just wanted to make sure because depending on either way, it has very different applications. I'm very excited about this. Thank you for indulging my questions. So I will use. Okay, I'm sorry. Last question. Absolutely last question. Um, last question for now, barring follow-up questions. Once the Storavian has been successfully used on a creature, cannot be used again for 30 days on that creature. Is that both relive memory and grant memory, or one or the other? So if I use grant memory on Vicha right now, I can't then use relive memory tomorrow on him. I have to wait 30 days to use either of them. Okay, so I can use grant memory, then relive memory on the same creature within the same time span. Okay, I was just curious. Thank you. That does fix it. Thank you. Then I'll save relive memory for now, and I will grant Vicha a memory in the past 30 days. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of those because half of it was spent in madness. I'll grant Vicha the memory of I'll say, our flight through the cosmic stack the first time as we were coming up and out of the arena.
And to be clear, I'm experiencing it from Nesa's perspective, correct? Huh. That's weird.
Yeah, it is very helpful for explaining things, I think.
Yeah, I can see the applications. And was Nesa making physical contact for this, or is it something she does at a distance?
I think she probably would have reached out to touch your hand, regardless of whether she needed to or not.
Gotcha. Uh, can you show me something else? That was really interesting.
Sure, if you give me an hour to rest.
Yeah, no problem.
I can really only
Oh,
do it for things that I remember recently. So a lot of it isn't, you know, that impressive because we spent a lot of our time in the arena. Um,
well, that arcane strike thing you do, you seem like you're still figuring out the details a little bit. Is that something you learned recently?
I did it recently. I learned it before we went to the arena, but I did recently do it. I can give you the memory of how it works. Or at least
Yeah,
maybe how it feels to do.
I'd be very interested in that. Thank you.
Let me just shake it out a little bit. This is my first time using it, and it's a little bit tiring, but my hand like feels like, like you have static pins and needles, like when you lay on it too long.
Yeah,
As long as like once that clears up, I'll try again.
yeah. Take your time.
Fast forward 1 hour. Hey Vicha,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt your sleep or reading or whatever that is.
He's probably looking over his old notes.
I think I can do it now if you'd like. Showing you the arcane strike.
Yeah. All right. And he'll kind of shut his notes and slide them back into his bag.
And Neza will grant the memory of she'll go when she used the arcane strike on Veach's shadow in the arena. Because I do not want to remember that fight yet, where my dad died. So she'll relay the memory and how it was specifically like, hopefully how it like feels to do it as well. So you have her sketching out the scene, just a very quick like stick figure drawing, making sure everything's generally accurate to the placement of the people on the field at the moment. Then sort of attempting to get a connection between her drawing and herself, and then attempting to get a connection between herself and the people on the field as represented in the drawing. And then when she wanted to hit your shadow, she had marked it out on the page. She takes the... Is it a pen or is it a quill? Stupid question. She takes the pen. Then scribbles like a quick little like circle or like jabs it down into where your shadow is, and it sort of explodes next to what we didn't know at the time was half of Vicha on the ground that far away, as it sort of goes from the page through Neza to the shadow, if that's what I remember. Sort of
Wow,
like when
that's-
you... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Did you ever do that experiment in class where you have that huge weird electric thing and then one kid touches it and it gives them a huge static shock, and then everyone in class holds hands and then one kid touches it and it gives all of you just a tiny weird little buzz?
Nope.
Okay, well, never mind.
I understand it conceptually, though.
That's at least how I'm imagining it. I don't know how it canonically feels, but I would imagine it's something similar to that, where you are just a link in the chain.
Wow, that's a fascinating.
It is.
Yeah, I'm jealous. I can't really do anything like that myself.
Kind of excited to see how this go. I can think of a lot of uses for it already, but
I'm curious. I've never met anyone with a Torvian before. I never used one myself either. Could you maybe show me the memory of you using it on me so I can see what it feels like to use one?
sure, give me another hour. Sure. I'll come back when it doesn't hurt as much. I'll go sit by the
Yeah.
fire and resume my sobbing over my dead dad. And then in an hour, I'll go talk to Vicha again. Hey, Vicha, sorry to wake you.
Oh, it's fine.
Well, it's feeling better now. Do you still want to know?
Yeah, absolutely.
I will attempt to use the memory of, or transmit the memory of me using it. That I don't know how it feels. Ugh. Oh no. Two. I imagine, at least when she first attempted to use it, it felt like she didn't even note how it felt at the time, probably. It was something more like, how do you describe how it feels to raise your arm up? Or how do you describe how it feels to swallow food? Like, something like that. Where it's just a thing that happened. Mm-hmm. I can focus on it a little bit. I think in doing this, she probably would not have focused on how it felt this time either. If I use it again in the future, though, I'll remember to focus more on it, though, if you wanted to see it again. No, that's not
Yeah.
the most helpful in the world, seeing Vicha's expression.
No, I mean, this was really interesting to learn about. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me test it.
Yeah. Of course. And if you want to test it any further, I would be more than happy to help you.
Thank you.
Alright, here, you should
Well, I should.
get some rest now. I can take over watch if you'd like.
I'll try. I don't know that I'm gonna be able to get much rest, but I'll try.
Honey's better
Liz
than
will
none.
continue, probably though, to sit by the fire. Thank you. Are we rounding up or down? I'll just down. Oh, up. Okay. Thank you.
All right. So have you've done this before? Yeah. Yes. Sure. Um. Well. Uh. What sort of test is it, if I may ask? Is it what you just said, sort of asking for examples of your work, or is it a math test? Examiner. All right. Well. mm, mm, Right. Professionalism. Oh boy. Right.
Don't
Yeah.
touch those.
Right. Let's go. Follow.
Following.
Of course, I'm following him. Yeah. Yes. This is probably just me vocalizing a dark thought, but you think maybe they turned away a lot of people in need?
Are you gonna be safe here, Kayla? I know there's been a lot of tension.
It's a fair point, but I think it would be within our best interest to get inside and find that out firsthand. Fully
We
understandable.
don't. Even if we don't fully trust them, they still have something we need.
See what happens. We'll see what happens.
Ignace is very excited by the idea that they might have libraries here. Been so long. Been so long.
Your brother's here also.
Yeah, your brother too.
Well, I thought he was in the city with the Sphinx. I guess not. I mean, it's possible, but I thought he was specifically in the city with the Sphinx because that was revealed to us by the Ascendant power. That's why we need the sword in the forest so we can go get the Sphinx to unlock the city.
Listen, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just surprised that we're still trusting anything the Ascendant power ever told us.
Yeah, that's true too. If he's here, that's great. That takes priority over the libraries. But maybe we can, visit a library together.
Maybe
Possibly.
you can catch up at a library. Wouldn't that be crazy?
If I go to a library, I'm not talking to a soul. I'm just reading.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe don't talk in a library. They might kick us out for that.
Why don't you catch up by whispering in a library?
Fair enough.
Bet you didn't think about that.
I don't
did
even
ya?
have a I don't have a response. I just think that's really funny.
You smart people, you didn't even know what to say. You're like, oh, no talking in the library, and I literally just found out a way to talk in the libraries. When you talk quiet. Stupid.
I think
You're
as we're
really smart.
approaching the gate
Well,
in
sometimes
response
when
to what
you s-
Kayleigh said. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say. Well, sometimes when you start talking quiet, it doesn't always stay quiet.
Well, you know what? That's your problem. That's your problem, okay? Because look, I can talk really quiet. I'm really quiet, and it's fine. It's fine. I can stay at this volume. I think it's more of like a skill issue for you.
Just gonna quietly say in response to what Kayleigh said. I like ransacking libraries too. And then continue.
Great.
Every remark I make is for him. Everything I say is for him. Everything I do is for him.
You moved on from Bearfast.
God,
I can't fix him. I can't.
I'm glad you understand this.
I
You
want
didn't
to
move on
see a
from
bucket of
Bearfast, by the way. It took forever.
I know it took forever. Now that I learned what we did Wednesday last week, I just want to see him like a drowned rat, Like how Athena does with weird things. That. Put that man in a situation and make him suffer.
Let's go take an entrance exam.
Put that man in a
Oh.
situation.
These are sentences that are certainly not in the Bible.
uh,
Mm-mm. wouldn't
It,
do
uh,
that.
well,
They're nerds.
no, I was about to say, judging, I have no idea if they're gonna do that. But, I suggest in this moment patience. Uh, I will say, uh, their general MO, according to Polydectes, seems to be, rejection or, what would be the word? Um, banishment, then murder. Yeah, hopefully.
They seem more like they might have let these people die rather than attacking themselves. I think it would be. It seems like they would be more apt to just kick him out rather than get the blood on their own hands.
It'd be crazy if they changed their policy just for this one guy, though.
Hmm.
Like they hated his entrance exam so much, they were like, you know what? Homicide.
Boudica,
What?
I am very familiar with intrusive and anxious thought,
I'm just I'm just I am just
but
vocalizing every possibility right now, even the worst ones that probably won't happen. But since they could happen, that happens over and over again in your brain, and no matter how many times you try to put it in a box and push it down the river, it just keeps popping up.
listen, I fully understand that. That happens to me a lot. However, I will remind us all that we were requested to be uh, respectful and uh, be utmostly civil. So, for the time being, let us remain in that state.
Only do that once we're past the gates.
I think we should probably do it while we're just outside their door.
It'll be good practice to do it out here. I'm sure he'll be fine though. He seems very talented.
Fine, I hope that they have really good yarn in there so I can crochet. I've been itching for a new project. They've got like the best guys in there. They better have like the best yarn maker.
Maybe.
Other-
Who knows?
We
Otherwise,
can
what's the
certainly
point?
take a look around for you once we're inside.
Yippee!
Okay, Kaylee, again.
I
Listen,
like
I
Kaylee's
understand that.
idea.
I understand that fully. However, we still need to get inside, and talking bad about them while we're just outside the front door is probably not the best idea. I'd rather you talk.
Kaylee has the right idea.
Are you two okay?
No, I just think, for us standing outside the city of smart people, I feel like Kaylee and I have the smartest idea right here.
Considering they heard Polydectes when he asked for entry, they can probably hear us right now.
It is.
That's right. Kaylee's right.
How
He
about we
is. How,
pretend like we're in a library right now and use our whispering voices to discuss anything related to the city?
Kaylee's right. Kaylee's right.
genuinely, Alana's gonna pull out a book. He is
Nerd.
no longer engaging in this conversation. Reading.
is using her thumbs because she is not allowed to say what she wants to say because the liberals get upset.
I think Veach is just kind of taking everything in. You know, he's never been to Lords, and he is probably interested in probably seeing the Estelle flowers for the first time, and also that courier system they had. I think he's just looking around very wide-eyed and taking everything in.
And Naza will probably generally explain everything we know about the Estelle flowers, so Veach is on the same page as we all are. Thank God, I thought you were going to say 3 days. No!
Oh, I think as Naza's explaining the flowers, oh shit, never mind. That would be more than you said it had to be within 30 days, right?
Yes.
For the tour. Yeah. Never mind then. Scratch that thought.
I will not be eating a flower so you can see what it's like.
I did not suggest that. I suggested nothing because I realized it wouldn't work.
Pardon?
What happened?
Oh.
Red. All right, what's going on? Who are we rescuing? All right. So, okay, I'm a bit confused. We have to get to the laboratory or somewhere else? So are we just searching the city for anyone else, or? All right. Well then, let's get to scouring. Let's.
Of course. Feel like it's most fitting.
Naza will poise her notebook.
Kaylee, you want rear? Or you want me to take it? All right. In that case, I'll take up position just behind Boudica and Polydectes.
Just like me, for real.
Vicha will draw his rapier and kind of place himself between Polydectes and Kayla then, just so Polydectes has a bit more cushion.
That's not good. I will relay that quietly to the group.
What few bodies we're seeing are skeletal? Can I tell if this is from... Can I tell why they're skeletal? Is it age? Did something, like, I don't know, animals eat the flesh? Okay. Five. Okay, but are there like, I don't know, teeth marks on the bones? Okay. Skeleton. Uh, Dactyls, were you given any indication about how long ago this happened? Uh, hmm. Yes, it is. All right. True enough. Nothing concrete. Um, what I can tell, these people seem to just been going about their day and then drop dead or laying where they stopped. If I had to guess, I would say poison or some biological effect. Otherwise, I don't know. Thank you. And, well, given who we're dealing with, biological attack does seem squarely within their purview.
Without doubt, right? Almost certainly. I mean, that thing is strong. There's almost nothing you really can't do with it. And I really only had access, well, I had access to a bit stronger of it, but even with the basic power, it shouldn't be too terribly difficult. To put it into perspective, we were able to teleport across cities without barely blinking an eye. Um, it would be easier in what they called a coven. A bunch of people together, all using the Ascendant power at once. If they said the cultists snuck in, that would be my guess, is that they did this together. I think one or two of them probably could have done it alone. Naomi, their prophet, comes to mind. And if they have the crown that I used, that person could probably also do it. But I had to guess they used a coven.
When it cracks, is anything given off besides the typical bone dust I would expect? Hmm.
Not good. Not good. That's true. If we get to kill these fuckers, that's one less cultist gone. They're not.
I don't think they're gonna be friends. To be
Why are we
honest.
rolling order if they're friends?
7.
You know what? I think these friends are kind of cliquey.
Vici got a 6.
6. Hee hee.
8.
Naze is
And
eating
I've even
fruit.
increased my physical with our last level up, so I'm not even at 1 anymore. I'm still squishy as hell, but that's neither here nor there. Alright, we love an arcane strike. As she had her notebook ready, poised, she will quickly sketch the battlefield. And let's see. Yeah, it's just one creature. So I'll choose the one that is up. We'll say here. No, this one's more in my eyesight. I'll go for this one down here. Right across from Kayleigh. And that is going to be, let's see. Four successes for, let's see. 6 damage each is 24 damage. I think, let me see. She's probably aiming nice and easy. An easier target would be, well, its drawing doesn't have to be an easy target. The head. And I will use my background action know-it-all on Ilan. And as I don't know what her battlefield advice is, I'm just using it. That's my turn. Look out,
Which
it's over
one?
there!
Which one got dropped? Okay. I will first of all activate Fighting Spirit on myself and Kayleigh. And then I'll take aim at this one over in this corner. Let's see. It's gonna be- uh, that's going to be 2 successes for 14 damage. Cool. That's my turn. Why'd you have to jinx it, man?
All right. I'm rushing over to I'm rushing over to this guy, please. Move. Hold on. I'm rushing over to this guy. Here we go. And I'm gonna slice, slash. You know what it is. And that's gonna be 5 times 6. So it's gonna be 30 points of damage. You see, I've acquired something of an opposite of a green thumb. As in, I love killing plants now, so I just sort of like shear off all of the just all of this thing's extremities. I'm trying to get this thing dead. This is like one of my biggest embarrassments, one of my biggest L's, so I gotta kill this thing. I only took 25 feet of movement to get here, so I'm gonna move 5 feet this way so I can continue the slaughter. And that's gonna be my turn.
Great. He's just gonna head this way. And he'll go ahead and take a rapier attack at the one in front of him. We'll see. Don't look at me, don't look at me. The keys are close to each other. That is one
It's like the
success.
third time in a row.
Not in a row. It's because I'm thinking 8 because the first number is an 8.
Guys,
That is one
no.
success for 12 damage. Great. I still have movement left, so I'm gonna move forward just in front of this one. I'll apply my background action to... Let's see. I'll apply it to Polydectes. We'll see what he can do. Oh, sorry, it's know-it-all. Alright. Yep, that'll be my turn.
Damn it, I was gonna aim for that on my first turn, but I was like, no, because when you're shooting a gun at somebody, you don't want to aim for the head. That's a small target. You aim for the chest, because it's easier to hit. But I was like, no, we can do a precision shot here. That's not in character. That's out of character. I'll go, okay, will do. And that's my response.
I like to think that even though that wasn't in character, that was in Naza's head.
It was. She probably internally had one moment of hesitation where she was like, should I go for the torso? No, head. Nothing's weak spots ever in its torso, because that's an easier target to hit! Really cool. Thank you.
Okay, that'll be, stamina.
Mr. President, a second wave of zombies has hit the battlefield. Oh. That's okay.
Right, it's Boudica. She can handle it.
I'll take that on stamina. Okay, 15 total just with that second attack, or just with all of those attacks? Okay. 3, 6, 6. Okay. I will just be taking that on stamina.
That's not good. I don't have that many stamina points. Make a joke saying, "Dad, come pick me up," but my dad's fucking dead.
Wow. Okay.
Great, I'm gonna kill the one that just hit me. I'm not having it today. This is not a good day for her. And then just because I can, yeah, I'm going to. Look at that, get fucked. That's 5 successes for 6 each, is 30 total. At the torso. I really need to figure out a way to get damage on multiple things at once. And then I'll use... See, Alon already has Know-It-All on him, right? I'll use Know-It-All on Kaylee then, as I say, "Hey, don't forget about the fire!" And that's my turn.
Oh, damage on multiple things at once. Okay, so you do it this way, and I use my Torbian. Specifically, I'm going to target this one, and the Assassin's Creed motherfucker. No, it's just attack roll, I think. Yeah, D6 is equal to mental score. So, go. That's 2. I'm going to re-roll 2. Third success. No, it's distributed. So let's go with 12 to this one. And then 4 here, 5 here. Elon raises his Torvian hand and just sort of grips the air, and as he does, the speed of the molecules in their bodies slow down as they freeze. I will give Boudica my fighting spirit and end my turn. Much obliged.
Epic. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hit this one, do a little slashy. Just this will be helpful. Okay. Sure. Damn. Okay. I use fighting spirit. What does that do again? Okay, +1 damage rating. That would mean it's
Yeah, you have to use that at the beginning of your turn.
true. Okay, okay.
Or should, anyway.
Anyways, that's about all I can do, folks.
Great. Vicha's going to go ahead and attack the one in front of him. Okay, 2 successes for 24 damage. Fantastic. Each will go ahead and move up here, probably. And then... let's see. Who has... no one has know-it-all on them currently now, right? Okay, I'll go ahead and know-it-all on... let's do Boudica. She could use it. Yeah. Yep. That'll be my turn.
Got it. Yay.
I don't like that they're giving up their movement. That means they have a lot of ranged options. They have a physical of 1! They are slow as hell! Beat down.
Elder abuse.
Woo.
I will take that on stamina.
Not having it. I will be throwing. I assume my friends can deal with this one. I will throw my arcane strike at this one up here. Yeah, she's in range. Aiming for the torso. And that will be... yeah, 26 damage. Interesting. Well, I didn't call using hero points before I knew that, so it feels cheaty to call it now. So that's what, 2 successes? For 12 damage. And I'll use Know-It-All on... Nietzsche, who did you put Know-It-All on? Alon? Or Boudica?
It's on Boudica.
I'll put mine on Alon. As I say, magic isn't really effective against these guys. That'll be my turn.
My lowest stat. Okay. Nope. Oh.
Physical save? That's great. I get to use my whole extra dice that I got. Let's go! 1 success!
I got 2 successes. I'll use 2 hero points. Hope it works. Yes, 3.
Let's go 1d6. No! 1 hero point. Just 1. 1 success. Oh, okay.
Icha fails. He got 0.
+3? Oh my god. I don't even know how we remove corruption in this game.
Okay. Nathan hit this one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let me look at something. It's there. Yeah. Okay. I am going to first use Fighting Spirit on myself, and let's give it to Boudica again. Then I will start off with a Surgeon's Precision. I'm shooting at this one. Oh, God. Okay, I'll take that, yes. And then... Yep, just... Okay. Where's that? Is... Did I get Fighting Spirit? I did, right? I mean, not Fighting Spirit. No at all.
You got know it all.
Okay, so that's 16 plus another 8. So that's 24 points of damage to that one. Okay. Well, that's the turn I've got.
Oh, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go after this one and, you know... 12, and I can reroll up to 5 of those. So, I believe... Alright, I am going to reroll all the ones I failed. And looks like I will only succeed at one of them, but that will make it, 18 points of damage to that one motherfucker. I am pissed off, and I turn immediately to this other one. But that will be the end of my turn, since that is all I can do.
Great. Okay. They seem like they have the one down there handled. So I'm gonna... the one over there. So I think Vicha will start to head this way. We'll go ahead and... Ooh, real quick, I'll throw a know-it-all at Neza, and then I'll go ahead and action dash to get up to this Gloomweaver. I shouldn't have given that to Neza, actually. I could have offhand attacked. That's okay, though.
I was gonna say, because I'm also not attacking. I'm getting out of these chains.
Oh, fair. It's okay, though. I called it. Yeah, that'll be my turn.
Oh no! I'm gonna take that on a stamina.
I'd like to use my action to attempt to escape from this, please. Thank you. I will then use Know-It-All on Elan again, because he's been doing numbers. As I think she's... Because I love that Know-It-All has the connotation of being annoying. As she will say, I think we just got that one handled. Do you want to focus on the other one? Or whatever you prefer. Because also Kayla would have the other one. Just hit one of them, and then she'll move, also attempting to go behind cover. Because she cannot get hit like that again. I think there. Yes. Fuck, we gotta go. Now.
I have Warden.
Oh, get his ass! Her ass, I'm sorry.
Get they ass.
Get their ass.
Just what? Yeah, I don't have anything to reroll. Just one success for 12 points of damage. Oh shit. Because of that, it has to do, which one is it? Malicious. So it has to lose, I think it's 15 at this level? Yeah. Oh, dire condition then. Oh, it also sheer, so it loses the 3 health blocks total. Damn.
Yeah, I just shoot it. Yeah, and
We
quick.
need to go very quickly.
Great,
Run for
headed
it.
for that building. I guess I'll shout him. Let us in. We need to get away from these infected. And I'll pound on the door. That is my worst one. But still 2 successes.
Polydactyl, say the woman's name.
Yeah, Polydactys. And yeah, Polydactys, who did you talk to?
Hmm.
Benno? No, no. I'm Neza. It's been a long time. Longer since I got here too, though. The time dilation's really weird here. I think I'm, last I remember, 22? I think. It was when I got here. And it's been a number of years after that. What was it, almost a decade since we left to go to the arena?
Half.
Is that right? Half a decade.
Half decade.
Half decade. Been about 5 years since then. So I guess technically I'm almost 30, which is a nightmare to think about. And Nabi is older than I am now, I think, because of that. I don't think Nasa can even say anything. I think she just, that instantly brings, like, tears streaking. We'll level up. I should put that into stamina, but I really, really, really want another power.
Well, Jamie, do you know what privilege you have?
Please. I just want to eat my food.
Well, it's the last time that you can give the recap for a while, so it's you.
Yeah. Okay. I'll put off ordering my food for a while. Alright, so... Now, I'll be clear. I was thinking this over in the car because I expected this. I'm not certain where we started exactly. I believe we started with using the lance to arrive outside the gates of the city. Was there anything before that?
You not
Yeah.
outside the gates, but on nearby hilltop.
Well, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Not inside was my point.
Mm-hmm.
And so, okay, then if that's where we started, we did eventually approach Darmium, and we were essentially given the picture that the city had been like turning away refugees, essentially. There was a lot of destruction and desecration surrounding the city. Because of this, we had varying levels of trust of the people inside. And we discussed as much when Polydectes went to go take the test. By the time he came back, though, he had sort of essentially said, "How do we feel about a rescue mission?" We were like, "What the fuck do you mean?" And he said that essentially the cultists had made their way inside, and we were not thrilled about that. He told us that he had spoken to, and I don't remember her name, but somebody in the sort of central area of the city.
Magister Tahanis.
Magister Tahanis, thank you. And that we were to make our way to her, and so we attempted. We were granted entrance into the city. When we entered, it was deserted. There was no one around, and it looked like there hadn't been for almost what did we say, either a decade or half a decade. For many years,
yeah.
is the point.
Or more.
A very long time in our short human lifespans. And so this was unsettling. So we started making our way through kind of carefully. We discussed a little bit if this is something that the cult even could do, and we figured, yeah, probably. I believe they mentioned something about the virus sweeping through the city as well, although that's sort of filed under the cultists invaded. Anyway, we're making our way through. We hear glass break, and we are ambushed. This sucks, but luckily they're fairly easy to take down, so we do so, and then more show up. We take those down. They're a little bit harder to take down too, until they eventually begin to not flee, but retreat, while saying they need to inform His Eminence of this. And we were like, that sucks. Hate that. We don't want Bear knowing we're here. But we make our way, eventually, to the center of the city, where we're supposed to meet the Magister. And we're let in, although not without question. But once we say that we are with Polydectes, and the guy behind the door is like, "Oh, I do have a Polydectes on the list. All right, come on in." Then we're allowed in. And who is it but my long-lost brother, who at first is like, "I can't believe you guys brought the prophet in here. What the fuck is wrong with you?" And we were like, No. It is your sister." And he was like, "Oh shit, it's been a long time." And I believe we ended the session shortly after.
Yes.
Specifically with "Dad is gonna kill me."
Oh, yeah!
What's Dad
And
gonna say when I get back
Neza
to him? Yeah.
immediately tearing up.
Mm-hmm. And so we begin with Venno looking at you, Neza.
I don't know that I think if he will allow it, she'll attempt to go in for a hug.
You can see he'll kind of raise up a hand hesitantly. "Wait, we have to scan you first. We'll talk more protocols. Please, all of you, this way. This room. And he will begin to try and shuffle you off into a nearby hallway.
I'll follow.
Yep.
Follow as well.
You can see he kind of stops at a little alcove and pulls a lever, opening this heavy iron door ahead of you. This room should be able to do a full biological scan, just so that we have some base health readings for all of you.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
Elon steps inside.
And I'm assuming the rest of you follow Alon.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Just warning you, I have a major case of being old.
Noted. Thank you.
I will admit, as Delon already knows, my readings can be strange.
Yeah.
How strange.
I don't know how to begin explaining that.
They're really fucked up.
Yeah, that's the gist. You're going
Was that
to...
Kayla or Polydectes?
I
Kayla.
think that was Kayla.
Was
yeah.
Kayla?
Excellent.
Basically, you're going to find that they have fewer parts than they should.
Well, yeah. And you can see Benno is gonna kind of look Vicha up and down, seeing the holes. I'll make note of it. Mainly, we're just trying to see how much virus is on you.
Yeah, no, I figured.
And as all of you go in, there is a flickering light as lasers begin to move over your bodies. And it's a few minute process as they go up and down, scanning each and every part. And then you hear, kind of from behind the door, Benno say, "All right, we have some trace elements on some of you, and it looks like some parts go a little bit deeper. I'm going to give a general disinfectant in the area. It should be able to kill the virus on your skin. It's going to hurt a little bit. Yeah. Are any of you in real bad shape that you don't think you'll be able to handle it?"
I think
don't-
all of us are low on stamina points, isn't that?
Didn't we rest? We rested.
Oh, we
outside the
did
gate.
rest. You're right. We did
I
rest
don't
for a
believe
while.
so. I think we should be good.
Well, you just went from a fight as well, so some people are
That's
lower.
Let me
I-
double
I should
check.
be good.
Veach is fine. He barely got touched.
But he's mainly
This
talking
is-
about health blocks.
Oh, health blocks are fine.
Gotcha.
everyone good on that?
I'm fine, yeah.
I'm fine. Right, I'm good as well. And can hear kind of 2 taps on the door, and Benno goes, "All right, it should only take a sec." And the room is going to begin to flood with this heavy-looking red gas as your skin kind of feels like it's beginning to boil as, like, basically the virus is being burned off all of you. Everyone here is going to lose a health block, but you will not take an injury. And
Noted.
with this as well, since you are breathing in this gas, all of you that have corruption, your corruption will be reduced down to 1.
Oh, thank God.
Cool.
I already had one corruption.
I was sitting in a rough spot with corruption, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
But at the moment, the door will open again, and Benno will look inside. All right, it will be a bit before the full readings get out, but general baseline says that At least none of you have been fully overtaken by the virus. We can talk now.
All right.
So my first question is, Neza, what are you doing here?
Well, I originally left. Why are you here?
Well, long and short answer. Connection to Naomi Ducasse.
She'll nod. A bit ago, got a call, telling me to go to Lord's and find the Ascendant Garden. And I thought the call indicated... Oh, I still have it, don't I? I didn't lose it.
No, you didn't lose it.
I'll pull it out and I will show it to him. And I thought, because of that little, like, duck there that you used to draw, that it meant that you were here somewhere too.
Yeah. Oh, I am here. Duh.
And then we ran into the cult a while ago. And now we're trying to stop them.
Well, that's what we're trying to do here as well. What few of us are left. Hi, by the way, all of you. I'm Neza's older brother, Benno.
Pleasure.
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Vicha.
Good to meet you.
Name's Alon.
Boudica Burn.
Polydectes? Yeah, alright. What's your story, though? And you can see Kayleigh is just still eyeing him.
And that's Kayleigh.
Hey, don't
Off
tell
topic.
him my name. He might be evil.
Okay, that's Nick.
He gives you a glare.
I thought, oh, this is out of character. I thought when we had a few sessions ago, by that I mean several months, I thought you mentioned that Polydectes and Benno had worked together previously.
Mm-hmm.
That
Okay,
was
very cool.
Kayla. Yeah.
I was just curious. Wanted to make sure I had that right.
Yeah, a few years ago, remember.
Yes. No, I meant like a few sessions ago, a few sessions being several months.
Yes,
Not that they
years,
had worked together.
because-
several
years
months.
for them.
Because
Yeah.
the time dilation.
Yes, I know. I wasn't saying they worked together several months ago. I was saying you told us that several months ago.
Yes, that is true.
I'm aware that they worked together several years ago.
Mm-hmm. And Benno will nod. Well, that's a fair point of, I promise, I mean, we wouldn't have let you in if we weren't on your side. And Kayleigh will just kind of give a nod at that. But I'm assuming all of you have had a long journey.
That is an extremely difficult question to answer.
Well, That is fair. We have supplies here. The Grand Laboratory was once the crown jewel of the Darmium Alchemist Society. So it's got supplies that have lasted us these past few years. We've been holed up in here ever since Darmium fell. So if you want some pickles or beans, we have enough of those.
Pickles and beans sounds like a delicacy right about now.
Well, I'd be happy to, give you a delicacy.
Thank you very much.
Here, follow me. I think Tahanis is down in the listening room, and I don't know where Sten is, but mess hall should be clear.
How many of you hold up in here?
Just us three.
Right.
There used to be more, but we've
Sure.
lost people over time.
I'm sure.
Here, follow me. And Benno will lead you kind of back into the main research room and down into what appears to be a place that was once another laboratory, but now has been turned into kind of a mini kitchen with kind of a dining room table-like setup. And he'll crack open a glass jar of pickles and some beans, and we'll pour out some water from a filtration system for all of you and set some plates down. He'll make a plate for himself.
Hell yeah, beans and pickles.
Take a
Yeah,
load
I'll
off.
eat them too. Lon sits down.
Each will sit, and he'll ask, how long ago did Darmium fall?
Well, for us, it's been about 4 or 5 years. Yeah, signs were there a lot earlier, of course. I don't know if you want to hear the story about that right now, though. It's a bit involved.
I think I have an idea of how that is.
Oh, fair enough.
Unfortunately. Listen, our situation is very weird and hard to track, even for me, and I was there. But, we came here, so try and find you, of course, Neza being with us. But also, because, myself, another alchemist, or artificer, well, both, and Polydectes have been workshopping a possible cure for the infection.
Oh, we've been doing a bit of the same here as well.
I'd love to compare notes.
Yeah, it's, I mean, we've been lacking resources, but we've been making some, I'd say, decent progress. So far, we've at least identified parts of the virus. We can obviously purge new virus that isn't fully integrated with the network. We've synthesized an oil that can disrupt the virus's communicative functions. So, helps to break down the infected when it touches them. A lot of our research paths now has come down to how the virus operates. I mean, we can more efficiently destroy it, but until we fully understand the network, we're at a roadblock.
I believe I can help a little bit in that regard, but prior to that, I will just, in the interest of disclosure, inform you that I have, in fact, immunized myself to the best of my ability against it. It was a painful process, however, it seems to have worked so far.
I would say, you might have, and we'll have to compare notes, but you're probably just wrong.
Maybe.
What do you know about the virus, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I'll be honest, most of this legwork was done by people other than myself, but as far as synthesization, that was mostly mine. But I know that it emanates from the flowers, the purple bloom of flowers. I know that it causes hyperaggression. I've seen its effects both in animals and people and others. I've unfortunately lost many people to it, and I have inklings of how it's spreading, partially including the infection of a dryad who I can only assume is utilizing their natural magic powers and connection with the land to spread it as far as possible quickly. I've also, of course, worked within the lab space several times, but
So, this dryad, do you know where they are?
I can only assume in Lords.
Oh, I don't know if you know. Something has happened to Lords.
What?
Well, we don't know exactly. Darmium was closed to try and prevent spread at the time, but there was an event where massive amounts of latent virus activated, as well as, from what we can tell from being locked in here, a great deal of magic occurred. I think the virus significantly strengthened, and
How long ago?
well, that was about 6-7 years ago.
Meroviglia.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit longer.
Go
While
ahead.
we're talking about things that happened in Lords, I'm not sure if you notice, but Lords ended up, the Lords area, I'm sorry, ended up thinking deep into the cosmic stack.
Yes, I was the one, along with Magister Tahanis, who alerted Darmium of the phenomenon. Well, and some of the chains found out as well, but that's when things really started to get in motion around here.
Yeah. The landscape changed, and well, that should have been shortly before what event you talked about in Lords that we know is the Meroviglia. Something that the cult was working towards for a while, and achieved.
So it was the devout then that got it off.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. The devout systematically infected all the people of Lords that they were able to, and those they weren't, they simply utilized magical powers as well as their newly found influence over the other denizens to trick them into not noticing anything was wrong until it was far too late.
Yeah. Those are there are parallels there. And I'm guessing you contended with the shapeshifter as well.
In a sense, that was probably the most effective trick.
Yeah. They killed one of the chains and took their place. Gathered everyone together after we began taking in the child refugees. That's where we guess the shapeshifter snuck in. And then once the infection had spread through Darmium, they activated the virus's Nexus network, and well, probably same thing that happened to Lords. It was over before it even began.
I still question that every second of every day. When was that last moment that I could have changed it?
Well,
the dryad that I mentioned, I'm not sure if is or was is the right term to use here, but let's be helpful for a second. That dryad is my wife, sir.
my condolences, Lon. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yes, well. We managed to. Frankly, we were rescued and our asses were pulled out of that burning fire, but it. I don't know how much of the specifics of the ritual of the devout you're aware of, but if you need any, I can try.
Any specifics would be helpful, and maybe after you give them, I can put some of our research into context too.
Right. Okay. So, as I said, many of the denizens of Lords were infected, slowly but surely, or if not slowly, imperceptibly. Little things, people not acting as they usually would, just not even in big ways, they were just a little off. Sometimes not even enough to question it, but eventually the time came for the Meroviglia, the big ritual that the devout had been working towards all this time, the thing that would fix everything, bring the entire ring into alignment. It was all ready, and the prophet even went so far as to
Naomi?
Naomi even went so far as to act non-committal about it, so it wouldn't seem as big a deal as it was. We were all led into a chamber underneath the lands of Lords, where an ancient door was opened, and a large block of blue jade. Are you familiar with blue jade?
Yes. Me and, well, Polydectes, we worked together for a short time. Yeah, I'm familiar generally with it. And at this point, Polydectes will kind of like pull down his shirt and like have Benno see the device, the blue jade reactor that is kind of powering him. Well, I've gotten a lot closer look at it, Benno, since we last met. And Benno will just kind of give a nod. Damn, yeah, that's a lot closer. But please continue, Mr. Alon.
The prophet read from a tome, casting something. I forget what it was. It was a riot of, I want to say disintegration, but that doesn't feel quite right. The blue jade was used up, destroyed, something to that effect, and a gate, an ancient, magically powerful gate that had lay underneath lords, was sundered. And in that moment, every single one of our friends, family, and neighbors heel turned. Showed us that they were completely under the devout sway, and a being, I don't know how else to describe it, arrived claiming itself to be Estelle, the Archfey, and bonded with another person present who was Nasa, what was that term? Was it sound born? It was
Sound-touched?
something sound touched, I think. They merged forms. The being no longer decided to go as Estelle, but as Meroviglia. Everyone then began moving towards us in an attempt to turn us in some description. Tried to steal my daughter on their way out, and then a force of the Kaylee, may I say the name of your force?
Yeah, go ahead.
The mithril. Sorry. It's mithril hand or mithril fist? Sorry.
Mithril hand.
The mithril order of the mithril hand.
Right. We had a few connections with them in recent years.
Well, they pulled us out, and that is my knowledge of the ritual of the Meroviglia.
Out of character, Colin, would I know the name Astodea?
Um,
Because
Look-
they said it, but would I know the, I guess I should say, significance of that name?
they never said it in this campaign.
Oh, they didn't? I'm sorry.
No, it's very specifically never in this campaign.
Okay, then never mind. There was a nameplate on there, which is why I thought they said it.
No.
Then never mind. I assume I would not know the name.
No. The nameplate for the Meroviglia was Meroviglia.
Oh, okay. I thought it was...
No. In Solandis, it was Astodea.
That might be what I'm mixing it up with.
In the final moments, they also claim they are going to be finding the Ascendant Garden and needed access to the tree that resides there.
Oh, no, this is helpful. I think it might confirm some of our suspicions about origins of the virus, how it operates. The blue jade, if used as a power source, that makes sense. Perhaps its natural psychoactive effects could have helped to boost the network and its power.
Very possible. We've also found that it can boost magical capabilities.
Yes, that makes sense. So the Lord's virus is an arcanophage. It is magical in nature and uses magic like others do, but of course it's a virus.
Yes, I believe that's partially the case. It is, however, spread by the Estelle flowers and their pollen specifically.
It's not.
It's not?
No. Well, it can perhaps be. The flowers are a means of a vector for the virus.
Sure.
But the virus itself, while present on the flowers, the actual infection comes from contact with blood. The Lord's virus is a latent infection that infects its host while waiting for a signal, Mr. Alon. And to do this, it hides in red blood cells and embeds itself literally in the host's genetic code. So getting the virus on you, same with the influenza virus. It won't naturally infect, but getting it into blood, open wounds, mouth, things of this nature, that will cause it to spread. And it's even more insidious because any new blood that the host creates has the virus, and it begins to permeate the entire body. And it even one drop in the blood will cause it to fully invade the blood. It takes more time for the Lord's virus to fully permeate the muscles and the neurons of the brain, as well as many other things. Here, if all of you are done, I can actually take you to my lab and we can discuss this in some further detail. I might have some things to show you.
Yes, of course. I had been under the assumption that Maraviglia or Naomi or whichever name had been able to control its infection directly, and that's why I had noticed complete asymptomatic characteristics regardless of infection rate.
But they can control it directly. That's why
okay.
it's insidious. I guess we're gonna dive deep into this. So I don't know. If you all aren't done, you can take your plates, but follow me.
Alon just bare hand grabs a giant pickle and just is chomping on it.
Okay.
I grab my delicate plate of beans and pickles and I follow.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
I think Vicha would have scarfed his down already. I think his plate's empty.
Fair. And Naza, you're following?
Yes.
Gotcha. Then, as everyone follows you, head off to kind of a different, smaller wing that seems like this very overcrowded lab with a bed in the middle. All of these, like, papers piled high. Years and years and years of research along. But you can see Benno kind of pulls some chairs from nearby rooms and sits you down. Man, sorry, this is, don't really have a lot of people in my lab other than Magister Tahanis and Sten. But I'll try to do my best. So, basically, firstly, we
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Is he an Aether Soul?
Feeling him, he is an Aether Soul, yes.
Okay.
Hell yeah, that's my brother.
He's far less powerful than all of you, though.
Be a whole family of freaks.
So, main thing is if you want to look here, we were through our research and the documentation, looking at the structure of a virus is very important for overall learning its capacities. So we were able to get this imaging of the Lord's virus. This is about as good of an image as you're going to get for what we're going to be discussing moving forward, but you can see very irregular, you can see different types of energies moving through it. The green is the incorporation of more primordial sources. The blue is an otherwise more undiscovered magical signature, while the red is incredibly unstable as a whole. This is what it is looking like in the bounds of your average cell and in muscles and throughout a body. So, the Lord's virus will rapidly take over a host body. All of you have seen that, I think. And these red tendrils, it's hooks, and it sends its hooks not only into flesh and soul, but aether, because it binds itself to the host's etheric signature, and it latches on. And that makes it incredibly difficult to beat, but there's history on it, because researcher Sten Hegson, who is here as well, he found that the Lord's virus shares certain similarities to another older virus, the blood spider blight. And this blight was rampant on the Dark Ring, spread by an entity known as Althara the Impure. And based on what you're saying, with this Meraviglia individual, it seems that there is a great deal of overlap between the two. If our thoughts and our theories are right, then the Lord's virus is an evolution of the previous blight, but probably even more infectious and maybe the same underlying principles that Althara had, just more perfected. And you talk about direct control, and that's part of the reason why this virus, we think, is so incredibly difficult to solve, because of its web. Mr. Alon, are you familiar with independent assortment?
Term rings a bell.
It's how viruses convey mutations, spread information amongst themselves. Something like influenza is very good about sharing information and helpful mutations with other pieces of it. Now, the Lord's virus, as you can see, its tendrils and overall structure don't make it very good at transmitting this data from contact. But what it does is transfer telepathically. It uses its magic not only for evolution, but more so even communication. It's a chatty virus, we like to say here. Chat, always talking.
Are you saying that the virus, when any part of it evolves, the entire virus can evolve?
In ways. So, it theoretically, yes, but this web that it generates, that's what makes the virus so redundant, because you burn out a part of it and it grows back in the host good as new, actually even stronger, because the virus is communicating with itself. And even then, with its communication, it is incredibly good at sensing attack. So the amount of force necessary means that, even a material god or an archfey would die if every solitary part of the virus was destroyed, unless it was very carefully done and incredibly specific. A normal vaccine thus doesn't work. And even then, with the annihilation of the blight, it is still resilient, because this is the problem. The virus itself hides most of its information in certain hosts. We're calling them nexus hosts. And these hosts hold a majority of the information, right? These virus images here are not from nexus hosts. These are the small bits of virus. These are the things that are receiving information. The nexus hosts are the queen bees, while everyone else is just drones. And that means that the Lord's virus turns its victims into what we call a super entity. It is spreading its genetic code and information across a vast network. But we can't attack it in the same way, because all that important data that we need, all the true guts of the virus, isn't there. It's somewhere else in one of these nexus hosts. And so that means, even if you do have something that allows you to attack and rip something out, all these viruses, you might have a nexus host who is controlling the virus and literally deploying countermeasures as we are giving the cure. So, you're absolutely right, Alon. There is the principle that we are fighting something intelligent, and Naomi, the prophet, Meraviglia, these entities are able to actively counteract us in ways that other arcanophages just aren't, or that we haven't seen.
It also means that the cure I took may have been evolved against by now.
Should you show him the notes anyway?
I mean, it can't hurt. Well, it does. It
You
hurts like a
mentioned-
bitch, but
You mentioned that it had to be extremely carefully done, and essentially, otherwise any attack against the virus will result in the virus just becoming stronger in your own body, unless you wage this sort of like war against everything, if I heard you right.
That's what
Unless it's
we believe now, yes.
But plus, also with your notes, Elon or Van Rome's notes, wasn't it making like a different type of magic entirely?
it was fusing forms of magic. Yes.
Well,
and
maybe
it
that's
was incredibly powerful.
maybe that's
Well, yes.
part
I mean, sorry. Go ahead.
maybe that's kind of part of the ticket, is that, in order to kind of win the war, so to speak, you have to fight with something that's never been seen before.
Well, that
But I don't
could
know.
very well be the case, as I've already used it on myself, and I've used it on a. Well, no, only 2 people have received treatment by this, but I'm one of them, and I was in Lords. They almost certainly know about it already, and that was years ago.
Well,
Full disclosure, also, when I took this, it evaporated a decent percentage of the cells in my body. If I wasn't an Aether Soul already, I would have died.
that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the treatment that all of you just received is brutal on the body, and honestly, all of you needed to be Aether Souls, else you would probably be bedridden for the next week.
Sounds like the nature of this virus is that it kind of, like you said, connects to a person's very soul, so that just kind of makes it nasty to get rid of, because it's kind of like, hey, I'm a part of your body too.
Yeah, but through it all, every arcanophage has its weakness. There is no such thing as a perfect virus. If there was, we'd all be dead. But there is a constant back and forth, an evolutionary arms race that all of us engage in. So, while your cure might have been partially adapted against, it can still be refined. And if we attack the points in the virus that are weaker, then we can still use baseline principles. That's where we are at currently. But the problem is we are out of information, because we have never been able to successfully acquire a Nexus host. Because if we could contain it, study it, and maybe crack the secrets of this virus. Because if we can study the host's blood, we can learn so much from that, because they are the things that we believe have the most influence. And
They have to be alive.
Likely, yes. They would have to be alive and brought back quickly, or at least placed here within my wards, so that we can cut the connection that other hosts might have, as it's theorized that the hosts talk to each other as well, and if one part of the virus is being injured or looked at, then the other hosts can shift information away or put power to it. From what we've been able to see, it's not a hive mind in the traditional sense. We've honestly had some pretty rough and tumble debates about why it's not a hive mind, this virus, as some arcanophages go that route. But the problem is that most hive minds have a source, a center. And so if you destroy the center of the hive mind, the rest of the virus goes, right?
Sure. Are you saying that if a Nexus were to be dispensed with, they could just make a new one?
That's the ongoing theory, which, again, the core of this virus is its resiliency. It is not the most deadly, it's not the most virulent, it doesn't even have the greatest control mechanisms. It's built for one purpose and one purpose only, Alon, and that is to be a wall against Cure, an impossible thing to break. It's like this endless wealth of power, an endless a stream of intent that is carrying this thing forward. It's a hydra. That's what this virus is. You chop off one head, it makes two more. And we need to find what its fire is.
Right, well, Polydectes, let's show the man our math homework.
Right?
And
Let's do it.
take out our notes,
Mm-hmm.
our updated notes from Van Rome.
And Benno is going to begin looking it over, and he'll begin to nod. This is some incredible stuff.
The work was started by an artificer I knew in Lords by the name of Florian Van Rome. He and I then work together to synthesize it, and Polydectes here has been checking our math.
The math checks out, Benno. And you can see
Uh,
Benno kind of nod.
I've, as I said, I injected it into myself, which was a painful experience, but it seemed to have worked for the time anyway.
Mm.
I'm hoping that, judging by your scanners not going off, it's held true so far. But besides that, the ingredients were a bit of a pain to get a hold of early on, since it was just me, Neza, Boudica, and a not so recently passed friend who was doing all the legwork on that one. But eventually we were able to assemble it all, despite the far-flung nature of some of these, and able to synthesize what I thought at the time was the cure-all.
Right. No, looking at this, so the principles that are within the virus, as Ms. Boudica said, it utilizes this different type of magic. It combines things and somehow maintains homeostasis, stability within itself, where other viruses, other arcanophages would just explode.
I've noticed, I oddly noticed that before I knew how harmful the devout were, the Naomi claimed to have wiped the virus out of the populace. And being a doctor, I scanned one of the people she cured and found that she had essentially balanced out the infected material within the body using her magic. This just strips it out.
Right. Yes. But the way it strips it out, it's interesting, because this cure, the lightning aspect, the electricity that's within, your cure turns this unstable, and it uses the natural quelling effect that is within this virus to stabilize the cure. This cure uses the virus to kill the virus. It turns it back on itself. Now it is.
Wait, does that make it self-sustaining within the body?
If it was self-sustaining, the moment that all the virus was gone, it would begin to eat away at itself. It might cause a red spiral event where it is a cascade of overlapping magics, where it would eat through your body and likely eat through everything in a vast radius. If I don't know if I mean, even with this, it is so virulent, this cure. It's going to kill a not insignificant portion of the body, as you said. It just can't be left in. I mean, maybe there's a factor that could turn it back on.
When I took it, I had a guess. Again, I was in very deep pain. I think it got around 3%, but
Ooh.
I also have a feeling that was dumb luck and it could have taken a lot more.
Mm. Yeah, 3%. That would kill 99% of average people. So...
Oh, I'm very aware that my Aether Soul nature is the only thing that kept me alive.
Right. But it can be refined in a way if we can understand how the Nexus hosts work and find a way to better utilize this, we might be able to gain a cure that can, one, be refined so it can be used on the average Aether Soul and then the average person, then potentially something that can fight against the network, because if we can isolate groups from the communicative network, there's a chance there, even the chance that we could send the right order through the right hosts to have a greater cure. But again, it's difficult because if we don't get it right on the first shot, the Lord's virus turns back around and it bares its teeth.
Right. It literally is introducing a total war within the system.
Right. It still might be possible, though.
Hope so.
I have a question out of character for you, Colin.
Mm-hmm.
The ease with which I was able to speak to Bear and Naomi through the Ascendant power, is that beginning to sound a little unusual as they're speaking?
Unusual how?
Do we think that that's possibly, like you said, it wasn't a hive mind, but is it possible that they're using, this is going to sound stupid, that, I don't know how to phrase this without it sounding like they're using the Ascendant power, like, yeah, we know that part already. Is it possible that so they said that they don't think it's a hive mind, they think the virus is being, that they're communicating between the Nexus.
Yep, the Nexus hosts.
Plural. Nexus hosts. I didn't know the plural of Nexus.
Mm-hmm.
In an unusual way. Is it possible that unusual way is the Ascendant power? And therefore that's new information I can add to the conversation?
That the communication is the Ascendant power. That is...
Yes. And that's why it doesn't show up like a normal hive mind.
You don't think that the actual like the avenue of communication between the cells, the virus itself, yeah, that's probably the Ascendant power. Might be new information.
Okay. Then Naza will share that.
And Benno will nod. Yeah, it's just figuring out the underlying workings of that power, where it comes from, what its properties are, and if we can utilize it and figure out what cocktail of magics this arcanophage is somehow using to produce this communicative effect, we might be able to disrupt
Obelisk.
The obelisk.
Obelisk.
Early on in our time here in Lords, we found an obelisk. Its location has definitely moved, as everything has moved, but touching it granted access to the Ascendant power.
But there's something here that felt exactly like the obelisk. I don't know what it is, but the Ascendant power is fairly strong here.
Do you think that could have anything to do with the eminence being present?
Probably.
I don't know about that. We know that. So, up on some of the higher levels are the more important academic buildings here in Darmium. One of these places is Ur-Epan Hall, and that's where the chain gave their speeches to those of us who were studying here. And once I was out scouting, looking for survivors, and I saw something big lurking around there. Different than the other infected. They usually come in more standard types, but this one was unique. It was different, and some of the others saw it too. If
Can you physically describe it?
large thing, seemingly made out of vines and other plant matter, head of this rose-like flower, but it had teeth along the edges. A big eye sat in the middle of it. I thought that that might have been a Nexus host, and some of the others thought that as well. If the obelisk was one of the originals, this thing might be doing something similar. But if the obelisks were, or the obelisk was where it started, and they used that to convey the initial cocktail, maybe that is how they. That's it. That's how they began to dispense information to potential Nexus hosts. It would make sense if you're in the cult, you're a part of the devout, you're given this information above the masses. It was latent, placed there, but they began to spread. And the further along that I'm assuming things got, the more powerful the network became. Yeah. I don't know, it's theory. But it feels like there are levels to this.
They claim that the Ascendant power comes direct from Estelle, but I don't know if that's true either. It might have been that whatever being, because I'm not entirely convinced that thing's Estelle anyways, imbued these obelisks with power in order to spread them more quietly.
Right. Not just to people, but through the primordial ring itself, maybe even spreading it to such a point that those things are what caused the drop, where they are the thing that has been adjusting things, the source of the initial release of power, the source of the call.
Do you think that the obelisks would still be present and important, or left by the wayside as redundancy?
Likely redundancy at this point. Naomi and the other Nexus hosts are likely worse, but I mean, if you see an obelisk, breaking it would likely hurt the network.
Keep an eye out then.
And Alon and Neza, both of you can take 2 hero points.
When bump fists and being dumbasses.
This also might not be entirely helpful, but there might be a small nugget in there. When we were talking with the shapeshifter, that we didn't know it was her at the time, she We were asking about what the Ascendant power is, and she mentioned it was a mix of, I believe it was high and primordial magic, she said.
That's what she said.
She also could have been lying to us.
Yeah, that's why I said I don't
Very
think it's
pop.
entirely helpful.
She was in
It's-
the current moment shape shifting to trick us as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think it's entirely helpful, but just in case.
Right. I don't think that is. I mean, it might be a mix of those magics in happenstance. The edges of the virus are incredibly unstable, but the source of the ascendant power, I don't know. But if Estelle is important to this, finding out what her role could possibly be feels more important than ever, and I don't know. At this point,
Well, from my understanding of their goals, they are. If we're all still alive, that means they haven't gotten past the Mithril Gate yet.
the Grey Gate, right.
Because from what I understood during the ritual, that was their goal, was to get past and find the garden and find the tree.
They have to get past the gate, get to the garden. Okay. Interesting. I don't know what's been happening at the gate, or if they're inside or not.
When the land shifted, this might be new information for you, it might not be. Naomi picked where things were, and she picked that the town of Lords would be next to the gate.
That is not good. That is not good at all.
So I don't think we mentioned this, but they did plant some sort of seed in Lords, and that's why they moved everything down in the cosmic stack so that it could take root.
They planted a tree. Huh.
But like not a normal tree. It was like a fucked up evil tree.
A magic tree?
I think so.
I mean, there are stories about the tree of Arcana, the tree of change, the trees that have certain magics flowing through them, and their energy spreads through. Oh.
They might be trying to make a new one, or replace the old one.
Replace the old one. Spread the signal through.
An entire class of magic.
Entire class of magic. The entire cosmic stack. An entity, a source, an antenna so powerful it could not be resisted. A focal point to spread the energy everywhere, and sure, destroying the tree, if someone could do it, it would cause injury, but they could spread the seeds of the tree even still, and they would still have the network. If that tree is able to fully bloom, fully blossom, this is permanent. There's no stopping this.
Which is why I am both concerned, grateful, and perplexed as to how, despite being right next to the gate, they haven't done it yet.
What if Estelle isn't exactly behind the gate? I mean, is there something necessary for getting through that they don't have?
Almost certainly. When we went to the gate, we found no means of ingress.
Was there a clue that you're able to find about getting into it?
Hmm. Jamie, are you sifting through your notes like I am?
Yeah, what? Fortunately, my notes are too sporadic for this because they're, like I said, spread out across many different mediums.
Unfortunately, I have what it is, but Vicha was not there.
Come on.
Can I channel real hard, think real hard about what Aoife would say in this situation?
I mean, go ahead and make a mental check at detriment 4.
Will do, thank you. 5 successes?
5?
Yeah.
You remember that there was writing on the gate when you were there.
That's the problem. I knew there was writing already, but I just can't remember what it said. Damn it. Hold on, I need to find a different notebook.
I'm going through my notes. They are all just like actual like the notes thing on Windows, so they're not the easiest to sort through.
Like halfway through the campaign, I had a bad computer crash, and like some of my early notes are missing.
Oh.
Caleb, we're crippled without you.
Yes, Caleb, that is exactly right.
I know it is.
Mm-hmm.
Ah!
I've been sitting here looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
Can you remind me what date we got to the gate?
Sure. This is session 39, December 11th, 2023.
December, okay.
I don't have any notes for that session. I just have December 4th and December 18th.
At home.
Well, you would know that there was writing there.
No, there was writing there. Okay,
My dog ate my D&D notes.
Okay, let me sort by last modified, because maybe I put it in Google Drive. I've gone through like 3 notebooks already.
If only we had a certain fox here. A fox that was always right. And they killed her for it.
Man, if you could sign on the dotted line a contract to bring a fox back.
Those are some bars right there, Colin. You should write that down.
It's written in my heart. It's in my soul.
Write it down.
Elon, give me your hand.
Okay.
I'm going to attempt to use my Torvian to relive the memory that Elon has of going to the gate.
Is
See.
let me check my notes here.
Because what I'm looking at here is that I can only share memories that I had within the past 30 days, but I can access memories they have since forever.
Correct. But Alon doesn't have this memory.
He doesn't? Wasn't he there?
It's the baby situation.
No!
Alon was there, but he does not remember. He does not have a memory of it.
Won't give me a shovel, I need to find a fox. Doesn't say it has to be living.
Oh,
Very
God.
true.
That didn't help. You said it was December 11th?
Mm-hmm. And Caleb, you can gain
I know it.
5
I got
hero
it.
points.
I found the note.
Mm.
I found the note. I found the note.
Sorry, how many was that?
Wait a
5.
second, I found it too! No, shit! You got it first, but I've got it too. You do first.
Okay. Okay. Park, these gates shall remain sealed till the ring hath breathed its last, only to be born anew. Not in eternity's omnipotent hand canst prize this gate ajar. Only by the art of voyant may the corridor of Estelle be unfurled and yield its secrets.
Yeah, I found it seconds after you said you had it. Because I knew something that important would be sent in the chat by at least one of us. Thank God it was Colin. Oh, and it's pinned.
Yes! It is pinned!
I didn't check that.
Crazy.
It's the second pin.
Yeah, sorry.
I need to apologize to my laptop. I threw it in panic.
I need to apologize to you, Colin. I'm sorry. Truly.
Colin, you know how we are. We find every solution the most difficult way.
I still have no idea where my fucking notes for that session are. Like I said, I went through 3 notebooks and my Google Drive and my Google Keep.
I don't either. Like literally, I have the notes for the session before it and the session after it. So I'm.
Were you
convinced-
absent that session?
No,
What's
I
Google
was
Keep?
definitely there.
Oh, Google Keep is like a notes-taking thing. It's like Google Drive, but instead of a bunch of different kinds of documents, you just have a note. And it has it keeps them in a little board.
Either way, I tell him that.
Anyways, I'm convinced Colin stole my notes. Sorry, I have to accuse someone.
I see. But Benno will nod. The art of voyant? Are you sure?
That's the words. I don't actually know what that means.
Here, follow me. We can go and check our library. The name voyant, it sounds familiar. And
It doesn't ring any bells to Vicha, does it?
make a mental check at benefit 1.
Okay.
Hmm.
3 successes.
3? The name itself doesn't ring a bell, but the wording rings a bell. Art of Voyant. It's very old language, but the art of someone in the past has usually been to used in a way to characterize a mage of some kind or a wizard. Like it would be the art of Merlin or the art of Neza. Like they have their particular art which they use. So it's kind of an archaic way of saying like the spell of Voyant.
Would there be any reason for Alon to know what that is?
What, like the art of Voyant?
Yeah, to know the name.
The name? Probably not, no.
Okay.
I don't suppose Nasa would either.
No.
What about
They don't
I
teach
sort of-
Shane Tovarov.
I sort of imagined Vicha only could guess because of, library.
Yeah. Vicha has poured over a lot of books.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't recognize Voyant, but it seems like it's referencing a person. Art of is generally the art of a specific mage.
Right.
And as you make your way into a smaller library, you can see that there is a middle-aged human woman there. She seems to have a smock on, looking a little bit tired and ragged. And she looks up. I assume I talked to Polydectes and friends. And you can see Polydectes will nod. That's me. And Benno will kind of like motion to this woman. Everyone, this is Magister Monique Tahanis, my mentor. Magister Tahanis, this is my sister, Neza, and friends. We have a lot of information, a lot of revelations. The most important thing, though, right now, we need books on mages, mage names, going through histories. Likely more than 400 to 500 years ago. And the Magister will nod. Yes, I see. We shall begin checking. And her and Benno immediately start combing through books, and Polydectes will join in too, like flipping through
Me too.
old manuscripts.
Yes, I will as well.
Neza, all the nerds
Elon-
jumping in.
Alon is falling into his old med school practices.
Yeah, I think Vicha will also be jumping in.
Gotcha. And Boudica, are you just standing with Kayle?
No, she can read, so she'll go ahead and look for some books.
All right.
You can read, but can you research?
It's gonna be very difficult because she's like, I don't.
Boudica, can you pass me that? You're taller.
Yes, this is.
Thank you, here.
And then no, I imagine that Naza's like, can you get me that? You're taller. And then Naza's like pointing at a book that's like several stories high, and then Boudica just floats
Just
up to get
whoop.
it.
Yeah.
All right. Then all of you roll 2d6.
Six.
Are we counting successes or total number?
Total number.
Oof, we're rolling like dog shit.
Also 6.
3.
5.
Got a 3, which is very in character.
Benno is going to be the one to kind of pull a book out, and he goes, I got it. Voyant. Voyant is the name of a famous mage from the city of Ghislaine. It used to be the ruling power in this domain, but fell long before Lords' time.
Is that the city guard by the Sphinx?
No, that's Shaith.
Oh.
Ghislaine is a big walled city abandoned for years. Used to be a stronghold of the Minotaur.
Out of character question, does that sound like the place we saw in the distance before crossing the bridge after we left the Mithril Keep?
Exactly right. You can take a hero point.
Thank you. Oh yeah, we went past there.
Oh, you went past there. Okay. Yeah. So Voyant was a famous mage there before the city fell into ruin. When the dragon that ruled the city, Mardrax, lost themselves to madness, really. Greed and vice. Which, who knows what that means, but if perhaps there's more to this fall than originally meets the eye, because if Voyant put the Grey Gate up, perhaps there's a spell that Voyant created that would lead to the, I don't know, opening of the gate.
Well, then shouldn't we do everything in our power to make sure it's not discovered?
Yes, almost certainly. Well, if you know where Ghislaine is, I mean, it's possible that the devout are swarming through that place as we speak. But even if we go ahead and get the spell, they might just be trying to reverse engineer it anyway. But if we can get all of us to the garden first and get the tree and figure out Estelle, there's just so much to do. So little time. Or really all the time. It just depends.
It sounds like step one is we need a nexus.
Yeah, probably. That would give us information.
And it sounds like there's one here in the city.
Right, yeah.
Well,
But they're strong. We've had friends who've tried to go and get one before, but no one made it back.
have you been able to gather any notes as to capability?
No, not really. More powerful than the average. But even then, those are strong.
Can I ask you one question? When you saw it, did it have a humanoid face?
No, not at all.
Okay. Does this sound like one of the creatures that appeared after the Meraviglia was performed?
Yes.
Okay. Because I remember that some of the people had, like, flower wreathed around their faces, but I also remember things that just had flowers for faces, so I wasn't sure.
Make a mental check.
Okay. Okay. 3.
3. You were close to her when she transformed Alon. This is sounding more and more like what Oceana Lair became.
Yes. Well, unfortunately, I knew this creature back when it was a person.
I'm sorry again, Mr. Alon.
I don't know if it's the emotional part of my brain or the technical part of my brain. Either I am hopeful or I am curious as to whether there is anything left of them in there.
Well, there's one way to find out.
True enough. With capture, do steps need to be taken to, I don't know, knock her out quickly so that distress signals can't be put out, or is that not not something that we can prevent?
Distress signals will likely be put out, but it's all about getting them and escorting them back here. My wards that I've put up are stronger than the ones I created around Shaith. So...
You created those?
yes, they were part of my entry project for getting in here after I had been bouncing around the Lord's area. I heard about the yearly entrance nomination to get into Darmium, and I knew that this was the best place to learn about our family's curse, basically. And I presented the city with a powerful set of wards designed to keep out beings that possess traces of the Lord's virus, amongst other things. And that's how I got nominated and came here and apprenticed to Magister Tahanis.
Will placing it within the wards cut it out of the network and then the other nexuses will notice its absence, or will that not matter?
I don't know if my wards will fully cut it out of the network. We've never brought one of them inside here to find out. Possibly, though, with study, we can figure out how to fully cut them off from the network. If that's even possible.
Okay.
We have our oil, though. It's allowed us to help fight them off in the past. We don't have much of it for synthesis. It's expensive to make. We were able to get the formula out as Darmium was falling, but we don't know what the rest of the world is like at this point. At the very least, we know that they are spreading, whatever these things are. So, we know the most about it. I think we might be what's it for the solving of, I don't know, this epidemic.
Current epidemic with strong possibility of expansion.
Strong possibility of continued expansion. Literally dimensional expansion.
Yeah. All right. So,
would you all be able to do it?
possibly. What worries me, though, is when we were spotted in the streets and those the two more human-looking ones spread it away. You're talking about alerting His Eminence. This is Ocean. Someone else is here. I'm worried it's Borellian.
Who's that?
One of the
Borellian.
leaders of the church. Their
Borellian.
leadership-
Yes. Sorry, go ahead.
It's a
Lisa.
wizard.
Sorry,
No.
their
feel
leadership is
free.
split up into eminences, and their leadership is split up into eminences of different virtues. There's truth, which Naomi is. There's patience, which
The shapeshifter.
the shapeshifter is. And there's wisdom, which is sort of the leader of all the church, the leader of the other eminences as well, which Borellian Black is.
He was also our friend, neighbor, short-term roommate, and the most insidious son of a bitch I've ever met.
I see. That's not good.
Well, I don't know if it means anything, but 7 years ago when the Meraviglia was performed, he was not altered by its presentation, but who knows, in the intervening years anything could happen.
So he might have been an original Nexus.
Oh,
He did have
certainly
these
was. He
flowers
had a,
growing out of
he had a,
his...
s- yeah,
You go. I'm sorry.
it's fine. I was just gonna say he had Estelle flowers growing out of his head.
Yeah, I just got really excited. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
Right. We do have a passage here that leads out into the sewers. We have some basic maps. Obviously, going above ground for long periods of time, likely not a great idea. Be spotted, especially if this eminence, Borellian, is around. But if you go underneath, you might be able to pop up in Ur-Epan Hall and find this other Nexus who might not be as powerful.
That's the hope. You talked about your oil. Have you found any way to, since we need to take it alive, have you found any way to sedate these things? Or is it just blunt force trauma?
With enough blunt force trauma, they appear to stop moving.
Alright. I know you used the stuff you spray us down with to get the virus off our bodies. Have you done direct application?
On these actual creatures?
Yeah.
Yes, it causes significant damage. With the oil being the most effective and refined form.
Yeah, but as you just said, it's in short supply and hard to synthesize.
We have about a gallon of it. Would probably be enough to coat some weapons and maybe have a little bit left over.
Might take you up on that.
Sooner rather than later is likely best. I'm assuming
Or
you'd
some
all
just
try to head out tomorrow.
that's the plan. I would do now, but that spray down really digs deep.
Right. Oh, we can get some things set up, though. I hate to cut our reunion short, Nasa, but we should all probably get some sleep. It's getting late, and tomorrow it's gonna be tough.
do have something to talk to you about before that, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course. Do you want to take a walk?
Yeah, I think that'd be best.
I think Benno and Neza would head out of the room.
I think so.
He kind of look to you. What's up? I mean, it's been so long.
Yes. I'm excited to see you here. I'm glad to have run into you again.
Me too. Although I'm sad that you had to be here.
It is what it is. At least we can face this together.
Mm-hmm.
Dad died days ago.
Days.
It was like one day, wasn't it, Colin?
Yep.
Well, that might be an exaggeration. A day.
What? How did it... How do you know?
He was here looking for me. And, well, he was in the arena, actually, where we were. Long story. Looking for me. And he helped us get back here to Lord's. And there was a fight. And he did not survive it.
You can see Benno just looks absolutely shocked. I don't know what to say. He told me not to come here.
He was not very fond of the cult. Reasonably so. And I still don't know how he found us. How he found me. But he did.
Dad used to be a famous adventurer.
Did. Nice. Have his axe right here. But even despite all that, the battle was a lot.
Yeah. And you
Sorry,
can
it's
see Benno just kind of like leans against the side of a wall.
Ace is probably crying at this point too, as it's a very fresh wound. I'm
And
sorry to let you know like this.
I'm sorry you had to go through that. And he'll turn around and he'll offer you a hug.
You will very gladly hug him.
Oh. I'm glad that you're still here.
I'm glad you're here too.
I was always so afraid that Naomi had gotten to you.
Well, admittedly, she did for a bit. But we're here now.
Yeah.
If if you ever need more information on the Ascendant power, I'm not still connected to it, but I did use it for a while. I know what it can do. I know how it feels to use it.
You were connected to it for a while?
Yeah.
Hold on, I need to go check some of the data. And Benno's gonna head over to the initial cleansing room that you walked into when you first entered inside. Will you follow
Isa
him?
Yeah, she'll follow, probably trailing behind a little bit, as she wasn't sure if he meant hang on here or please excuse me a moment, but feel free to follow.
Yeah.
But she will generally follow.
Mm-hmm. And you can see he goes into that little alcove once again and starts to pull out some papers. Oh, shit. Okay.
What's wrong?
How intense was your connection to this power?
Very. I found some crown of the Meroviglia that let me use an even more developed version of it. And I used it a lot. Like every day. I used it almost as often as, like, breathing. Really.
You can see Benno will place a shaking hand on your shoulder. The results. You, deep down, you have trace amounts of the Lord's virus in your blood, in your bones, in your muscle. It's... Your friends, they're fine, but it seems like your connection was far, far deeper. And I think if the network theory is right, since you've been far away from Lords, you know, it hasn't spread much. It hasn't gotten the signal to continue. But now, though, given these readings, the Lord's virus is beginning to spread again. It's starting to contaminate your entire bloodstream. Soon it might latch to your etheric signature. Look,
Think I'm gonna become like the plant zombies out there?
you might be something worse. You might be like the big one or your Borellian eminence person. Look, with Alon's data and our own procedure, it's in a small enough quantity now that we could likely do an emergency procedure and attempt to remove what's there. But it will be rough. We're going to be taking a lot. But I'll be here with you every step of the way. I promise. I just got you back. I'm not losing you again.
I trust you. Do whatever you think is right.
Okay. I'm gonna go grab Magister Tahanis and we're gonna start prepping things. First thing in the morning, we'll put you under the knife.
Okay.
You should go tell the others. We'll be busy, but I love you, sis.
I love you too.
And he's gonna give you a just tight, tight hug.
Very tight hug back. She's still probably crying a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Be honest, please. How big of a risk is there for this procedure? I mean, how much should I get affairs in order?
90% chance you die. But with me, it's 100% chance you live. I promise you that.
Okay.
Thank
you.
I'm basically I need to carve out parts of every major organ, do a full blood transfusion. We'll likely need to synthesize specific blood for you. Shaving through a lot of bones and having them regrow. For a bit, you might look a little bit like Vicha.
Yeah, Beach catching strays.
No. That's just accurate.
Damn,
I was gonna say, we could be twins.
Mm-hmm.
He just got holes in him. He's chill though.
Okay.
Just, if you want to let him know, let him know.
Okay, thank you.
We gotta run. I have to run. There is a lot to do. We don't have much time. And Benno is just gonna go bolting off. I think the rest of you would, at this point, have been led back out into kind of like the main room, as Tahanis would be giving like a general tour about where things are here, and Benno would just kind of like grab her and pull her off into another wing of the laboratory, as all of you would see Neza probably walking back behind Benno.
Yeah. Probably not moving nearly as fast as he was, but if they were close enough, then I suppose the time difference wouldn't be too great. She's probably moving a bit slower, more stunned like.
Like, it's a few seconds behind when you actually appear.
Everything all right, Neza?
Not really. Apparently. Well, apparently Benno took another look at the notes, the readings, I'm sorry, from the machine we went into on our way in. And apparently I am absolutely riddled with the virus that has been dormant because we've been away from Lords, but now that we're back in it, it could start reactivating soon. So he and Tahanis are going to do a surgery, a procedure of some kind, to try to get it out. But it's going to be incredibly extensive. And there's not a great chance of well, essentially it involves... Have you heard of the ship of Sir Theseus? I don't know how to fantasize that. What's the equivalent of the ship of Theseus in your world, Colin?
I mean, the ship of
Abraham
Theseus...
Lincoln's axe.
It's the change original theorem. Like, that is the philosophical term for the ship of Theseus.
Okay.
It's the change...
Alon will say...
Yeah.
Alon will say, yes, and the fact that you're using that analogy is distressing.
You're distressed. That was not in
No,
character. That was not in character. Yeah, essentially, they are taking out everything that's infected and replacing it with something new. The unfortunate part is that it is all of me and every single part of me that is infected. So, there's that, I guess. I might be out of commission for a bit.
Are they prepping for surgery? Can I help? Or
She'll gesture to where the two of them ran off to.
running?
Gotcha. You would basically be met with a get out as they are working.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Neza. That must have come as quite a shock.
Suppose it was, yeah. You guys want to play cards or something before we sleep?
Yeah, anything you want?
Yeah.
Sure.
Will Kayleigh and Polydectes also join in the cards?
Yes, they will.
Great. Does anyone have a deck? Mine has holes in it.
I love the idea that Feature does have a deck of cards, still holds on to it even though it has holes in it.
I mean, I assume he needed. He would have been playing solitaire or something up until the Warrens chewed through his cards, I imagine.
Yes, I have playing cards in my inventory. They're right there.
Don't actually. I guess technically I don't have them in there. I just think of it as something everyone has.
Do you constantly carry a deck of cards around? Don't answer that. Whatever answer you give is wrong.
No, I literally do.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said don't answer that.
You
Because I
also
also
happen
often do.
you also happen to be in a call with someone who actively collects playing card decks.
Hey, two of us actually. I also collect them.
I don't collect them, but I used to carry around a deck of cards and a spare extra card in my wallet to do an impromptu magic trick for people, always.
So the great group.
It's okay. I carry around multiple decks too.
Shannon?
Do I carry around a pack of cards, or does Boudica carry around a pack?
You, as a
You.
person.
No, but I do always carry around a thing of hand sanitizer. And on occasion, I got that crochet. Oh, wait, no, I know what I carry around. I carry around an Allen wrench wherever I go. And a screwdriver.
Nice.
And a screwdriver. A little one.
I have a lucky coin that I carry around all the time.
I have a key that I carry around all the time. It doesn't do anything, but it's important to me.
Now we're
I
just sharing.
thought you were gonna say I have this key I carry around everywhere. It doesn't do much. It unlocks my house.
It doesn't even do that. It's uncut. I found it in a field.
It could be the key to your dreams if only you took it to Home Depot to get it carved.
I am not getting it carved. It means too much to me.
Alright. You fear.
I have a keyring I stem with, but the key is to my dad's house and not even the one I live in.
I'm glad we've all established that we're wildly autistic. Can we continue?
Well, as you break out the deck of playing cards, you play deep into the night for all of you head to sleep. And you are woken up the following warning Neza by your brother Benno. It's time. We're ready.
She will follow. And before she went to sleep, she also probably would have composed letters in case she did die under the knife.
Okay.
She's not handing them out yet, but they are kept with her things. Easy to discover in case she does die.
Then Jamie, I really, do hate to do this to you.
Oh god.
High or low?
Oh no, what are you doing to me? What are you doing to me, Colin? Look me in the eyes, what are you doing to me?
God.
Say high or low for my die roll. Which one do you want?
Do I want to be right or do I want to be wrong?
You want to be right.
And what are you rolling? I know it doesn't matter,
A
but I want to know.
D100.
Oh! Why are you rolling that?
What do you want, Jamie?
Hi, please.
Okay. Here we go. Very interesting.
You're not going to do this to me 2 weeks in a row, are you?
No, I'll tell you what I rolled. But it's here where we will end the session for today.
We did end the session with Colin rolling the mystery dice.
But where we begin this session, it is early the next morning as all of you are beginning to stir. Neza is already gone, but the day is yours, and Vicha, you have a stack of letters sitting next to you that has been left there.
Great. You're just gonna take a cursory look at them at first, figure out what's going on there. Yeah, probably first, assuming one's labeled for him, he'll open that first. And I think he'll kind of slink off somewhere he'll kind of tuck all the letters into his bag and then kind of slink off somewhere to read in private.
Okay.
Then I'll DM you something quick as well.
But as you're doing that, Alon and Boudica, are you two doing anything?
Boudica is sort of warming up a little bit, limbering up because they're about to, go fight a big thing.
Yep, and you can do that. And you would also probably see Kayleigh has woken up a little bit earlier and is making breakfast for all of you, too. So whenever you're done warming up, there is breakfast.
Yippee! I go get brekkie.
There you are.
Oh, thank you.
So this Ocean woman, she dangerous?
I didn't really get a good check on her skills, but I imagine if she turned into this, then yes.
Great.
Well, back before she took on the current form, she was a shrewd local politician and also a deeply troubled woman who struggled with alcoholism. I have a feeling that neither of those are going to be of particular prescience in her current state.
Oh.
I feel like right now the virus is just kind of using her flesh. you know, in a sense.
No,
So anything we did know about her, don't think it's that helpful.
Great. Well, we're trying to bring her back here alive, right? Is that a necessity?
Yeah.
Or or can we bring back pieces?
I got the feeling that it wasn't. That alive was not the only option, but it was the best option.
Right. Okay. Cool.
Also, Lon is using a bit of the morning to brew up a Crohn's tonic.
Okay. Spicing it up today, are we?
Yeah.
Lovely, lovely. Then you got yourself a Crohn's tonic.
All right.
I should ask, is there any other preparations that you would like to do?
Colin, I did DM you a quick follow-up question.
No.
Nope. Ah, great. I see.
I would like to. Do we have access to that oil?
Yeah, you could go looking for it.
Yeah, I just want to dip my arrows in it.
Gotcha. And as you're going out looking for this oil, you would see that a strange man who you have not seen before seems to be toting a barrel kind of on a dolly up to your location. Ah, you're the new people.
That's correct. What might your name be?
Sten. Sten Hegson.
I'm Milan.
Yeah. And he kind of looks you up and down from behind his goggles, and you watch as a system of magnification flips up in front as he continues to inspect you more closely. Quite a weapon you have there.
Thank you.
Quite nice nails you have too.
They're alright, I guess.
You're right. I was told by Magister Tahanis that you might require some of the oil.
Yes, I was just coming to look for it.
Well, it's right here. And this individual pats the side of the barrel, and you think it's probably like a fifth full.
Okay. Is this your supply or just the amount you could spare for us?
Oh, this is all of it.
Ah.
Hard stuff to make this oil.
Fair. What sort of process is involved, if I may ask?
Well, many fine alchemical mixings. You're looking at no less than 17 different titrations, along with a careful balancing of magics to get the system of disruption just right. It's all guesswork about the network disruption, but balancing old and new principles, stopping communication via magic, is grounded in root principles, which we attempt to do with this oil while also allowing the oil itself to specifically attack what we know of the virus.
Interesting. Well, thank you for supplying us with it.
I also am to bring all of you down to the sewers for our second exit. Tahanis and
Sure.
Benno are in surgery now, and likely for the foreseeable future.
Right, of course. Any word on that, or have they been shut in?
Well, we're making progress, but prognosis is not good. But she may live. I haven't seen the boy this adamant in a while.
Right. Of course. Well, might as well take the oil up to get ourselves ready, and then
Then, as you go, and I'm assuming everyone is dipping their weapons in gray oil.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, please.
So, this means that the damage rating of your weapons increase by your power score, and they gain an additional level of sheer against these corrupted creatures infected with the Lord's virus. So, a bonus. Nice little benefit.
Okay.
But whenever you're ready, Sten is ready to bring you to the sewers.
Polydectes.
Yes?
Figured I'd ask. Did you want to come or stay here?
I was thinking about coming. As we're here, I started looking around. Put together some vials of chemicals. Might be able to do some good.
All right.
Better than my fists, at any rate.
Fair enough. All right. Let's get to work then.
Right. Let's get to work. Also, I have this, and you can see Polydectes has taken the liberty of getting a net. It's a steel net with some like heavy weights along the edges.
Would be most helpful, actually. We didn't really think about that.
Well, I was thinking about giving it to you, Boudica.
Makes sense. I've got the biggest arms.
That you do. And if things go wrong, I figure that you could fly this Nexus host out of there.
Yes, I can.
We haven't seen evidence of the infected flying. Hopefully they don't start now.
Let's hope they stay rooted.
And Polydectes will laugh, and Kayleigh will just sigh.
I think
Oh,
Alon's
God.
laughing too. Damn it. All right. Hey, where's Vicha?
I don't know. I thought you had him.
Had him? What?
This is why I
Hello.
don't trust him.
And I think Veach has probably finished what he was doing around this point, and he'll kind of join back up with the party. Are we, all ready to set out?
Yeah, are you all ready?
Yeah.
Want some breakfast?
Yeah, quick plate if it couldn't hurt, actually.
Alright. You have to tell me what you were doing if you want it.
I wasn't really doing anything. I just wanted a little bit of space to myself. I haven't been around this many people in a long time.
Okay. I buy that. And Kayleigh will pass over some food.
And Vicha will definitely mow it down. I think he generally eats very quickly.
Yeah.
It's good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, go ahead and dip your sword.
And Vicha will do so.
Gotcha.
Let's get going.
Alright. All of you stay close. And Sten will begin to make his way down to the lower levels of the Grand Laboratory, past a lot of deserted workspaces and offices and likely remnants of failed experiments. But eventually you reach this kind of like large closed off hallway with this makeshift iron door covering one end, and this incredibly obtuse set of pulleys and gears that seem to move it from one side to the other. I will remain here, waiting for you to arrive back.
All right. How long does it take you to open this thing?
About 30 minutes. And he starts cranking.
Very cool.
Cut to 30 minutes later when it's open wide enough for all of you to just barely slip through.
Hey.
It's a very heavy door.
And we are meant to bring her back this way, yeah?
I'll have it open wider when you return.
All right.
Oh, and by the way, this is a general map to Ur-Epan Hall. And Sten will hand you over a hastily scrawled map, Alon.
Perfect. That's what I was about to ask for.
It should lead you through the sewers and past the more densely populated areas within.
All right.
Good luck.
Well, yeah. Let's get going.
Then all of you begin to make your way out. Now, once again, inside these tunnels. They are dark, pretty much pitch black. At this point, Polydectes will kind of activate this small sphere that he is carrying around, mixing two different alchemical compounds to give off this low blue light as you're making your way through the darkness. But quickly, as all of you are moving through, you begin to spot things. Plants are growing everywhere here, bursting through the sides of the sewers. There's not really a lot of water or other matter down here. It looks like it's mostly dried up or has been covered over with these plants. But that's not the thing that you're probably most worried about. Because, people like you, Vicha, you've seen true darkness. You're not that disturbed by it. But you do hear something moving in the dark, just beyond your current path, scurrying in the other offshoots within the sewer. And those things are what you're trying to avoid. I'd like each of you to make either a physical or a mental check. And if you're using mental, justify it to me.
I'll just go physical.
I will also go physical.
Physical. It would be crazy if that was like, this is the one time.
I'll go ahead and burn 2 hero points, actually, just for safety, and it won't matter.
The dice are telling you 3, Caleb.
They are.
I can't tell if it showed that I rolled anything. I'm gonna try.
You got
Yep.
you
Yeah,
got
it
6
did.
successes.
You got it.
You got it.
Okay, okay.
That's
It,
all.
for whatever reason.
Yeah, you don't want me to
Did
use your
not.
most recent one.
No, I didn't. It did not show me what I rolled.
But with your rolls, it is high enough, mostly carried by Boudica and Alon, as you are all making your way through. The creatures that likely surround you do not spot you. And eventually, after probably about an hour or two, the sewers begin to slope up as you have to start taking ladders to upper floors, making your way through near vertical crawl spaces as you ascend the higher levels of Darmium. But eventually, as you're following the map along, under that blue light, you reach your destination. A kind of ladder that goes up for maybe about 10 feet and then seems like it collapsed or was sheared off, and so there's like a 5-foot gap between a grate and like the top of the ladder. But you think this is the location.
Okay. Start making my way up the ladder.
Okay. Make your way to the top, and are you gonna kind of like balance on the top rung and like slowly take the grate off?
Well, does it seem like the grate is secured?
Seems secured, yeah.
Like screwed in or bolted?
Not bolted, no. You don't think.
I will quietly just be like, Boudica, you can fly. Come help me with this.
I go and help him with this.
As you're about to fly off, Polydectes will kind of stop you and say, "Wait, before you go. If you need it, here's some carbonic acid. It's been punched up with some primordial energy and burst rocks. Should be able to cut through it pretty quickly. It's more like thermite than regular acid now." And he kind of places it in your hand, this very small vial of this, like, clear-looking liquid.
Alright, thank you. And I'll go ahead and fly up with this delicious jungle juice that he has just bestowed upon me.
Don't call it jungle juice. But you fly up.
Yeah, I fly up. Attempt to use it.
Okay. So you begin to like pop off the vial, and you begin to kind of spread it over the top of the grate as you immediately hear this hiss and like these small orange like sparks start to show as the grate is being eaten through. Are you waiting for it to just simply drop and fall, or are you trying to like grab it and move it beforehand?
I want to try and move it so I can, get us through faster.
Gotcha. Then with your strength, you kind of quickly pop it off, move it to the side. There's an opening out onto the streets above.
Epic. And I'll peek out.
Gotcha. Then, as you peek out, you see that you are just across the street from a massive, like, structure towards the top of Darmium. There is a sign kind of overrun by vines that says Ur-Epan Hall. And this moment, as you're peeking out, you see that this once revered academic building is now really just crumbling and is a testament to how Darmium has fallen. Vines, thick and covered with Estelle flowers, Boudica, snake up that ancient stone. You can see that there are thorns on these vines, glistening with corrupting sap. And here the air is heavy, saturated with sweet and sickly scents of decay, mingled with this acrid bite of, spores that hover around. Every breath you take feels like a gamble, but right now you are fine. You also see the grand doors of Ur-Epan Hall, once polished mahogany, are now splintered and rotting, barely clinging to their hinges. And as you kind of look around, you begin to kind of quickly pull yourself inside just to, look at everyone else. But you're where you need to be.
Alright, be careful. There's lots of vines out. And I'll go ahead and start to climb out.
Gotcha. As you climb out, your hands and feet stir up clouds of fungal dust that swirl in the light that kind of begins to make its way through the high spires. And also, as you're out, you would be able to see in front of the hall those who have been lost to the corruption are gathering. They're bringing these great sacks filled with books and scientific equipment and other treasures to this central location. They have a series of tents set up. You see this, Alon, as you climb out next. Underneath these tents, they stack their findings in neatly ordered lines. Books that you think are different subjects, specific scientific pieces of equipment. They have stacks of gold and silver and platinum coins, even stacks of lira, too, from the town of Lords. And Vicha, by the time you've climbed out, your eyes immediately turn to something else. A large bonfire, flickering with blue flame, where sometimes the corrupted take books and other equipment, and they toss them into the flame, and you watch some books, Vicha, be taken, turning to but charcoal and ash, and it fills you with some rage. But Polydectes and Kale follow behind as well. What are you guys doing?
So the corrupted peoples are sort of going in and out of this area.
They are outside of the hall, specifically.
Outside.
Yep, kind of like at this front kind of courtyard area. But they don't seem to actually be going inside of this building. They, for the most part, are outside. But judging by the stacks, they might be going inside at some point.
How many of the corrupted are there around?
In the main courtyard, about 40 or 50.
Can we spot Ocean?
Looking around, you cannot spot her, no.
Fuck.
think Dveech is kind of staring very intensely at the flames with yet probably I don't think many of the group would have seen him with an angry expression before, but I think it definitely shows on his face, and he'll say, they shouldn't be burning those. I wonder if there's a lot of them, but maybe we should, I don't know, stop them or take some of the books back. If they're burning them, there has to be a reason for it, right?
Certainly, given the numbers, I don't know how. Hmm. I agree, but we don't know when they're gonna try and come back in here, and we also don't have a good solution of how to transport many of these books back with us.
How closely are the corrupted kind of watching the books that they have just kind of lined up, the ones they're not yet tossing in the flames?
I mean, there are 3 or 4 of them at any given time stacking books, so like they're around, they're manipulating them.
Gotcha.
The corrupted, how much they vary?
Um,
Like, does it seem like in terms of size and shape they vary about as much as people would, or is it like wildly different?
some seem more humanoid, others seem more like those strange women. One that's making its way around is a lot larger, Alon. It has this round, kind of more bulbous head, and definitely as you're looking at it, stands like taller than the rest. For hands, it has hooks instead of like actual digits, and it seems to have this steady stream of bile beginning to make its way out of the mouth. So that's probably the most distinct kind of variant that you would see here. And also along the sides, you would see 3 or 4 individuals that appear to be wearing like plague masks with like these long cloaks. And as they look around, you would hear these corrupted give like clicks and shrieks to each other as they are almost like patrolling the area. So there is some variation. Most are the generic humanoids that you fought the first time, but there are differences amongst them all.
I think
Go ahead.
Vicha would still be kind of staring into the fire with probably the hand kind of like probably twitching around his sword handle, but he'll say, alright, so we're plan is to get into the hall then? Or do we think she's outside somewhere?
From the looks of the fire, does this seem to have been something that's been ongoing for a while or more recent?
Looking at it, probably not longer than a few days, if you had to guess, but it's not like they started it yesterday when you arrived.
Gotcha. say go deeper in. However, I will say I am concerned that, given the apparent recency and the fact they are apparently gathering all the spoils, that Ocean may not be alone, and our old friend Bear may be accompanying her.
That would not be good at all.
Definitely less than ideal.
Yeah, one of those women did say that he was going to be alerted.
Yeah, they did.
Maybe that doesn't mean he's around here. Maybe that just means, because with the Ascendant power, that Neza could talk to him from far away. It's very possible he's not here yet.
Certainly, but they ran off, which to me means that they had a place they need to reach on foot.
Possibly.
I don't know a lot about the Ascendant power, but given what Nasus told me about her use of it, it sounds like it can do a lot of things. If telepathy is something fairly easy for them, I imagine your friend could get here quickly if he wanted to.
Likely.
Should we at least take a look? See if we find them together, then we know that he's here. That's still something we know.
Yes. That's personally, I vote we do that. We move in closer, but we remain as swift and quiet as we can. Not engage right away.
Sounds like a great idea.
All right.
So how do we intend on doing that? Because between us and that building, there's all of them. Courtyard's probably out.
Can I spot anything in terms of windows?
Windows, yeah. I mean, there are windows going from, like, second story up higher in the hall.
From
with
my
some vaulted
perspective,
ones.
okay, from my perspective, do they look like windows that can open, or more like, I don't know, stained glass or something that's solid in the frame?
It's a mix. There are some stained glass and ones that are more decorative, while you think others probably are able to be opened.
As everyone with climbing. I know Boudica doesn't have to worry about it, but
I'm good with climbing.
I'm good with
I am
climbing.
too.
alright. Maybe we try giving the crowd a bit of a wide berth, going around the side, climbing up a neighboring building, and trying to make our way through one of the upper story windows.
Alright, I can get behind that.
Yeah, I've got no objections.
I had the thought of simply waiting for them to come out and make an appearance, but fortunately there's no guaranteeing that we're not spotted, and it's... Though I would definitely not like to face both of them at once, plus the 60 gathered here would be even worse, so let's try to make our way inside.
Plus, I don't think we want to be out here breathing this air for longer than we have to.
Agreed. Alright, let's get up.
Gotcha. Then, once again, physical checks to all of you, as this is partially your stealth and partially your climbing.
Ooh, Garbage. I'm gonna spend 3 hero points on that.
Ooh, also garbage. I'm gonna spend 6. Fuck it.
Mm.
2 successes.
4 total.
Gotcha. And Boudica with, what is that, 4?
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Yeah.
Oh, you are lucky gooses. As you take a beat, and as you're moving through, you give a wide berth and start to climb up on some nearby buildings. And as you're moving across, that is the exact time when a new small group of these regular infected make their way up, carrying these larger sacks as they begin to be dumped out and sorted. There's a period of time where all eyes are on this new hall, and that is when all of you make your move, going and hopping across to Ur-Epan Hall's side. As you all begin to scale, Boudica, you arrive first, being able to fly and find an unlocked window that leads out into kind of like this second floor balcony. Are you opening it?
Sure am, and I'll help ferry anyone across if they
Gotcha.
need it.
And you can certainly do that. As you begin to ferry people across and inside, the space that you come to is likely a location that was used for speeches of some kind, where individuals would gather. Now it sits relatively empty, except for some shelves with books on them, desks with data sheets, information, and whatnot, as well as an individual sitting at one of these desks writing. One Oceana Lair. It's like the last time you saw her, the real her, Alon in Boudica. Not transformed, not a creature, just her. But now you are inside.
Can I spot anything else?
As you look
so much as a rat.
Yep, make a physical check.
Okay.
Are we kind of coming out on the same floor as her, or are we like on a ledge like up above her somewhere?
You're on a second floor balcony, so you are on a balcony above the first floor.
Okay.
That's gonna be just one.
Just one. Looking around, you would see that the area below, especially towards the sides, is mostly overgrown with vines that are kind of in partial bloom with Estelle flowers. You would also see by one of Ocean's desks a brazier burning with a similar blue flame and a small stack of blue jade nearby that she idly tosses into the brazier. Likely its fuel, and probably why it has its telltale blue flame. Other than that, you don't see anything that catches your attention.
They're burning it? Huh.
Might be fueling something here. Maybe blue jade's like slightly connected to how the virus spreads, how they evolved it. I don't know. I'm not a science person.
Well, it was used in the initial ritual, so maybe. So, just so I'm sort of a bit more clear, we're on a balcony, And she is sitting at a desk at the same level as us or below us?
Below, first floor.
Below, okay. And we can see her like through rafters or?
No, you're like you can like look down over like a railing and you can see her.
Oh, okay.
She's
I
in
gotcha.
the lower space where the throngs of people waiting to hear like
Right.
might have been.
Right.
Like, this is the balcony. You guys are there. This is the Lady Lair.
Gotcha. Okay.
I thought we were looking for like a flower monster or dude.
Well, the flower monster that was described is what she was turned into. I didn't know they could change back and forth, but I suppose that makes a level of sense. I know at least one of them is a prolific shapeshifter.
Is she, it seems like she's alone in this interior, right?
You don't see anything else here, correct?
Okay. How far is the drop? Like
10, 15 feet. Not far.
Okay. What's the plan then?
Can we see the front door from where we are?
You can, yes.
Does it seem locked or blocked or barred?
It seems a little overgrown with vines and plants, but you will probably be able to press through it in a pinch.
Okay.
My only plan is to try to sneak up on her and get the net on her and get her back as quick as possible.
I mean, we probably have to knock her out for that, don't we?
would
I
say
don't
so,
imagine she's
yeah.
going to just let you throw a net over her head.
Can't imagine so. And Aladdin just sort of loads his crossbow. Alright, so how do you want to play this? You want me to take an opening shot or wait for y'all to get closer?
I can. Colin, my blink power, does that make noise?
No.
I can get down there without making noise. I don't know about you two.
I can float.
Three?
So.
Right, you can
I'm
float.
staying up here.
I was referring to Kayla
Really?
and Polydectes. And
I think
Boudica.
Polydectes should maybe stay up here with me.
And I, of course, can shuttle Kaylee down if he wants.
Yeah, shuttling would be good.
Alright.
Right, I guess we'll get in position then, and then you can take your opening shot when you're ready.
Okay. I take aim and wait for them to get closer.
All right. Then Vicha and Boudica, go ahead and make physical checks for me at like detriment, we'll call it 2, because I mean it's wide open, the space that you're trying to traverse. So
I thought her back was to us.
yeah, but again, like situational awareness, if like you might be able to sneak up, but if it's like completely open, like I would notice if a buff woman was floating through the air next to me. In most circumstances.
Would I have any kind of bonus for my teleportation being like instant and 30 feet so I can theoretically get really close without necessarily like a lot of like motion in the corner of her eye or anything?
You're starting like 90 feet from her, or Alon and Polydectes will be 95 feet.
Oh, okay. Alright,
This is a big place.
gotcha. Alright, I'll make that roll. Detriment. Good lord. Well, I am out of hero points.
Okay.
Detriment 2 means 2 less dice, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I got 4 successes.
Gotcha. Then, as you all are making your way down, you silently teleport down Vicha. And Boudica, you float down with Kayla as well. However, as you land Vicha, one of your feet hits one of the vines and breaks off like this small bud. The sound is faint, but immediately a shiver goes up this woman's back as she slides her chair around and her eyes fall upon you, Vicha. And then her eyes fall on Boudica. Boudica. Ah. Hello.
Hello? It's been a while.
It has. It has. How have you been?
I've had better days.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
Well, I can say that I wish you have better ones in the future.
Thank you. How have you been? It's been a while since we've chatted.
Well, of course, after your departure, it was a rough time for some. Friends and family missed you all very much. But so far, doing well. Maybe even better than ever before. Kicked drinking.
Gotcha. What
So there was that. Very easily, actually. It was nice.
I'm happy to hear that.
Yes.
So, what brings you to Darmium?
Well, lots of knowledge here. Much to, of course, glean, learn. Why is your friend coming closer?
I don't.
Bit hard to talk over all that distance, isn't it? You're acquainted with them, but I haven't met you yet.
Right. I see. You cut a very distinguished figure.
Well, thank you. As do you, I would say.
Well, thank you. But for the time being, I would like you to stay there. Now, as I was saying, Boudica, mostly just helping to rebuild Darmium. We've rebuilt Lords and much of the surrounding area, and, well, Borellian thought I could use my talents here.
Gotcha. What happened to Darmium that caused it to need rebuilding?
Well, there were a group of mages here that were studying dark magic, really plotting some terrible things, and when Orianne came here, found some things, it was a more intense embracing of the Ascendant power and all its glory. But now we finally have the resources and the time to build it back new and better.
Okay, I see.
Now, where's Naza and Alon?
Can I shoot her in the chest?
Sure. Make a damage roll.
Cool. Let's see.
I was waiting for you to fucking shoot it, bro.
Let's see. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna use a few hero points here.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay. So that's 2 hits for 16. Wait, actually, no. 22 damage total.
22. Then, as the bolt flies, Ocean turns and catches it right in front of her chest, spending stamina points, and smiles. There he is, my old friend. I was hoping I might be able to bring Aspasia good news. Unfortunately, just like Borellian said, none of you will ever change. And
boy, here we go.
You watch as the form begins to shift and alter as within this blazing glow, flesh turns to root and vine. The head splits open, revealing a rose. And in but a few moments, Ocean has transformed. And as this transformation takes place, I would like all of you to go ahead and roll for order. So, Boudica.
Hold on. 7.
7? Alright. Vicha.
9.
Cool. And let's see here. Nice. Then, at the top of the round, Vicha, you are up.
Shit. Alright, let's see. I can only get to about there, unfortunately, which... Yeah, it looks like she's still 10 feet away. I guess I'll... Um, background action, real quick. I'll give my. She. There's no way to. Is there a way to tell if she seems like she's more of a physical fighter? Like she'll probably come up on me and start swinging, or if
Um,
she.
could spend an action to try to figure that out.
Um. Nah. I'll just background action, give the bonus to Alon, and I think I may as well just hold my action to see if she'll come within 5 feet of me.
Okay,
And if she does, I'll take a swing with Assistily.
gotcha. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that'll be my turn.
Cool. Kayleigh's turn. Background action. He is going to go ahead and light up his blade. And then, yeah, he's going to start charging in. Actually, I think he's going to... I think he's then going to go ahead and wait right there and hold his action just in case it comes up to him. And that will be Kayleigh's turn. So, Boudica, you're up.
Alright, I'm gonna go here. And then I'm gonna use my combat ability to move 10 feet closer. That's 20 feet. There we go. And I'm going to hold my action to attack this thing if it gets close.
Gotcha. That's cool. Then, Alon, you're up.
Hey. If I were to try and look at this form to see if I spot any weak points, would that be an action or?
Probably a background action.
Okay, I'll spend it.
All right. Then make a physical, mental, or spirit check. Up to you.
Let's go with mental.
Okay.
2.
2. Looking at this thing, if you had to guess, maybe trying to strike at the eye, but it looks more defended. I mean, it could always just close up.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was figuring. Okay, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'll aim for the eye.
Okay.
And I give you know it all, so you have the 2 rerolls.
Right, cool. And Reacher doesn't count as outnumbered, right?
Correct.
Not right up next. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
Reach is not threatening.
Wow.
You're rolling like ass tonight.
I am. Oh my god. 11 points.
11 will take that on stamina again as you watch as a part of the body whips out and it deflects the bolt away.
That's me.
That's you. Then it will be Ocean's turn. And Ocean, first things first, is going to shift this way and is going to give out this cry. And as she does so, from some of these vines, you watch as manifested are like these copies of the creatures that you've seen before. They don't seem to be full, though. They are but held together with sticks and moss. This strange caricature of their true forms. And after the summoning, then Ocean is going to rear back, and you watch, Vicha, as this light begins to form at the center of the eye. And then they are going to go ahead and use their draining beam shooting it that way as they fire it out. This, like, bright yellow light cuts past you, Vicha, and you, Boudica, and both of you lose 40 stamina points.
Oh,
And then, because Vicha is there, they have a range of 10 feet on their slam, so they are going to start slamming Vicha. First slam, Vicha, for 30 normal crushing.
I'll go ahead and armor block.
Armor block? Cool. Then they will go ahead and slam again. 42.
42. That one's gonna be a health block.
Alright, 2d6.
That's a 9.
9, you fall prone from the pain of your injury, and it takes an action to stand. As Ocean now has benefit 2 when attacking you. As you are crushed into the ground, Vicha, you watch from afar Alon as Ocean rears back, and that true power is showing itself. She is not the weak politician she once was. Let's see. And now the zombies are going to go right after her, because they will leapfrog Polydectes. One's going to go there. The other's going to go there. Kale is going to take his held action to swing. So let's see here. And with this, he is going to be attacking for... Ooh, very nice. 11. Same as you, Alon. See if he gets it off. Yeah, good enough. He takes down one of these entities. The other is going to swing on him, though. For 3 damage, which Kale will take on stamina. That will be their turn. See, it will be Polydectes now. And Polydectes is going to kind of curse, and looking at this range, it's long range, he is going to instead chuck a vial of liquid at this blossom, so it's going to go ahead and make a physical save. Still going to fail, and with that, as the vial explodes over the blossom, it will take 20 points of acid damage and will be cooked to nothingness. And that will be Polydectes' turn, as he will say, get Vicha out of there. That will be him. Vicha, your go.
I'll be fine. And Vicha is going to move forward to attempt to return the favor.
Okay.
We'll see if... I don't know if it's... It seems kind of beefy, but Are you fucking kidding me? I don't suppose anyone has hero points they could chuck my way, do they?
I'm gonna give you 3 hero points, buddy.
So are you giving me 3 rerolls, or, 1, or, because it's 2 hero points per reroll.
2 hero points per. Okay, I will give you 2 hero points for 1 reroll.
Cool, thank you.
I know it is not much, but I do not have
If-
much.
Oh,
Hey, that still gives me what I needed to have one success for asystole. Uh, let's see. So that's oh, right, because I forgot my damage rating was up from 2 different things. So that should be, I think, +8 to it total. So that's 20 damage against it.
20 will take that on stamina points.
Stamina. Okay. No return the favor. That's fine. That being the case, Vicha will accept the retreat penalty and backpedal on out of there.
Gotcha.
And background action. I'll pop that on Kaylee. So Kaylee gets 2 rerolls during his next damage roll.
Cool. Is that your turn?
That'll be my turn.
Alright, it will be Kayleigh's turn. And he is going to charge up there. And as he does so, he's going to kind of slide low and attempt to take the knees out of Ocean this moment. So, here he goes. For 44. Damn, Kayleigh. Okay.
nice.
Then, as Kayleigh kind of slides and attacks, Ocean is going to back the legs up and cause this wall of vines to shoot out of the ground, trying to cover Kayleigh like this ball of plant matter, and he's just chopping through it, trying to keep them back and off of him. But yeah, that is... Actually, he does have those rerolls, so he's just going to see. So actually, 55 damage, so a little bit more on top. And that will be Kayleigh's turn. Boudica, you're up.
Alrighty. I can finally get up in her grill, so I can start slashing, dude.
Heck yeah.
And I'm also going for legs, trying to incapacitate.
Okay.
It's gonna be 30 points of damage.
30 will use stamina as you slash, and there's an explosion of plant matter again as your sword is blocked against it. And Boudica, you're watching as another draining beam is beginning to form in that eye.
Watch out, there's another drain. And I'm gonna... I moved 40, wait, 25. So I'm gonna move... This... No, I gotta stick where I am.
Gotcha. So that's your turn?
Yep.
Cool. Alon, you're up.
Okay, so fighting spirit, myself and Kayleigh.
Dope.
And I'm gonna try to shoot the eye again.
Okay.
$72 points.
72 points. Gotcha. Then, as you are, like, getting ready to take the shot, like, Ocean sees it coming, and as you're targeting it, this attack will have resistance too, because it's a bit more protection around the eye, but you gain an additional shear 2 if you get through to health blocks, which with 72 damage, you will.
So wait, so that's on top of what I already have?
Yes.
So that's sheer 4.
Very dope. And that sheer 4 also is accounting for the gray oil, right?
Yes.
Cool. So yeah, 5 health blocks as you fire and hit one of like the inner petals of the eye, and you hear this groan emanate from the creature as like this puff of energy and spores is released all around. Definitely a great shot.
All right, that's me.
All right, then if that's you, it is Ocean's turn again. And yeah. Luckily here Alon is up high, so I'll say there is no reasonable way to get an angle on you, so it will just be Boudica and Vicha losing 40 stamina points again as another beam goes through both.
I got 30 stamina, so that is another health block.
Does not do damage, it just drains stamina, so you just be at 0.
Oh, okay, cool.
Its only goal is to drain. And I'm assuming 40 stamina points from you too, Boudica?
Yep.
Gotcha. Then Ocean is going to give another bellow as below 2 more of these Sporeborn are going to be summoned, and immediately, Alon, you would hear Polydectes say, "They're climbing!" as they will be attempting to climb up to both of you. And after that, you know what? 1 slam into Kale, 1 slam into Boudica. All's fair in love and war, right?
I suppose.
Then into Boudica first for 30.
I'm gonna take that on an armor block.
Gotcha. Then as you are trying to just suck in oxygen, your body and your muscles absolutely burning from the drain, you look up and see this thorny fist coming down at you. You bend over, allowing your armor to take it, and you wheeze from the crunch of the impact. Kale moves to attempt to help you, but coming at him is 36 points of damage as he is going to flip over it, just barely avoiding the attack. Let's see. Then, yep, that is going to be Ocean's turn. The Blossom zombies are going to spend their turns getting up into range with both Alon and Polydectes. And then on Polydectes' turn, he is going to look over at you, Alon, and say, "That attack against the eye, it was good. Aim for it again. But I think, looking at it, if you do it just as it's firing, it might be even bigger." And he's going to use his help action on you. So you can re-roll up to 5 dice on your next roll, Alon.
Okay.
And then Polydectes is going to actually probably staying. He's going to move here just in case a shot could be taken by someone else, but that is his turn. Vicha, you're up.
Okay, let's see. Do we have, can I see the Blossom zombies, ganging up on them from my position? Or
Yes.
is that not a place where I can?
Yep, you can see.
Okay, getting up from prone, that is only an action in my case, right? It cannot be movement?
Correct, because you suffered an injury.
Okay, gonna go ahead and... Yeah, I think Veach is going to... He'll go ahead and, I think, whip out some paper and kind of draw a quick sketch of probably just an arrow slamming into this one's chest, and he will use Arcane Strike.
Nice. Go ahead and make that damage roll.
Okay, that is mental. Okay. Exceptional Mind does not count for that, correct?
Correct.
Because it's damage?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That is 2 successes, for 7 damage apiece.
7. Then, as you draw it, in front of you, Alon, you watch as this bolt of energy strikes through this creature, and you think Neza, but it's not. It came from Vicha as it falls over and begins to disintegrate.
Alright, Veach gonna pretend like nothing happened, and he'll spin around and use background action Know-It-All on Boudica. And then he'll probably move closer to being back in range. That's comfortable enough. He'll end his turn there.
Alright. Be Kayle's turn, and Kayle has a fighting spirit buff and a dream. So he's going to move over this way, and he's going to attack into our friend Ocean with an extra dice, no less. Plus, he gets his Echo Strike bonus, so he might hit for a lot. Yeah, that's pretty good on 3 successes. We'll be doing 45, and yeah, he's chopping through with this one. So, it's going to take 3 health blocks as he carves into the back of Ocean, and that will be his turn as he kind of readies himself with his burning sword. Boudica, you're up.
You know what? It's slashy time. Once again, trying to get this thing to stop because this is getting crazy.
Fair.
20 points. A damage.
20 points. We'll take that on stamina, as at this point you swing and another wall of plant matter bursts up through the ground, blocking you again. It's like you're cutting through a hedge maze, Boudica. But you can see like this massive creature above you, and you're like, I gotta push through.
I gotta push through. And that's gonna be my turn.
Alright. Alon, you're up.
Does the eye seem to be charging up again?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm gonna Fighting Spirit myself and Kayle again.
Mm-hmm.
And then I shall wait to fire until it looks like the eye's about to do its thing, as Polydectes advised,
Mm-hmm.
and take my shot.
Gotcha. Then, this point, it will be Ocean's turn, and she is going to move here. And, you know, it's working so well. Another blast into Vicha and Boudica.
Alright, can I take my shot then?
Yes, you can. And
Alright.
this does not have resistance on it. And in addition, you gain an extra benefit 1 on the roll.
Ooh, okay.
Vicha was knocked to 0 from the last one, so I think he just stays at 0? Question
Yes,
mark?
just stays at 0.
Okay.
Wait, do I get benefit 1 or does the beat?
You get benefit 1.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, Beam doesn't have a roll.
Alright. Ooh. And I can re-roll those last 3 anyways.
If you would like, yes, you can.
Why not?
Oh!
Let's go.
You know, Dalton, I'm going to give you another level of sheer for that.
Cool.
So, what does 6 health blocks lost look like?
As Alana's aiming down the sights of his crossbow, he just takes sort of a deep breath in, and as he exhales, he lets it loose, and the bolt goes straight through not only the eye, but the pupil.
Yes. And as this happens, like the beam begins to fire out in all directions after going through Boudica and Vicha, and you hear this pained roar as it happens. And at this point, you watch as the Sporeborn next to you explodes out, and you watch as this tangle of energy begins to appear there. And as it does, you watch as where Ocean is, that form begins to wither away. And now she is up there with you two.
Ah, fuck.
And you hear a voice say, "Don't worry. I'll bring you back alive to Aspasia. She can talk to you about parenting Diana." And at this point, she's attacking down into you with 2 slams along. So, first slam. 42 points of damage.
I'll do stamina.
Gotcha. And slam 2. Another 42.
That's gonna be 1 health.
1 health, and roll 2d6 as the fist crashes down into you. Eight? Very nice. You gain detriment 3 on your next roll as you are hit, and as you're rolling out of the way, your leg is clipped and you feel some pain as your kneecap gets displaced before quickly popping back in, but you are kind of gritting your teeth in pain. But that is the Merofal and Ocean's turn. There are no more Sporeborn constructs. So now it's Polydectes. I think Polydectes is... damn, at this point, he is going to... he's going to throw some acid onto Ocean. So we'll see how that goes. She passes as he chucks the acid in a vine, hits it, and sends it flying off. Well, there's something you need to know. I know what you're looking for. I have a way to get through the Gray Gate. And he's just going to try and taunt Ocean away from Alon. See if it works. But...
Can I? Okay.
Oh, did you want to do
mind.
something?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Vicha, you're up.
I'm up. Okay. That is an unfortunate distance, so Veach is gonna go ahead and... he's gonna Arcane Strike again. Pulling out some more paper, and... I think he'll... Yeah, I think since the eye's harder to hit, I think he'll go for just kind of a gash appearing across the chest.
Okay.
And he does have... I do get buddies on range, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I got 2 buddies. Man!
Caleb.
Athena said I need to be taken to a priest, and she was right.
Yeah.
Did you try the sage?
I haven't tried the sage yet. It's on the list though. 7 points of damage for whatever that's worth.
Yeah, stamina.
Yeah. He'll give know-it-all to. It's not really a close range guy, but he'll give it to Elon just so he has a bit more of a fighting chance up there. Then he'll move over here, and that's all he can do for now. He'll end his turn there.
All right. Kayleigh's turn. Boudica, you hear as he's passing Kayleigh cursing in Goblin as he is running back all the way up to here, but that's the farthest he can go, and that's his turn. So it's you now, Boudica.
Alrighty. 35 feet. So I can move a total of 50 right here. That's as far as I can get, so I'm also cursing, but not in Goblin, in Old Woman.
Okay.
Which is, I'm running, I'm
Sounds
yelling,
aggressive.
oh my days.
Dash,
Good lord.
Oh, you broke out the good
Hell in
lord?
a handbasket.
Hell in a handbasket. Heavens to Murgatroyd.
I say hell in a handbasket.
I have news for you.
Damn.
The threshold is if you ever say heck in a handbasket.
Okay, yeah, I don't say that.
Running along yelling, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph.
Is that your turn, Boudica?
Yeah.
Alright, Alon, you're staring down this entity.
I would like to ask a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
The detriment that I am under
Yes.
for my minor injury, would that affect a miracle shot at all? It's just 1d6.
No, it would not affect a miracle shot.
Okay, I'm rolling 1d6 at benefit 3.
Okay.
Right. Yes.
Very nice.
So that would be 99 points of damage.
Cool. Then, yep, gonna take that on health blocks once again. As you just point blank turn around and whip a miracle shot up into Ocean.
Oh boy. I can get out, but I don't want to leave Polydectes alone up here. I guess I'm staying up here.
You're staying? Okay.
Wait, hang on. God damn it. Okay. What's the distance I have? Can I like look at Polydectes and motion to jump off the how tall is this? Like 15 feet, you said?
10, 15 feet, yeah.
Yeah, I sort of look at him and motion to jump, and then I teleport over here.
Cool.
That'll be me.
That will be you. Then it will be Merfallen Ocean's turn. And first things first, out of the ground come more of these spore-borne creatures next to you, Alon.
Of course.
And let's see. This very nice shot from on high. It's very well. I think you just might be out of alignment. Did you position well?
I hope so.
Well. Or how tired you looking? How beat up?
Pretty beat up.
Gotcha. Then Boudica, lose another 40 stamina points.
Oh, cool.
As Polydectes will be brought to 0. Actually,
That
we would
makes
fire
2
from
of
there.
us.
Cool. And then, yeah, Ocean is going to attack into Polydectes twice, taking 2 health blocks. So, okay, not good. And yeah, at this, oh god. Polydectes gains the blinded condition, and all creatures gain benefit 1 on damage rolls against him for the next 6 days, as you watch as this massive chest wound is opened up by the thorns, as he's stumbling now. For the Blossom Zombies' turns now, they are going into you, Alon. Luckily for you, non-lethal, because she was serious about wanting to bring you back to see Aspasia. So, first attack. 3 damage.
Okay.
And then another 3, so 6 total as these things are attacking into you.
Okay. Stamina.
Stamina? Cool. Then will be Polydectes' turn, and this is the problem. Because there is fall damage. It's only 5, but he has 0 stamina points now. So, wait, hold up. Nah, there is a solution to this problem. He is going to go ahead and he is going to drink a... Yep. He's going to drink a heal, which is going to give him another level of tired, but it's going to restore him 15 stamina points as he quickly brewed it up in the lab. And then he's going to be able to fall over, take 10, face plant on the ground because he's blind, and end his turn like that. But he's not dead from the fall. It might have been the most pathetic turn of all time, but he's not dead. So, Vicha, you're up.
Great. He's just gonna go ahead and I guess he'll probably mosey up and strike into this blossoms to help get them off Alon's back.
Gotcha.
See, that's one friend. Okay, that is 1 success for 20 damage.
Yep, you skewer that thing through its abdomen.
Awesome. And then Let's see. I'll go ahead and kind of back up. Or I have a dagger, I think, with offhand, so I think Vicha will move up here and background action attack into that one.
Gotcha.
Would the dagger have also been something I could apply gray oil onto?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, the damage rating will be 6.
6. That is enough as you plunge the dagger into the head, pulling yourself up from the ground for this attack, but this other Sporeborn falls, destroyed.
Great. And then I think I'll kind of scoot over this way, and that'll be my turn.
Gotcha. Then on Kayleigh's turn, he's going to expend... Let's see. This is going to be 30 feet of movement for him to get up here. And then as he gets up, he's going to say, "Hey, stop this shit. It's annoying." And he's going to go for the legs. For 22, and Ocean is going to take that on stamina as from the ground another burst of plant matter has him chopping through, and he goes, "Come on!" And that will be his turn. Boudica, you're up.
Epic, I would love to help him get her. So, 20 feet here. How many? Well, I can float, so how many feet high is this?
It's 15 feet high.
15 feet, okay. I cleared that, no problem. And by God, I'm gonna slashy and hope for the best.
Okay. 30?
30, yes.
That will get through.
That does a health block?
Yes, it does.
I have sheer.
Very nice. Then, as Kayleigh is chopping through, you come from around by the side and plunge your blade into the heart of this mass, tearing out roots and other vegetation. And now Oceana is beginning to look a little ragged. Certainly has some wear and tear on her.
Alright, then it will be my turn.
Alright, Alon, you're up.
All right, well, fighting spirit, myself and Kayleigh, and let's aim for that eye once more and start things out with a surgeon's precision.
Okay.
On high number 6.
Oh, boy.
So we're
Yep.
starting out the gate with 66 points of damage.
All right. See you roll some damage then.
Sure, why not? 36 plus 66 on top of it.
Yeah, that's pretty dang good. Another 5 health blocks taken. Are you aiming for the eye again?
Yeah.
As you do, at this point, the eye bursts as you hear a shriek emanate from Ocean as they stumble backward. And
Do they fall off?
they don't fall off, no.
Ah.
Because this is technically meant to represent more of a connected balcony system. But
Sure.
They are certainly very injured.
All right. I think from here, I'm gonna sort of inch my way over to my friend here on the floor.
Are we winning?
I think so.
Good.
That's me.
That's you. Then, on Ocean's turn, she begins to turn around, and Boudica, you would see this as the arms go towards like a windowsill, and as they feel against it, you blink a few times. There's no glass. The window has turned now to solid stone. All the windows on the second floor. And as Ocean feels against it, looking to run, there is no exit. And at this point, Ocean turns around and is going to, let's see, they don't have their beam, so firstly they'll make one attack against Kayleigh and one attack against Boudica. So, first off, attack into Kayleigh. For 24, Kayleigh will actually be able to spend stamina on that and dodge out of the way, and then an attack into Boudica. So, Boudica, that is 24 into you.
Health block time.
Health block time. 2d6.
Ah. I believe that's a 9.
9, and is this minor or major injury?
Well, I did take a health block.
Okay, is this your first or second lost?
First.
So it's a minor injury. So
Yeah.
you are slammed into the ground and you are knocked prone and cannot rise. And you are the one that thus far did the last damage. So now, yeah, Ocean is going to go ahead and use her bite on you. Because she does not have the beam that she was preferring. That is going to be 40 normal piercing damage and plus 4 corruption into you as the rose clamps down into you, shaking you back and forth.
That's gonna be another health block.
Roll 2d6 again.
Alright, this is significantly less stilly. 9 again.
9 again. Your movement speed is reduced by 40 feet for the next 3 days.
That's not good.
As Ocean bites into your legs, attempting to prevent your escape. And at this point, Ocean will also attempt to summon more Sporeborn, but cannot. So now it will be Polydectes' turn, as Polydectes is going to look around. What's going on? Are we winning? Are we doing good?
I think she's trying to escape but can't somehow.
All right. Good, maybe. And he pulls out another vial and will flip it generally in your direction, Alon. It's a little bit offline, but he gets it close enough for you to catch it. Maybe that should help give some paralysis to her if we knock her unconscious. But I can't see, and I don't know if I can rise.
Right.
And that's Polydectes' turn. Vicia, you're up.
Fantastic. If I wanted, is this tile here somewhere I can stand on, or is that not enough space?
You can stand on that. Yeah, you'd be on the ledge, though.
That's... It's a 15-foot climb, right?
It is. And climbing in Wonder is double movement. So 30 feet.
Oh, it's a 30-foot climb.
Mm-hmm. In terms of movement, yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
in
blink though,
that
right?
case, I can blink. Yeah, Veech's gonna...
Caleb.
There's a funny thing about that, but Veech's gonna... Well, there was a reason I was trying to avoid it, but... Yeah, Veech is
Well,
gonna...
don't let me.
That's-
Don't let
yeah,
me mess
Veech
that
will
up.
blink up there.
Okay.
Well, there is no... Because my movement speed is 40 feet, there's no physical way for me to get up there unless I blink. Yeah, Veech is gonna take a smack with Asystole.
Okay.
Got 2 friends. Okay, 2 successes. For, let's see, with the gray oil and with my other thing, that'll be, yeah, still 20 apiece, so 40 damage.
40, that'll be health blocks.
Great. Okay, let's see. I think I have, let's see, sheer 1, sheer 2, sheer 3, I believe.
Sheer 3. Very nice then. How do you want to do this, Vicha?
Oh shit. I think Vicha's... I think he's just sick of this. So I think he'll blink over, and I think when he blinks, like, his form starts to kind of, like, flicker and almost, like, disintegrate a little bit before kind of, recoalescing up here. And then I think he's just gonna plunge the, rapier kind of just straight into its center with as much force as he can muster. He has not been having fun in this fight.
Gotcha. Then as you do so, Boudica, as you are there on the ground, like recovering from the injury, you watch as the rapier plunges in to Ocean. And as this happens, a ripple of energy flows outward and then into the sword and up through Vicha, like Ocean is being drained. And as this happens, Vicha, lethal or non-lethal?
I think we were told alive was preferred. I think... Can he do non-lethal but still make it really hurt?
Sure. All of you hear the sound of this creature in pain, and then it returns more to Ocean's voice as the form continues to shift and alter until then, in a few moments, as the light begins to fade, Ocean lays down in front of you, Vicha, unconscious and prone.
I'm gonna very quickly throw the net on her.
Gotcha. Net applied.
I lean down to Polydectes. Down the mouth. They're on the skin.
Mouth, preferable. It could have worked on the skin if need be. I didn't know if it would have a mouth.
Well, she's back to person form, so let's go with mouth.
Okay.
I can't take anybody with me when I blink, can I?
No.
Well, actually, my movement is 60 feet. I'll just bring him with me.
Yeah, you can just climb up with them.
Yeah, I'll just climb up with him, and I'll pour the paralytic down her mouth.
Gotcha. As that happens, you watch as the skin seems to take on a little bit more of a golden hue. And as that happens, the movement pretty much all stops, aside from some occasional breathing. You would also see in this moment almost like a resistance as a few Estelle flowers burst through the skin, trying to seemingly grow, but Kayla quickly cuts them off. None of that. None of that. So, I guess we're getting out of here? And at this point, Boudica, you would see the windows have returned to normal. And so is the front door, as now all of you are beginning to hear banging resonating from the wood, as it seems like the infected outside now realize something is happening. As their attack begins, Kayle looks down at Ocean. Hey, might be Captain Obvious here, but we gotta go.
Yeah,
Oh.
everyone out the window.
Alright. And Kayle looks to you guys. Stealth or no stealth?
Let's go
think
for
we
stealth.
gotta-
Yeah.
Let's go for stealth.
Stealth.
I don't trust that door closing much faster than it opens.
Right. And as Kayle goes and looks at the window, all of you see on the other side a plague doctor mask staring through. Well, fuck stealth. And it is
So, everyone bolt!
and it is here where the session will end for today, as all of you can take a level up.
Huh.
That's very
Yay.
cool. I'm gonna die next session.